Tes mic 1 2 3 1 2 3. Oke, hello guys, welcome back with my Fedelish, your online friend. So ya, hari kita bakal lanjutin visual novel Chaos Child, yang dimana kita udah mulai makin seru lagi sih. Dan kayaknya ini udah mau masuk chapter 3 deh. Kayak abis ini kita pindah chapter, but I don't know. Itu cuma nebak-nebak aja. Karena kemarin dari prolog ke chapter 1 ke chapter 2 agak lama sih. Yeah, let's go. Hai, halo Mbak Raffi, welcome to the stream. Hai, halo Tante Badut, welcome to the stream. Ini pasti bukan Tante Badut ini. Tante Badut mana pernah say hi. Canda. Welcome to the stream, Tante Badut. Tumben pagi loh. Ini malam kocak. Tahu malam sama pagi gak? Tahu malam sama pagi gak? Welcome to the stream ya, Bubub ya. Biar dapat VN-nya lebih banyak, Bubub. Kemarin kita cuma 2,5 jam. Cuman dikit gitu. Kocak agak personal ya deh. Bisa ketawa-ketawa lu, gue tahu kan lu ketawa pas senyum kayak anjing nih orangnya kan. Nggak usah senyum-senyum kalian ya. Gue tahu ada CCTV depan PC kalian tuh, ada CCTV, bro. What's wrong? I was about to ask before I saw her face and realized what was wrong. Are you okay? Huh, yeah, I'm okay. She clearly wasn't okay. Kayak Pepe aku, Bubub, senyum blush gitu. Emang iya, Bubub? Yang kemarin dong yang senyum-senyum di cafe. Did she remember what happened before? Come to think of it, actually, he had tried to act strong and failed last time too. We're not doing anything big here. We just get information from the artist and go home. That's all, right? The nurse must have finished talking because I could hear the footstep getting further away. Kalau melihat itu di PPX ku, Bubub nggak mau. Dimauan banget. Mauan banget kali liatin dulu aja. Serika slapped her cheeks with her hand and to try snap herself out of it. Iko, Taku. Kamu nggak turut, Tanda? When we got to the room, the dim light of the emergency exit lamp was shining down on it. Kan tadi mancing, gimana sih mancing apaan sih? Orang gue lagi live stream dibilang mancing. Aneh. Mancing mah di empang, bro. I nodded this was probably the place. Soon. Udah kayak film aja, Tante, coming soon. Udah lah, mending moderate dah. Kan? Kecewa. Om Aldo diajak main, sekarang di mode radio. Wah, kasihan banyak yang dikecewain, yang namanya Vigo Alfandi gitu kan. Halo Nepo, welcome to the stream. It was a private room in the back. There were no nameplates on the other private room we had passed. Ya udah kan, santai Tante, bercanda. I'm opening the door. There was no time to hesitate. We could run into a nurse at any moment. I looked to the left and right and checked that there was no one there before opening the door. Biar apa di? It was a dark room with no lights. There was enough light to see my hands, but not my feet. Is there no one here? The bed against the wall was empty. The blanket was rolled up. Oh iya, geblek, hari ini malam Jumat ya? Ah, yaudahlah, ini juga kategorinya psychological horror, biarin. Sarika looked over to see if I saw. Was this not the place? Maybe I'll check the other rooms. I went to leave when Sarika grabbed my arm. Let's go, 6 SKS listening 1. Nggak ada. What? Taku. Look. Sarika pointed at the back wall of the room. Her hand was shaking a little. I was too dark to see. I softly crept forward to get a better look. Oh, stiker sumonya banyak, Cok. What is this? The whole wall was covered with drawings of the sumo sticker and in what looked like rat paint. I think itu blood gak sih? This is listening section. This section will be used to answer number 1 to 10. Number 1. I feel sick. Kata Unoy. Setelah nonton lebih ke mendengar dong, listeningku sudah berasa level native speaker. Terima kasih Mr. Fedelish. Salah tai, native speaker apaan cowok. Sarika grabbed onto my arm. The warmth reminded me that I wasn't alone. That made me feel just a little better. If I had seen this alone, I might have screamed and gone crazy. What is this smell? It smells blood. It's blood, right? I noticed that there was unpleasant scent coming from the red paint on the wall. It's blood. It should be blood. I took another step forward, and then I realized. I put my hand in front of my mouth to stifle a scream, and then another hand in front of Sarika's mouth to stop her from screaming too. What's wrong? Sarika ripped my hand away from her mouth and clung to me tighter. He's in pain. Huh? It's blood. The strange smell, like rust, was the same thing I had smelled at the Love Hotel during the revolving dead incident. Enggak, masa kayak rust, bau darah. Kering nih bener. Who had drawn this? Who would draw something like this and in blood? I imagined someone locked in a dim room, endlessly drawing painting in blood on a blank wall, and a shiver went down my spine. I got goosebumps all over my body. This place is dangerous. Kapan quiz listeningnya digelar, Mr. Fedelish, nanti ya? There is something very wrong with this room. Taku, what are you doing? Huh? I suddenly realized I was holding a smartphone in my quivering hand. And without even realizing it, I had pushed the record button and started filming the drawings on the wall. No, this isn't the time for this. Let's go, okay? Sarika tried to drag me back. Kemarin ya sir, pakai Google Form sama kirim audionya boleh. But my body wouldn't move. I knew it was dangerous to stay here, but I couldn't move. Sarika was saying something behind me, but while I could hear the sounds, I couldn't understand what they meant. And then, I heard a sound from somewhere in the dark room. It was the sound of someone scratching something. I gulped, and my body froze up even more. Taku? I heard a sound somewhere. Who is there? Someone was in here with us. Someone was in this room. In the darkness, I could hear the sound of something hard being scratched again. But the sound bounced off the wall of the square room, and I couldn't tell where it was coming from. I desperately searched around the room, eyes cloudy with terror. Wait, ini kan si cewek yang itu. Whoa. How long had they been here? They had been there. A girl was crouching on the floor alone with her back to us. She was right next to the bloody sumos, a hand wrapped around her knees, and she was staring at her feet. She was staring at a drawing of a sumo sticker. It was too dark to tell for sure, but I thought I saw something dripping off her finger. Huh? That was blood. He had cut her finger to draw that. He was drawing those pictures. What? I couldn't speak. My throat wouldn't work. Jangan lupa like ya, sembusin 5k. Iya 5k. Oh my god, 5k like. Who are you? Did you draw all the sticker all over town? Why are you drawing those? But I just couldn't speak. Oh, dia nggak nanya. The strange sight before me filled me with an indescribable terror. I was overcome by the idea that if I talk to her now, if you turn around, she will transform into something else and attack me. Aku? Oh, feeling aja itu ya. Huh. I heard my name and turned towards Serika. Her hand was clutching my arm tightly. What's wrong? Oh no, eh? Why did you sound so scared? Anjir, dia nggak scared emangnya kamu, oh no, eh? Sabar ngopi dulu ya, jangan lupa ngopi ya namanya. Takut kamu tolong tambah botol air mineral biar nggak seret karena baca terus loh. Ada air mineral, nih aku minum deh buat kamu deh. Masa baru live bentar visual novel udah disuruh minum? Nanti sampingnya ada ini ya, ada soju, ada ya itulah. Why? Can't you see? Shaking, I pointed at the girl on the floor. What? Suara kumur-kumurnya dong, anjir. Kau fetishmu aneh juga ya, bubub ya? There was no one there. I was standing in the middle of a hospital. Apa cowok? Nggak ada bro. In the middle of a hospital room, shaking, and staring at the drawings of the sumo sticker design on the wall. My hand had numbly lowered and my smartphone was recording only my crotch. What? Are you okay? Sarika looked at me, worried. What happened to that girl? Girl? What are you talking about? Huh? Gak ada girl dari tadi. She was just there, right? But there was no one in the direction I was pointing. What the hell then? Who? This eerie picture in an empty room. No, don't scare me like that. Then, that was just a delusion. Or maybe whoever had drawn the bloody picture on the wall was already dead. But some trace of their spirit was bound into those paintings and trapped inside the room. Bisa jadi ya. No, that was way too paranormal for me. It was impossible. But I couldn't get the image of the crouching girl I thought I had seen out of my mind. Oh no way. Let's go. This probably isn't a good place. Ya iyalah, bukan probably lagi, udah for sure, cowok, udah confirm aja jadi mah. Bukan good place, orang kita pengen pakai blood. What do you mean? Probably lagi anjir, ini udah confirm, cowok. I took Serika's hand and slowly started to walk backward. Fede, halo bro Wifi, welcome to the stream. Nih, ini cerita-cerita kita banget sih bro Wifi. It felt like I made a sound. All of the eyes of the sumos drawn on the wall would open and stare at me. By the way, Happy New Year ya bro Wipi. Kamu sepertinya belum saya ucapin. We made it back to the door and jumped out into the hallway. Gitu. That was scary. Come here, you can do that later. Call the doctor too. Something might have happened. I could hear a frantic voice down hallway. Ajarin dong, ajarin apa, Sen Papi? Oh no, the hospital staff must have heard my scream. They probably thought something had happened to a patient. They were going to find us. Huh? Did I just hear a sound from the emergency exit? Tuh, kayaknya ada something yang ngelit kita, anjir. Dark and gore? Maybe. It's open. Kalau gore iya pasti. Serika jump onto the door. Dark ya mungkin. Hurry. Yeah. Well, did you find anything? Everything is normal. What do you think happened? I could faintly hear the voices of the nurses running back and forth across the hallway. Evidently, they hadn't found us. We are safe, right? I could hear Serika take a sigh of relief in the darkness. Yeah. I used the light from my phone to look around. We were on the landing of a staircase. This was probably the emergency stairs. We can probably get down from here. Serika looked down, illuminating the stair with her own phone. Why? Huh? Why was it open? Yeah, why? Because it's the emergency exit, right? Nggak masuk akal, Noy. Nggak masuk akal. But this is a sealed ward, right? If they were keeping the automatic door locked, there was no way they wouldn't lock the emergency exit. Betul. They probably forgot to lock it. Did they? Could we really get that lucky? I was sure I had heard the sound. Taku? Forget that. We need to get out of here. Temen kamu udah seminggu kamu nggak live. Dia kan emang nggak tiap hari, Bubub. Gimana sih, Bubub? Yeah, you're right. I used the light from my phone to look at the knob of the emergency door. Good. It was the type that opened from the inside. The other doors probably were too. Let's go down and look for an exit. Okay. Oke-nya enak sih, si Ono. Cukup terngiang-ngiang kayak tuturu. Taku. Those pictures on the wall. Kan gue gak tahu, bro. Kan bisa dilihat yang namanya Ryzen atau belakang-belakang history streamnya ya. Gimana sih kamu, Wup? Serika was probably thinking the same thing I was. Was that where the creator of the sumo stickers was kept? Or someone who had something to do with the case? But in the end, I had no answer. There was a whole wall of sumo sticker images drawn in someone's blood. That was the only information we had. Serika seemed to understand that as well, because she didn't ask any more questions. Good. It opened. I unlocked the door and quietly opened it, then peered down the hallway beyond. Si Loli. Oh ini ya Lolinya yang gambar ya berarti ya tadi ya. I ducked without even thinking. I placed my hand on the open door to support myself and then quickly yanked my body back inside toward the stair. Why? What were those two doing here? Berarti dia yang gambar ya? There was no mistaking it. Those were the two that Ito had noticed in the club room this morning. Serika stuck her head out just a little and saw them too. Lucu ini Lolinya pengen bawa pulang. Apa iya, Bubub? Bang boleh sekios ini, Bang boleh dong. Cipions, welcome to the stream ya Cipions ya. Happy New Year ya Cipions ya. She dropped down. Tuck. I put my hand over her mouth before she could finish. I know. So don't make any noise. Why were they here? Was there some connection between them and the sumo sticker after all? I could hear footsteps. Theirs. I couldn't move. They had hear me. I froze and concentrated on what I was hearing. Good. They were heading further away. Jivian, salam facecam langit-langit rumah. Iya. Shit. Oh. Jika PTW apa lagi, Dew? Kamu kenapa, Dew? Welcome to the stream ya, Dew. Oh no. Not good. This is not good. They were getting closer. Who were those two? What were they doing here? This is bad. Maybe the killers behind this case are... There's a chance that something really bad could happen. Enggak dong. Taku. They're going to kill us? Udah seminggu. Kayaknya 2 hari lalu ada stream. Ya biarin lah, namanya juga orang sakau. For a moment I felt incredibly cold, like my whole body had gotten smaller. Deo. The hand I was holding against the door was slippery with sweat. My heart was pounding loudly, and it hurt to breathe. No. Suddenly, my frozen body was yanked upward. I stumbled and tripped. Then was yanked up again. This way? Just as Erika kicked open some kind of door and dragged me through, I saw them pick up my phone. Lupa di public jejak streamnya. We are okay now, right? Let's rest a little. I collapsed right onto the ground. I wanted to catch my breath, but it wasn't working. My legs were shaking from exhaustion and my hands were shaking from the still lingering terror. It's okay, they aren't following us, I think. It was all I could do to muster a feeble nod. I had no idea why, but my hands shaking made me really mad. I slammed them into the asphalt. Damn it. How? What were they doing here? And now they had my smartphone with all its data. I think they have something to do with the sumo stickers. Yeah. It couldn't be a coincidence. Hey, I got a call. Shin-chan. Hello. It's Onoe. What's wrong? Yeah. Okay. My breathing had calmed down. I needed to get my thoughts in order. The phone had a lock on it. They wouldn't be able to do anything with it immediately. It was clear that the sumo sticker were involved somehow in particular. That wall filled with the sumo sticker where nothing's happened yet bothers me. Come to think of it, Kurusu said she was going to take down the security camera. What happened with that? Taku. Sarika turned around, moving very slowly. What's wrong? What did that expression mean? Sarika looked away from me for a moment and then back, as if afraid of something painful. None was stabbed? Huh? Oh. Big brother Takuru. Where's Kurusu? Yui pointed toward the exam room in the back with a pained expression on her face. Damn it. This can't be happening. Kurusu. What, Ken? Why? No, forget that. Kurusu, where's Kurusu? Be quiet. Suara Kurusu ya? There's a hospital, remember? Was she okay? Takuru? What? Take off your shoes. Huh? Oh, sorry. I have forgotten to take them off when I came in, so I quickly yanked them off my feet. What? No, I could see a bandage through the gaps in her pajamas. This is? Kurusu lifted up her shirt just a little to show me her stomach. It was wrapped in a thick bandage. 13 stitches. It's nothing bad. You. Kenapa blame ke kita anjing? I felt a dull pain in my face. I collapsed to the ground and then he grabbed me by the shirt and lifted me back up. What the hell do you think you're doing, assholes? Stop it, Kawahara. I don't know if you think you're Sherlock Holmes or something, but this happened because you've been screwing around. She could have died, you know? Tonjok balik lah. He pushed me away violently, my face stung from the punch. Hey, young man, is this my beer? Yes, supposedly there's a lot of other stuff in it too. Oh, thanks. Thank you, Kawahara. Kawahara, can you help him carry it to his house? No, but please. Fine. Kawahara glared at me for a minute, then picked up the cardboard box and left. Taku. Ken, why? Well, you know. Take care, Missy. Yes. You too, Gen-san. It's always so easygoing, isn't he? Oh, why? I mean, no. What happened? Are you okay? Kurusu's hand slowly stretched down to the wound on her stomach. Yen happened to be passing by, and he saved me. He caught the person who stabbed me. That camera you planned. Or I guess it was Ito, actually. It doesn't matter. When I was taking down the camera, this strange person started talking to me. They said something about a place of a holy barrier. I didn't understand what they meant. And then they got really close to me all of a sudden. And stabbed her? Yeah. Jeez, I wonder where they even sell knife like that. Her voice was far more cheerful than I had expected it to be. For some reason, that made everything suddenly seem real. Kurusu had really been stabbed. And then what happened? I hit them and ran away, of course. Gen happened to be passing by, and he caught them, and then we called 110. Takuru? Is your wound okay? It just took off a little bit of the side of my stomach. My organs are all fine. I'm okay. Oh, Miyashiro-kun. You're here, huh? It's been a while. Yeah. Where are Gen and young Kawahara? I had them leave. And that gift, I gave it to him. Let Kawahara carry it. I see. That said as he scratched his head. It really had been a while since I had seen his face, not since I had left the dorm.
佐久間さん、
Sakuma, I'll be on my way.
ああ、そうでしたね。
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry for the trouble. No cost.
のが。
いいえ、クル
No.
ス君にはいつも
Kurusu is
お世話になっ
always
て
a
いる
big
ので。
help to us.
じゃあクルス君、
Bye,
お
Kurusu.
大事にね。
Take care.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
ご
I'm
迷
sorry
惑
for
を
the
おかけし
trouble.
ました。
そうだ。
Alright, if you are
宮
here.
代君もいるならちょ
Too,
うどいいか。
Miyashiro, this is good timing. The teacher turned around and scratched his hat the same way my dad did.
ちょっと言いづらいんだけど。
This is a little hard to tell
それに
you,
まあ君
and
たち
it's
が
not
完全に悪
entirely
い
your
ってわけ
fault,
でもな
but
いんだけど、おそらく
the
新聞部
newspaper
は
club is
活
probably
動を
going
自
to
粛
have
してもらうこと
to
になると
be
思う。
shut down now. I nodded weakly. It didn't seem like there was anything else I could do.
まあね。
But
これ
well,
も
you
いい
know,
教訓
just
だ
to
と思って。
just think of
あ、
this
いや、
as a
失礼
good
だ。
lesson. Oh,
つまり
maybe
ね。
that's rude. In other words,
先生、
sir.
はい。
Right.
お疲れ様でした。
Thank you. Kurusu a motion to shoo him away.
はい。
Right. Hi. Kurusu suddenly said,
あー疲れた。
I'm tired.
お前。
If when the teacher are afraid of you. Terlalu powerful ya, Gi. Kalau kata Papa fandom bener, ya. Tapi itu love is all around ya yang dia bilang. Wait. Nyeruput kopiku dulu, abisin. Tanggung. No,
あの
he's
先
always
生はい
like
つも
that,
あんな
Dad.
感じな
I'm
の。
going to rest upstairs after all.
父さん、
大丈夫か？
Are you
明
okay?
日の診察までは
We can stay
寝て
here
ていいぞ。
until we open tomorrow.
痛み少しだけど引い
The
て
pain
き
is
たか
not
ら。
as bad now. I will
自分
feel
のベッドな
better
の
in my own bed.
運ばれた病院で薬何もらったんだ？
What did they give you at the hospital?
ファロとロキ、
Paropenum and
少し多めに飲んだ
loxaprofen.
の。
I took a little more than a
飲めません
typical
からね。
dose. You can't have any, okay?
バカか。
I'm not stealing your medicine. She
もし
is.
熱が
Tell
出
me
た
right
ら
away
すぐ
if
言え
you
よ。
if you get a fever. Ooh. Kurusu slowly got up. I could see her holding herself up with her hand to avoid putting pressure on her stomach. Bantuin lah, kocak.
クルス、
Gendong.
ごめん。僕が。
Kurusu, I'm sorry.
ブクル、あなた今日泊まっていきなさい。
Sakuru, stay here tonight. I knew her wound had to hurt, but she was acting completely normal. That just made me feel even more depressed. I said yes in a voice so small, even I could barely hear it. Whew,
大丈夫
I'm
よ。
fine.
そんなに
Don't
じっく
stare
り
at
見
me
てなく
like
ても。
that.
あ、いや。
Oh, no. Kurusu slowly laid down on her bed. I told her I will help her get up to the third floor, but he would say it would just make it harder for her to walk. At least, I could bring the blanket all the way up to her shoulders.
ありが
Thanks.
とう。
This really feels strange, you know? Hmm?
看病される側っ
I'm
て
not used to
慣れて
being the
ないの。
one someone else is taking care of.
ちゃんと冷やしときなさい
Make
よ。
sure you put some ice on that. Kurusu pointed to my cheek. He must have been talking about where Kawahara hit me.
こんな時
You
まで
shouldn't be worrying about the other people right now.
心配するなよ。
Wish. And it was my fault that this had happened.
あな
Listen,
たね。
just so we are
言
clear.
っておくけど。
Kurusu tried to raise her head up, but her wound must have hurt her because she grimaced and laid back down. This isn't your fault. Getting stabbed is my own responsibility.
でも
But
僕が
if I hadn't put up that camera,
それは確かに褒められたことじゃないけ
that
ど、
certainly wasn't a very good idea.
予想
But
でき
this
たことじ
wasn't
ゃない
something you
でしょ
could have predicted, was it? That was true, but
ああ、カメラは返しておく。
you can have the camera back.
ユイが
Did
その
you
辺に置い
put
てくれてない？
Did you put it around somewhere? I looked around the room and saw there was a paper bag on the desk. The camera I had Ito set up was inside. There was some damage on the corner. It must have been dropped when she was stabbed.
どんなやつだったんだよ。
What was the guy who stabbed you like?
暗くて
It was too
よく
dark
見
to
え
see
なかった
well,
けど、
but I think it was a man with
2、30歳くらい
his
の
20s
男。
or 30s. Sorry, can you turn off the light? It's really bright if you're lying face up.
ああ
Oh. I turned off the light. Kurusu sighed to calm herself down. After
ゲンさん
Gen
に
caught
取り押
me,
さえられて、
he was screaming until the
警官が
police
来
got
る
there.
俺のネットの警
You
鐘に
fool
気づか
didn't
ないお
notice the
前たち
alarm I
ごときが
sounded on the internet. I
犠
am.
牲者の聖
the
な
holy
る誓い
messenger
の
of
俺
the
に触れる
victim.
な
So
とか
don't
ね。
touch me. That kind of stuff.
Huh?
Huh? Holy messenger. I suddenly realized that reminded me of something. It was the same with that stuff about a barrier that Kurusu was saying downstairs. Could it be
あのページの
the guy who made that page? Ah, ini.
詳しくは明日警察の人が来ていくつか聞くことがあるって言ってた
The
から
police said they had come and asked me a bunch of questions tomorrow. I think I'll learn more then. Anjir, tomorrow? It felt like her voice was shaking a little.
クルス
Kurusu, it's nothing, I'm fine. It was too dark to see clearly, but I could tell that she had her hand on her face. I finally realized she was holding back tears. I swore at myself. Of course she was. Damn it, she had been stabbed in the stomach. Of course she was scared. Neither of us said anything for a while. I couldn't bring myself to say another word. Nothing I said would be right, and it felt like it would hurt her. I couldn't see her face. I didn't know if she was crying. But even if she wasn't crying, she may as well have been.
タクル
Takuru? I don't know how long I was silent. My eyes had finally gotten used to the dark by the time she whispered.
言うとね、
Yuto got a
ラブレ
love
ターをもらっ
letter,
たんです
you
って。
say, from Konno.
今野さん
Do you remember
覚
her?
えてる？
Konno? I didn't. I tried to remember, but maybe she wasn't expecting an answer.
5年生の時から同じ
They
クラ
have
ス
been in
の
the same class since
一度
5th grade.
ユウトが休んだ
Yuto
時
was
に
out
プリントを
sick
持ってきてくれ
once,
た。
and she brought him the day's handout. You were glasses.
それを
One of the boys in the class made fun of him, he says, and then
それで
Yui,
ユイが
and then she started to go on in a quiet voice. You told me that Dad had been busy lately, that he was being so obnoxious as ever, that he had ordered him to stop drinking for a week today. That Yui was still afraid of men, but that she had made friends with a boy in her class. That Yuta wasn't getting any taller. He said it didn't bother him, but it obviously did. That the air conditioner in the living room wasn't working well. She and Yui had cut Dad's allowance to buy a new one. That the two of them were saving up their own allowance too. That the old woman who was a regular at Aoba Clinic, the one who had taught Kurusu how to sew, wasn't doing so well lately. Dia update it. Bang, gue dapat puzzle. 6 plus 2, 8. 9 minus 5, 4. 0 minus 3, 9. 1 plus 11, 0. Tujuh minus 10. Hah? Random banget kamu Supri. Padahal welcome to stream ya Supri ya. 6 plus 2 sama dengan 8. 9 minus 5 sama dengan 4. 0 minus 3 sama dengan 9. 1 plus 11 sama dengan 0. 7 minus 10 sama dengan 7 minus 10 sama dengan 7 minus 10 sama dengan 21. Bener gak? Asli bingung. That she had mixed up a clothes hanger with a clothespin, and one of the patients had laughed at her. I listened to her for a long time, only speaking occasionally. Her voice gradually got softer, and eventually I realized that she was talking in her sleep. Then I realized something.
そうか。
Asli bingung. So that's it. Kursu was telling me everything that had happened here in the half year had been gone. What had happened at home? What Dad and Yuta had been up to? She had been saying all this because she wanted me to know. And then as I waited, she had fallen asleep. I slowly stood up, careful not to make a sound. I adjusted the blanket for her once more and went to leave. Takuru,
事件
if you are still thinking about chasing that case. She was probably talking in her sleep. I heard the rest as I left the room. I understood. Kocak ya si MC-nya ya? Orang lagi luka gitu ya? Di kamarnya lah anjir. Tiba-tiba sakit atau apa. Ternyata angkanya referensi ke Jambang ya. Makanya gue bilang 21. Tapi harusnya kalau itu 21 tadi gue bilangnya. Kalau enggak apalagi, Cok. Referensinya. Referensi gue 24 jam, tapi kalau dari puzzle ini ya 12 jam kelihatannya. Soalnya 1 plus 11 sama dengan 0 anjir. Harusnya salah di 1 plus 11-nya. 0 minus 3 juga salah. Jam 12 kan ada soalnya sebenarnya. I still had the same shelf, the same desk. Kalau lu mau pakai 0 itu ya sampai 24 berarti. 24 kan 000. Enggak ada 2400 anjir. Yang bikin puzzle yang salah. Berarti 1. Apa 1? 21. Makasih Bang, kejawab juga nih puzzle. Tapi yang bikin puzzle salah. Berarti masa 1 plus 11 sama dengan 0. Harus 1 plus 11 12 tetap. 0 minus 3-nya yang 21, Cok. It's honestly amazing how little has changed. I figure it will neither have been turned into a storage room or be covered in dust. Alright, my phone is. I checked my pocket for my phone only to realize that I had dropped it at the hospital. Yang nggak tahu nama juga game, anjir main game bocahnya. And that those who weird people had picked it up. I couldn't do it. I tried to remember what happened at the hospital, but instead I found myself thinking about a girl in the next room. My body was tired. My brain was telling me I needed to think about everything that had happened tonight, but I felt too exhausted. So I took out the scrapbook from its usual spot on the shelf. The same articles, the same incident from the past. I had seen them so many times. I was tired of reading about them. The newspaper article was from 6 years ago, during the Shibuya earthquake. Atau 9? Iya, jawabannya 9. Makanya 21 sama 9. Itu dua opsi jawabannya. Karena sebenarnya kalau tanpa kau tahu referensinya juga harusnya tinggal ini ya anjir. 7 minus 10 kan sama dengan minus 3. Ya 0 minus 3 aja sama dengan 9. Harusnya sama jawabannya. Setidaknya meskipun kau nggak tahu referensi sama sekali, kau coba lah. Jawabannya yang sama. Itu soalnya udah ada contohnya Jil. My parents' names were in the article. Saneo Miyashiro, Eriko Miyashiro. The article said the two of them had been killed by an unknown assailant. When I had found out about this several months ago, I had left the dorm and gone to live in Miyashita Park. I had been told about my parents' death when I had woken up from my coma, about a year after the earthquake. But Dad and Kurusu had told me that they had been killed in the earthquake. I closed the scrapbook and put it back on the shelf. The fact that my parents were murdered instead of simply dying in the earthquake was a shock to me. But I think it was a lot less of a shock than Dad and Kurusu expected. I had experienced the earthquake personally. I had seen for myself how awful the looting and robbery was. My parents had neglected me and spent all their time at work. 5.5 years that had passed since their murder crushed any desire I had to find the killer and take revenge. Oh no, maybe. 1 plus 1 plus 1 berapa? Fed 3 dong. Gimana sih Om Aldo? Welcome to stream ya Om Aldo ya? Bukan deh. 1 pangkat 3 berapa ya? 1 lah. Maybe I will have never wanted to take revenge in the first place. My curiosity just made me want to find them. Bener Trinity ya Fed. Kenapa jadi Trinitas? The bigger thing for me was, it was a shock to me that Dad and Kurusu were keeping it secret. There were 2 rules at Aoba dorm. After dinner, everyone had to gather around the dinner table and talk, and no one was allowed to keep secret. Just before I had left, we had a huge fight. During the fight, Kurusu had told me she didn't want to make things any worse after I had woken up from my coma. At the time, that sounded like nothing but an excuse. I thought we weren't supposed to keep secret, Kurusu. I had called her by last name. Wait. What did he say? By the time I had calmed down enough to think about how she must have felt, I had already moved to Miyashita Park. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Yes? It's me. Can I come in? It was Yui's voice. I told her she could come in, and the door opened slowly. What is it? Nothing. The two of them were together like usual. Yuto looked like he was so tired he could barely stand. The only reason that she had brought him was probably that if he woke up in the dark alone, he would be scared. This was another sight that brought back a lot of memories. It has been a while, brother Takuru. Yeah. You know, you shouldn't be up this late, right? Gimana Om Aldo? Hari ini kau lembur kah? I didn't know how late it was exactly, but it was probably long past 3 a.m.
いいじ
It's
ゃん。
only for a little.
のね、
So who
大丈夫
cares?
そうだった？
Anyway, is Big Sis Nono gonna be okay? Yeah, she's
今は
asleep
寝てるよ。
now.
そっか、
I
よかっ
see.
た。
I'm glad. Omaldo. Kemarin sih ada yang bilang, besok kita main ya. You look truly relieved.
まったく。
Sheesh.
ののねもい
I
くら
know
日
she
課
does
だ
it
からって
every day, but
あ
she
んな時間
shouldn't
にお
have
前
been
になん
going
て
to
行く
visit
か
the
な。
memorial at that hour.
タクル兄からも言っと
You
いて
tell
よ
her
ね。
too, okay?
クルスが
Kurusu was visiting the
Why?
memorial.
うん、
Yeah,
帰ってきた
that's what
時
she
にそう言っ
said
てた
when she
よ。
got back. My heart skipped a bit. What was Kurusu doing? How much could she?
タクル
Ah,
兄
big
ちゃん。
Brother Takuru. Yuto suddenly opened his eyes.
どうした？
What's wrong?
うん。
Nothing.
なんで
Then he put his head against Yui's shoulder and stopped moving. Yui sighed and helped Yuto up so that he didn't fall under.
タクル兄、
Big
何があっ
brother
たか知らない
Takuru.
けどさ、
I don't know what happened, but
とっとと帰ってきてよね。お風呂
come
の
back
掃除
already,
当番
okay?
溜まってるん
We've
だか
got a
ら。
lot of
あ
bath
と買い
cleaning
出し
to
当
do.
番も。
On the shopping. I froze, unsure what to say. Yui gave up on holding him steady and put him blah 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 blah.
綺麗でしょ。のの姉がいつも掃除してるから。
The room's nice and clean, isn't it? Big Sis Nono cleans it all the time.
じゃあ、おやすみ。
Anyway, good night.
あ、
Yeah. I slid my hand across the desk. There wasn't a single speck of dust. The second I saw this, I felt a sharp pain dip in my nose, and my vision blurred. I sat down, unable to stand. I felt the familiar sensation of the chair and stared at the wall I had seen a million times before.
くそ。
Damn it.
なんだよ。
Why? When I had left there, the biggest thing I felt was enraged at being betrayed by Dad and Kurusu. It was that I was different than everyone else. After I had gotten so sick of the wrong siders in the elementary school that I had just stopped going altogether after my parents had neglected me, this was the one place in my life that had been different. Kurusu, Yui, and Yuto had all lost their parents in the earthquake just like me. This was a family made of people who had all gone through the same thing. But I was different. I wasn't just a victim. I was a victim whose parents had been murdered. I was the one person who was different. I was special. I wasn't like everyone else. Wah, ego. Damn it. Sister, we are not actually family, are we?
というか。
The tears started. In my head, I apologized to Kurusu again and again as I sat there unable to get up from my chair. Ah shit. Langsung nyesel ya dia. Pasti sih. A man who looked like the sumo sticker asked someone for direction. Spiral barley tea. At approximately 5 p.m. on October 6, near Shoto First Avenue, Shibuya, a girl walking home from the school was asked by a suspicious man, "Do you know where I can get some chanko?" Chanko is a favorite dish of sumo wrestler. The man asking her was around 30 years old, 170 centimeters tall, heavy-set, with a black hair, whose face looked very similar to the face on the sumo sticker. Always stay on well-lit, heavily traveled road. Carry a personal alarm with you. Okay, doll. I dolled. Give the poor guy a break. Is it wrong for a fat guy to want some chanko? It's jungle out there these days. People like us can't do anything without getting the cops called. Whose face looked very similar to the face on the sumo sticker? Are they sure he wasn't an actual sumo wrestler? Why? What's he got to do with the sumo sticker? So now you're a suspicious person just for asking for direction. What the hell? I'ma be honest, talking to a schoolgirl was a no-no. Talking to a schoolboy will also be a no-no. The only safe option will be to go find a real sumo wrestler and ask him what the fuck. Actually, I think I saw this guy a week ago. He was running down Tamagawa Street, really sweaty. He kept mumbling, "Chanko, chanko, chanko." He really did. Okay, maybe he was the model for them. What is a sumo sticker? Someone tell me. Someone tell me if he ever actually got his chanko. This thing. I will piss myself if a guy like that told to me. Anjir. A guy who just looked like sumo stickers? Says who? Lol. The news say they found a sumo sticker at the scene of the Love Hotel kill-in last month. Maybe this guy was the murderer. Like, maybe he places a sticker each time he commits a murder. Japan is such a peaceful place. Ini orang random-random semua ya. In other words, he had been looking for his chanko for a whole week. A whole week? Let's hope. When they arrest him, they give him chanko instead of katsudon.
少しずつ
Slowly, but surely, the rumor about the sumo sticker started to spread.
噂は集団の中
The
で
rumor
も
brought with them speculation and thus delusion as well.
一度動き出した歯
We
車
didn't realize that once the gear started to turn, no one could stop them.
僕らは気づいていなかった
2 p.m. As the whole school got excited for the start of the culture festival in 2 days, our clubroom was as quiet as at home. The only sound was Serika's occasional fiddling with her cell phone strap. But that would quickly stop, and only the silence would remain. Kazuki had even stopped playing Aso too. Everyone had looked miserable when they had heard about Kurusu. Yalah, khawatir lah.
いやーごめんごめん
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm here. The teacher came in with his usual dopey grin.
会議が長引いちゃ
The
ってね
conference ran
無茶な
long.
こと言われ
I
る
wish
こっ
they
ちの
had
立
to
場も
think
考
about
えてほしいもんだよね
what it's like for me to
まった
have to listen to them. You know? Sheesh. Hahaha. Nggak lucu sih.
あーあ
He looked around at us and scratched his head.
ね新聞部のことなんだけれ
So
ど
about the newspaper club, everyone looked at him. That's why we had been waiting to hear what he had to say.
やっぱり
You're going to have to shut down for a while, like I said. Shut down. I repeated the words in my mind.
決定ですか？
Has that been decided?
うん
Yeah.
こうなっちゃった以上は
For what
ね
happened, you know? Kurusu hadn't told Yui and Yuto, but before she had been taken to the hospital, the police had asked her several questions. She had to tell them what she was doing out there. Of course she would. Otherwise, she had have no reason to explain. She would have no reason to explain the camera. And after the incident at the Love Hotel, the teacher probably had it in for us to begin with. Think back. It was a miracle we weren't shut down after the Love Hotel case.
ただ一個
But
条
there was
件
one
という
condition,
か命令というか
one order, you might say. Not that this makes it any
住み込むとして言う
better.
んじゃないんだろうけど
How
なんて
to
言った
put
らいい
it?
かな
いや、
No, it doesn't matter. What is it?
ね
Well, you say. He looked down at the paper he was holding.
君たち
Have you
渡
heard
部
a
智明っ
name,
て知ってるかい
a man named Tomoaki Watabe? Huh?
ネット記者のですか
The internet journalist?
そうそうニコ
That's
ニア
right,
動画の
with Nikonia.
宮代
I'm
君よく
amazed
知
you
ってる
knew that
ね
Miyashiro.
いえ
No, of course I knew it. He was famous to anyone who used Nikonia, and the club had just been talking about the video he made the other day. And a lot of the class knew about him from his job at Nikonia too.
彼から
He said he wanted to speak with the newspaper club at the culture festival.
は
Huh?
なんで
Why? Iya, kenapa?
さあね。
I don't know. He was going to come do a story on it anyway.
することになっていたらしいんだけどね。
You know, we are pretty famous, right?
って結構有
Was
名
it
だか
about
ら
the restoration festival? It was true that our cultural festival was considered to be the part of the roundup to the big Shibuya restoration festival.
で、そ
And
の際
he
に
says
ぜひ
when
新
he
聞部と
comes,
対談し
he
たいって
definitely
いうんだ。
wants to talk to the
なんで
newspaper
も
club.
君たちが作成した新聞に興味があるらしくてね。
He's supposedly very interested in the newspaper you made.
マジかよ。
Seriously. Oh, the newspaper we had made. He was probably talking about a video we had made on the sumo sticker. The only that had gotten all those views because Watabe had come out with the same article at almost the same time.
僕は知らなかったんだ
I
け
had
ど、
no
最
idea,
近結
but
構有名な
supposedly
人らしいじゃないか。
he's famous
それ
lately,
で
so the school
学
couldn't
校
really
側と
turn
して
him
は
down, you
断り
see?
にくくてね、活動は休止だけど、
You'll have to
そ
shut
の対
down,
談だけは
but
こ
they
なし
still
てほ
want
しい
you
っ
to
て
do
言うん
that
だよ。
interview just for a show. Is that okay?
いいかなって
I don't
言わ
really
れて
know
も
what to say. It was all of a sudden that I was having a hard time processing it. And wait,
学校側からの指示なん
that's
で
an
すよね
order from the school, right? He nodded. Yeah, we didn't have to write the reviews, did we?
わかりました。
Alright,
よかった。
good.
いや
You
ー、
know, they were
本当は
originally
配布って言
planning
わ
on
れてたと
shutting
こ
down
ろ、
the club
この件で粘
permanently,
って休止に
but
して
I
も
was
らったか
able
ら
to
さ。
use this to get them to make it temporary. Oh, ha ha ha. That wasn't funny.
対談は文化祭
The
初日。
interview will be the
明後日だ
first
から
day of the culture
細かい段
festival.
取りはまた
The
明
day
日
after
連絡する。
tomorrow, I'll let you know the
あ
detail
と、それか
tomorrow.
ら
Oh, and
クルス君からの伝言なん
I
だ
have
け
a
ど、
message from Kurusu.
部の活動自体
Since
は
you've
本
been
日から
shut
休
down,
止だから、
you won't be
文
able
化
to
祭の
record
記録
any
映
more
像
of
を
the
撮ったりは
culture
もうできない
festival. So
そ
instead,
の代わり、生徒会の手
he
伝いをし
wants
て
you
ほし
to
い
help
そう
the
だ。
student council.
自分の
Can
ア
she
イカ
come
ンを
right
やめてくれ。
now?
そっか、
That's right.
のんちゃん。
Non's the president.
今度の文化祭は
This
盛り上
year's
がってるか
festival
ら
is
ね。
shaping up to be
手
really
が足り
big,
ないんだ。
so they need more
生徒
people.
会顧問としてもぜ
As
ひ頼
student
むよ。
council advisor, I would really like your help too. Okay, kita disuruh bantu ya. Normally, I will turn down any request from the student council, but right now it didn't bother me at all.
わかりました。
Alright,
助かるよ。
thanks.
じゃあ後
Pop
で
by
生
the
徒会
student
室に
council
顔を出して
room
ね。
later then. Okay,
渡部と
so we are really going to talk to Watabe.
マジか。
It's a pretty big deal, yeah. No one had come to interview the newspaper club since its founding. Berarti ini pertama ya? Pertama kalinya. But this wasn't entirely a good thing. The club had been shut down, but we were still having an interview with someone famous. And more than anything, I thought about Kurusu, who was still at home in bed. No, Kurusu. Apa nih? Serika stood up from her seat. She walked over the windowsill and opened the window. Chilly air blew into the room.
おのえ
Oh no eh? Oke, tarik napas dia. Oh, dia mau teriak. She suddenly leaned out the window and screamed. And then she leaned back inside and closed the window.
よし、
Okay,
切り替えよ
let's get back on
う。しん
track.
ちゃん、
Taku,
はなちゃん。
Shin,
ほら、
Hana,
タク、
come
仕切
on.
ってよ。
Taku, you're in charge. Huh?
のんちゃんからの
You
頼まれ事
know
でしょ。
what none
やれるとこから
has
やろう。
us to do, right? Let's do what we can. Sarika looked right at me as she spoke. Ito and Kazuki turned toward me as well.
タク、
Taku? Fine, fine. I slapped myself on the cheek to help me focus. The place where Kawahara hit me still stung.
よし。
Okay,
じゃあまず、
first Ito.
伊藤、
Can you go to the student council room and see what they want us to do?
俺、
Me?
お前は
What about you?
僕は
I probably
行かない
shouldn't
方
go.
がいい。
I pointed to my cheek. Ito nodded. Kawahara was the vice president of the student council. Oh,
私も
I'll
行くよ。
go too.
わかった。
Okay, then
じゃあ、和樹
Kazuki.
は
He was going back to her game, huh?
何すればいいか
Once we
分か
know
っ
what
た
to
ら
do, help
手伝
us, okay?
うん
He nodded just a little.
お前は
What about you?
渡部との対談
I'll
の
get
準備を
ready
して
for
おけ
the
よ
interview with
多分歴史シー
Watabe.
ルの動画に
He
関する
probably
こと
want
だ
to
と思
talk
うけど
about the sumo sticker.
だよな
Yeah, I wonder why now
何
though.
なんだろうなこのた
That was a good question, yeah? Why will a reporter come to meet with the people who had ended up starting a flame war over one of his articles? He definitely wasn't coming to apologize. Kenapa, Bubu?
行くよ
Kamu panik ya? Ada orang yang abis kamu PHP-in dateng ya? Shin, let's go. Oh yeah. I pulled Watabe's article up on the PC screen.
まだゆるく
They're still going at it, huh? The pace of the comment was starting to slow down, but they remained basically negative. Enak banget kue ini loh. Lebih enak PHP-in orang lah. Orang ini ketagihan, buktinya PHP-in orang. There was no way Watabe wouldn't have noticed that. Of course, he would have noticed our video as well. A lot of comments were posting the link.
なんだってよ
What is he going to say? Did he want to ask us something about the sumo stickers? Well, he wouldn't need to do an interview if that was the case. And in any event, he had uploaded a close-up photo of the sumo sticker and revolving that, which we hadn't been able to incorporate into our video even though we had been at the scene. Yang merasa ter-PHP, maaf ya, maklum orang sibuk. Oh gitu, orang sibuk. Kukirain orang sibuk itu artinya bisa memanage schedule-nya. We had to go back to the Love Hotel and upload a photo we had taken from the street. To be honest, our article was basically the same as his, but his photos were a lot better. I couldn't imagine there was anything he wanted to ask us.
もしかして
Could it be about the hospital? That was impossible. Di Gajep nggak ada luang. Tapi kan kalau datang nggak ada luang, nggak ada yang namanya mengajak. No one but me. Erica knew about it. No, there was no point in thinking about it. I needed to get ready for the interview and then do what Kurusu asked me.
Huh?
Siapa yang ngajak? Ada sih di live chat kemarin-kemarin. Huh. Something bothered me, so I went over to the board. The sumo sticker from the revolving that case is... I carefully removed the one that was on the board. I knew it.
表情が
Its face
違ってる
is different. I went back in the front of the map and put the picture back on. The photo that we had taken of the sticker and the sticker in Watabe's article were different. What was going on with that? Once everyone got back to the club room, I had talked to them about it. I will talk to them about it. October 8, 2015, Thursday. 11:45. Aneh tuh yang ngajak, bener gak? Ya, gak usah dihapus-hapus gitu dong. The Shibuya Earthquake Memorial. The town was silent, as if it didn't even know she was there. She was standing before the names of the dead, as unmoving as the stone in front of her. In fact, it was hard to tell that she wasn't dead herself. The wind that blew down from the tops of the building refused to touch her scraggly hair. The eyes that poked out through her hair were cloudy and lifeless, and her lip was pressed into a frown. She must not have bathed recently, because the smell around her was terrible and bitter. Her black clothes melted into the darkness, making the red jackets stand out a little against the gloom. A sound came from her lips. She pressed her jaw together as if trying to crush a piece of meat. Her leg dragged along as she started to walk, heading toward the ground. In that moment, she stood out from the scene around her. The hair pressed against her face made it impossible to read her expression, but the most noticeable thing about her wasn't the stench or the sound of gritting teeth. It was anger and rage. The anger and rage covered everything about her. Her legs came to a stop. She reached out the glove-covered hand and touched a name on the memorial. She dug her fingernail into it. She scratched again and again, as if trying to rub it out. Her nail broke inside the glove, unable to handle the force. But she didn't stop. She ignored the blood dribbling out of her glove as if she didn't feel any pain. Red continued to stain the memorial stone. The date changed. It was now October 9th. There was only one day left until October 10th, the date of the next new generation madness killed. I apologize for the wait. The testing mages? Spreading rapidly as expected. Maintain things as they are. Yes? And the target. We'll make contact with a reporter named Watabe tomorrow. Kill him. Danger kita eh. Wih, masuk chapter 3. Cool Festival. October 9, 2015, Friday.
さて、以上のように私
おい、
の取
トイレ
材によ
ット
って一連の事件はニュージェネレーションの狂気と呼ばれたあの事件を踏襲していると断言しても良いと思われるわけですが、
Okay, I'm back. Now my investigation have revealed that it's a safe assumption that these cases are a recreation of the new generation madness.
その事実に
But did you know that there was another video that noticed the same thing as I did, at almost the exact same time?
そうです。
That's right, the video from the newspaper club at Hekiho Academy in Shibuya.
私のようにジャーナリズム
It
を目指
makes
す
me
と
extremely
若者
happy
たちが
to see that there are young people growing up
非常に喜ば
who
しい
want to be journalists like me.
そして当の渋谷で
And
は
very surely there's going to be a restoration festival to celebrate our recovery from the terrible event.
それに先立ちまして
As that celebration draws near, I've learned that there's going to be a school festival held tomorrow at Akiho Academy.
そうその通り
Yes, that's right.
さすが
You, my listener, are very clever. So you've already guessed. But I'll be going to the culture fair to interview the newspaper club.
ジャーナリズムを目指す
I want to hear what it's like to be an aspiring journalist these days.
そしてもちろん
And of course, how they managed to gain the same information I did and reach the same hidden secret behind the cases as me.
彼らとの対話によっては
This interview may bring us even closer to finding the person behind this theft.
真実の追求
The pursuit of truth is the one task of any journalist.
証それでは本日
That's
の
all
放送
for
はここ
today's
で
broadcast. What will we learn
果たしてどんな
during
話が
tomorrow's
繰り出す
interview?
そ
What
して
is the
事件の
truth behind
真相
all
は
these cases?
お見逃しなく
Don't miss out. Oke, yang tadi yang sempet nungul itu scene-nya berarti itu chatnya antar si apa namanya?
お疲れ様でした
Good job. The one task of any journalist. Ah.
え
Aw.
いや、なんでもないよ。
It's nothing.
そうっすか
I see.
それより見てくだ
Anyway,
さいよ
look at
今日の
this.
カウント
Today's
数
views are
新記録ですよ
a new record. Anjay, new
それ
record.
だけ
Ya.
世間の注目が
A lot of
高いって
people
こと
are
っす
watching
ね
us, I guess.
当たり前だろ。
Of course they are.
Orang
They
ngeliatin
all
lah.
want to see me. Jadi gitu, Watabe. Kamu ada niat jahatnya?
え
Eh?
いや、
Nothing.
そうっす
I
か
see. Well, I'm
まあ
looking forward to
明日の
tomorrow's
放送も
broadcast.
任せておけ。
Leave it to me.
明日はもっとカウントいく放送に
Tomorrow
し
is
てやるよ
going to get even better number.
そ
Yeah, and I'm going to be the
Kalau
one that
orang
brings them. Gitu. Jadi gitu. Watabe. Gas. Watanabe, sorry. Watanabe bukannya namanya si ini ya? Yang si mad scientist ya? Tergasp-gasp dia. Wow, I'm tired. I put the cardboard box I was carrying down on the desk. Finally, I was able to relax. Compared to the physical therapy I had done after I had done after my coma. This was nothing, but my arms and legs were sore.
大体
Why do we have to help the student council anyway?
そりゃ俺たちが生
Obviously,
徒会に
it's
迷惑
because
か
we
け
are
ち
the
まったからだ
reason
ろ
they're having trouble. Ito was standing next to the windowsill, where the warm sunlight was pouring in. He looked comfortable. There was no one in the room but me and him.
確かに生徒会の
I
仕
did
事を手
say
伝う
I
約束
will
はしたけど
help,
さ
but
いくらなんでも
this is
こ
going
き使
too
いすぎだ
far. I have been running around all day carrying one thing or another. Mondar-mandir ya. Ambil lari-larian. Everyone, myself, most of all, knew that I wasn't cut out for physical labor. Oke, emang bukan fisik ya bocahnya. And what's more,
いいと
Ito, how the hell could he be playing with his smartphone when I was working so hard? After I complained, he said,
んなこと言ったってクレー
"Hey,
ム対
you're
応
the
は嫌
one
だっ
who
て言っ
said
たの
you
お
didn't
前
want
だ
to
ろ
deal with the clubs that had complaints." With just one day left until the festival, all the clubs had complained and demand to make off the student council. They had asked for someone who could listen to them and relay them to the student council. And I decided there was no way I could do that, so I left it to Ito.
それより見たかこれ
Anyway, did you see this? Ito showed me his phone, which he had been playing with.
なんだ
What is this?
さっき渡部が配信してたんだよ
Watabe just
明日のこ
uploaded.
といろいろ
He
喋
was
ってた
saying
ぞ
a bunch of stuff about tomorrow.
え
It's like Ito said, the phone was playing a video that had gone up in the last half hour.
それに見ろよ、この
Look
カ
at
ウン
this
ト
view
数。
number.
最近の報道でどんどん伸びてるっぽいし。
Lately, he's
明日は
getting
期待
more
して
and
もいい
more
かも
with
な。
every broadcast. Maybe we can count on good things tomorrow. Good
期待ね。
things?
なんだよ。
What
そ
kind
の
of
リアクショ
reaction
ン。
is that? You're
お前だ
looking
って昨日
forward
は
to
興
tomorrow
奮してた
too,
だろ。
aren't you? I won't deny that I got a little excited, when I had heard about tomorrow's interview, but
やっぱりいいよう
I
に
just
利
get
用
the
されてい
feeling
るだけ
he's
な気
using
がする
us.
んだよ。
Yalah, pasti.
そもそもあの情
We
報
were
自
the
体
first one to
僕
upload
たちの
our
方が
video.
早く配信して
It's
たんだぞ。
acting like we did it at the
それ
same
を渡部
time.
はいかにも同じタイミ
It
ング
was
だ
a
ったみたい
common
に
media
扱って
trick to suggest things that weren't true without actually lying.
自分の
So
方
he's
が
trying
後
to
出しだ
make
ったってこ
people
とを
forget
うやむ
that
や
he
に
was
しよう
the
としてる
second
って
to
わけか。
upload.
あ
Emang licik ya? And it also felt like he was trying to use all the flame wars to up his view counts.
あ、仮にそうだとし
If
たら
that's the case,
どうするんだよ。
what
明日
do
の
we
インタ
do
ビュー。
about tomorrow interview?
別に普通
Nothing.
に受けるよ。
We just answer a
それが学校
question.
側から
That
の
was the
条件なんだ
school's condition. No, honestly, I would like to shoot him down and show him up as a liar.
けど
But the second I started to get a little excited, the mark left on my cheek after Kawahara hit me started to age. For now, I needed to focus on helping the student council, not the case.
あれ、
Huh?
そういえば川原くんは
Come to think of it, where is Kawahara?
あああ、なんだっけ。
What is it? You
校庭に
know,
あっただろ。
the big
風鈴だかなん
windshield
だか飾るや
decoration
つ。
or whatever that they are putting in the courtyard.
ああ、
ああ
願い事がどうと
The
か。
one about wishes. One of the classes was doing something about the Shibuya earthquake. The hat said they were making an area where you will write your wish on a sheet of paper that will be tied to a wind shim. We had been told to submit something, but I hadn't. To be honest, I don't really like stuff like that.
あれの設置で
He
走
just
り回
said
ってる
he
って
was
さっき。
running around setting it up.
あ、
Oh. What did he speak of the devil? Iya anjir. Kawahara frowned a little when he saw me. He started to open his mouth, then close it, then glanced at Ito, and then sighed. Something in him deciding to just give
終わ
up.
ったのか。
Are you done?
Eh?
Huh? Kawahara was looking at the box I had been carrying.
あ、あ、
Oh
あ
yes.
じゃあ、
Then take the
次は受付
pamphlet
にパンフ運んでくれ。
to the front desk next.
パンフレットです
Pamphlet
ね。わかりました。
Right, got it.
いってらっしゃい。
Bye. I glared at Ito, then picked up the box with the pamphlet, and went to leave the student council room. Kawahara was still frowning at me. That's strange. I was sure he would say something but Kurusu or at least insult me. Ugh. I finished carrying the pamphlet. I went to buy a drink from the vending machine. If I didn't get some caffeine from a mountain view, I wasn't going to be able to move. Someone was tugging at the hem of my uniform. I quickly turned around.
あ、はい。
お
なんでしょう。
Oh, what is it? Oh, si ini Kazuki.
で、和樹か。
Oh, it's you,
脅かすな
Kazuki.
よ。
Don't scare me like that. She had been sent to help with her class display, which was just about to finish up.
クラスの仕事終わったの
Did you
か。
finish what you
だ
were
ったら生
doing
徒会の方の手伝いを頼む。
and help me out with the student council? Kazuki tugged even harder at my uniform.
いや、
No,
だか
I
ら
need you
生
to
徒会の
help
手
with.
伝いを。
Are you telling
も
me
しか
to
して
follow
つい
you?
て。
Tinggal ngomong, cowok. Anjir nih orang. Yeah, she nodded. And she nodded. Nah, ini jujur masih nggak tahu kenapa ada scene yang nongolin ini nih. Positive, negative. Maksudnya apa gitu? Her expression hadn't changed, but it seemed like she was having some kind of trouble. What was going on? Did she want to help with something? I needed to get back to the student council room. Oh. Oh, ada pilih ininya, anjir. But it was incredibly rare for Kazuki to actually come to me for help. It wouldn't be right, just ignore her. Well, I may as well go. Ada pencetan Z sama C-nya, cuy, ternyata.
わかったよ。
I'll
だから
help
引っ張るなって。
You don't have to drag me. I decided to follow Kazuki. Kazuki stopped in front of some large object with a vinyl covering on top of it. What was it? What was this thing? Kazuki stared at it for a moment and then pointed at it.
もしかしてこれを運ばなきゃならないとか。
Do you have to carry this or something? He nodded, but what was this thing anyway? She took a piece of paper out of her pocket. It looked like some kind of handmade flyer. In bright colors and big letter it said, Class 1A, let's build a gun barrel project.
ガンバレルって
Gun barrel.
アニメの
Like in the anime? Gun barrel was an anime that had started back when I was in middle school. When most anime these days only lasted 3 to 6 months. Gun barrel had been on forever. In fact, it had just ended the other day. And some idiots had decided to cancel it just before the last episode could air. This had caused a huge uproar. All of this made Gun barrel a truly legendary anime.
これって
Is
カ
this
ズキのク
your
ラスの展示
class
物
display? I see. Doang coy ni bocah jawabnya. They must have been attempting to make a model. To make a model of the robot from the anime. So they had made all the parts in the courtyard. And now they had to get them to their
でも
classroom.
なんでカズキが一人で運ばなきゃならないんだ。
Why do you have
クラスの
to
連中は
carry this yourself? Where's the rest of the class? I followed Kazuki gaze over to the entrance and saw students in pairs happily carrying large objects covered in sheets.
なるほど。
I see.
ぼっちには辛い状況だ
It's
な。
hard not having any friends, huh? Whoa. Dipukul gitu. Oh. Don't kick me in the shin. Ditendang aja. If you're going to kick me in the shin, don't do it so hard. I have friends. My friends just happen to be absent today. I'm sorry. My mistake. I decided to play along.
で、僕にどうしろと。
So, what do you want me to do? Tapi ini tipe Om Aldo banget sih. Short hair sama glasses tuh Om Aldo.
代わりに運ぶのを手伝
You
う。
want me to help you carry it?
でも、これって重いんじゃない
But
のか。
isn't this really heavy? Don't look at me with those puppy dog eyes. Oh my god, Om Aldo. Fine. Normally, I would have found some way to get out of it, but if Kurusu wanted the culture festival to succeed, I didn't have a choice. I reached down to grab the object under the shed.
よし。
Okay.
そっち回って。
Go over on that
So,
side. Leave on 3,
いっせ
okay?
行くぞ。
Here we
いっ
go.
せーの
1, 2, 3. Oh.
おい、
Oi.
お前リズム感な
We
いの
have
か。
no sense of
完全
rhythm
にず
at
れてる
all.
ぞ。
You're
遅い。
completely off. We weren't in sync at all. Nggak nyambung ya ininya. She will live up a moment or two after I did. Because of that, we almost dropped it to the ground. かな。
僕が悪いみたいな顔するなよ。
Don't act like it's my fault. Let's do it again.
いっせー。
One.
今度は早っ。
That was too early.
もういい。
That's enough of
和樹に
this.
僕が
I'll
合わせ
match
る
you.
から。
So just live it. As she started to live, I did too. We staggered, but managed to keep it steady.
よし。
Let's get
それじゃ
moving then.
このまま運ぼう。
We slowly headed toward Kazuki's classroom, counting 1, 2, 1, 2 to keep ourselves in unison. Of course, I was the only one who actually spoke. Yalah dia cuman
そこんとこ角になってるからな。
There's a corner there. Be careful. Hati-hati. We made it to the stairs. This was where things got hard.
先に登って。
You got up
そうそ
first.
う。
Yeah,
そのままゆ
like
っ
that.
くりゆっくり。
Slowly, slowly.
踏み外すな。
Don't
踏
trip.
み外すんじゃないぞ。
Make sure you don't trip. Ini dia ngomongin ke si Kazuki tapi padahal dia yang bisa jatuh. But making Kazuki go up first that I could hold it from the bottom was a mistake.
あ、おい。
Oi. Even after all my warnings, Kazuki slipped and Whoa. Oh. Damn it. I told you not to trip. We were just lucky we hadn't climbed up that much.
大丈夫か、カズ
You
キ。
okay? Kazuki? Yeah, fan service, guys. The situation was Kenapa harus ada melee? Something you saw all the time in anime, wasn't it? Anyway, I needed to do something about this. Kazuki was so light though. Well, she wasn't very tall, but she had a pretty good body, so actually. Wait, what was I thinking? What if someone came by and saw us? No, I needed to do something, but part of me wanted to enjoy the sensation. Gak gitu anjir, what the fuck? No, knowing Kazuki, there was no way. I just needed to get this done.
カズキ。
Kazuki, are you hurt?
ほら、じゃあ立
Come
って。
on, stand up.
早いところこれ持ってい
Come
こう。
on, stand up. Let's get this over with. Okay. Fortunately, the gown farrell part was undamaged at all. We headed to Kazuki's classroom, being careful not to trip this time. Okay.
1の A、
1A.
ここか。
Is this it? A girl near the entrance saw Kazuki and ran over. She looked like a normal, average girl. Oh, Kazuki, you brought it over. I was sure you would back out. Who is this? Well, oh, I know. You're with the newspaper club. You're having an interview with Watabe tomorrow? How did she know?
君が。
Who are you? Oh, my name is Okochi.
いや、名前じゃなくて。
No, I didn't mean your name.
知ってるんですか。
You know about Watabe? Watanabe? Ah, come on. Everyone knows. There's all kind of rumor about it. That surprised me. I thought that only a few people at school would know about a Nikonian reporter. I had no idea a girl like this, who didn't look like she kept up with the news at all, would know about it. And there were even rumor about it. Good luck, okay? I'm looking forward to
あ、
it. Oh, yes.
ありがとう
Thank you.
ございます。
Kazuki ignored the two of us and took the part inside, then silently put it on the floor. No one tried to help. But as I went over to her, oh, thanks for helping. We'll do the rest ourselves, so just set it there. That girl, Okochi, said that to me. I did as I was asked and left the room. And then Kazuki followed me.
何？
What? Apa? Dikasih lollipop. You offer me a lollipop. You're giving this to me? Bekasan buat dia anjir, what the hell? Was this her way of thanking me? But
それ食
you've
べかけ
already
た。
licked that one, haven't you? Jadi gitu kamu. She sighed and put it back, then took out a small bag from her pocket. It was dried squid.
どうも
But thanks.
手が空いたら
If you're not busy, help with the student council. You're a part of the club too. Kazuki shrugged and walked up the stairs. Maybe she was going back to the club room to play her game some more. I probably couldn't count on her help. Okay. Oh, masih di October 9th. 2015, Friday. Belum ganti ke day ang Watanabe. Hiroko Tashita was working at her part-time job as a grocery store cash register. Hiroko Tashita siapa lagi, Cok? Her husband was always out working late, but he didn't actually make any money. His air-headed personality meant that he was perennially stuck in lower management. Her son was in college and spent all his time playing. He was spending a lot of money to send him there, but she had grown into a selfish boy who constantly demanding cars and trips. Anjir. Of course, their budget was always stretched to the limit. They hadn't built up any kind of saving. They lived in Shibuya, true, but she had to live with her in-laws, which didn't make things easy at all. The idea of going to lunch with her friend from the neighborhood seemed as remote as the fiction she saw paraded on the news every night. She wanted an easier life. Lately, she had been all sight. Yesterday, she had actually sat at work and gotten a warning from her boss, Anjir. The store where she worked was along Meiji Road, about a 5 minutes walk from Shibuya. The lunchtime rush had ended and things were calming down. He wanted to take a little break, but it wasn't break time yet.
合計で
That will be
3127円になります。
3,127 yen. The woman in front of her, who was taking out her wallet, was one she had seen several times before. She wore fancy clothes and had a slender, attractive body. Her makeup was perfect too. Even when she was only going shopping at a supermarket, she must live in a different world. Maybe she was what they called a celebrity wife. The woman seemed very anxious as she waited for her to finish. Tashita hadn't even handed over her change yet, and she had already lifted her shopping basket. What was bothering so much? Was she feeling sick? You did seem a little pale. Tashita wondered about her, but they didn't have enough of a relationship that she felt comfortable asking. She handed her the receipt and her change, and the woman quickly left. Tashita greeted the next customer and then gasped. It was a man. And he was wearing a mask. The mask had the same design as those things they called sumo stickers. She had heard about the stickers on the news several days ago. She had learned that lately they were popular in Shibuya and nowhere else. She had seen them several times on her way to and from work. It was disgusting design, and the idea of Shibuya being overrun with the things made her sick. And this man was wearing a mask with the same design. Masker itu nih. Bukan dong, beda dong. That man, she couldn't see his face. His clothes were completely normal. They weren't particularly filthy, and he didn't look like a crazy man. But that made it even stranger that he had been wearing a mask to hide his face, and no one so poorly constructed that it was obviously handmade. Was this why the last customer had seemed so anxious? Yes, ya pasti dong. The man was standing completely still. He didn't say anything to Tashita. And then she realized that she had been staring at his face for quite a long time. I'm sorry, welcome.
いらっしゃいませ。
He looked inside his shopping basket. It was filled with several bowls of instant ramen and a single 2-liter. It will be 4,378 yen. As she gave him the total, he happened to see the customer in the other lanes. This time, he was struck completely silent. It wasn't just her register. Every single register had a customer wearing a mask. Okay. 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 There were so many of them. They were all standing silently. There were already 10 people lined up at her register, and all of them were wearing sumo sticker masks. The store never got this busy, even at lunchtime on a Saturday. The only thing the people in the masks had in common was that they were men. They all wore different clothes. A tall man in a sweatshirt, a fat, middle-aged man in running clothes, a well-built man in a sweater, and so on, and so on. Not all of them looked like they had steady jobs, but not all of them looked like they were unemployed. And not all one of them said a word. They just stood there in a line, mask on their hat and basket in their hand. The noisy supermarket suddenly fell silent. All the other employees and customers stared at the man in the mask, eyes wide. Lah, udah ganti lagi aja anjir. On my way to the student council room, I remembered that I had been planning on getting a mountain view and headed back to the vending machine. Only caffeine and carbonation combined in the mightiest of drink could slake my thirst. Oh, I found you. Just as I was about to put my coin in the slot, I heard a voice I recognized.
Onoe?
Onoe?
お前、
Weren't you
手が足りない
helping
クラスの手伝いを
one
して
of
るん
the
じゃないの
classes
か
that didn't have enough people?
そう、それそれ。お願いだから助けて。
That's right. Please come help me. She grabbed my hand and yanked me forward.
ちょっと待っ
But
て
I
くれ
just moved a bunch
さ
of
っきからあ
stuff.
ちこち
それどころじゃないんだ
I'm
ってば。
too busy to listen to that right now. You're the only one I can count on.
見つけた。
Ah, I found you. I heard the exact same phrase that I had heard a moment ago.
先輩方、チャオっす。
Hey there, guys.
今日
Glad
も
to
お
see
二
you
人仲が
two
良さ
are
そうで
getting along
何よ
as
り
well
で
as
す。
ever.
有村さん
Arimura?
あなた、
Itu yang terngiang-ngiang ya, yang dibilang bakal. I remember the word she had said before. It was definitely Arimura who was in front of me now. The one at the murder scene, and the one who had been talking to a detective about the case. I could feel myself start to sweat.
有村さん
Ah, Arimura. Why?
やだな。
I told you that you don't need to be so self-conscious around me, right, Rika?
リカ、
Rika?
名前、
Your
セリカ
name
で
is
しょ。
Serika, right?
やだ。
You don't like it?
じゃ
It's
あ、
Seri,
セ
your
リでファイ
final
ナルアンサ
answer
ー
then?
ファイナルなのか。
Is it final? Or is it your answer?
アンサ
It's my answer.
ー。ついでに私のことは、
Then you can call me Hina.
な。
Hina?
ダメ。たど
Not
たどしい
good
ぞ。
enough.
もう一回。
Not good enough. Too slow. One more time.
ひな。
Hina.
まだちょっち硬いけど。
Kok
いいとす
jadi
か。じゃ、よろしくね、セリ。
jadi happy gini ya si Arimura eh? Still a little stiff, but it will work. Okay. Thanks, Seri.
うん。
What was she doing? This wasn't the same Arimura who had told me I was going to be killed. This was how she was when she talked to her classmates. This only made me wonder. Was she planning something? What was she doing in the Love Hotel that day?
お
Oh, what's wrong, Miyashiro?
宮代先輩。
There is so much
視線が熱いですよ。
Patience in your gaze.
あいや
Oh no.
もしや、
Have you fallen in love
惚れ
with
ちゃい
me?
ましたか。
Nggak gitu Arimura. Tapi boleh juga lo. What?
そう
Taku?
なの？
Have you?
違う
No, no,
そうじゃ
no.
もう
Ah, you don't have to
そんな
deny
否定
it.
しなく
Just
て
be
も
honest, you.
素直になって でも言っときますけど、
But just so you know,
私に惚れると怪我するぜよ。
if you fall in love with me, you'll get hurt. It was no good. I couldn't keep up with with her energy.
というわけで、セリ、
Anyway, Seri,
宮代先輩
I'm
借
borrowing
りてくれ。
Miyashiro.
は
Huh? Before I could say anything, Arimura wrapped her arm around me and pulled me away. Hey, Arimu. Hina?
アディオスグラッシャー。
Adios, gracias,
また来
Seri.
年。
See you next year. Ah, kenapa see you next year, anjir?
の
No.
何ですか？
What is it?
話して
Can you
も
let me go?
これは
Sorry, I didn't
気
think.
が回
She
りま
popped
せんね。
herself on the hat and let go of my arm. And then she led me further down the hall, humming as she went. What was she doing? It felt like she was up to something. She must have noticed I wasn't moving because suddenly she turned around.
やだな。
Ah,
そ
come
んなあ
on.
からさまに
Don't
用
act
心
so
しないで
scared.
くださ
It
いよ。
makes me sad.
ひのちゃん悲しい。
She pretended to cry.
一体どこまで
How serious is she? I can't tell.
わからない
ほら、ここです
Here,
ここです。
right here.
ささ
Come
入
inside.
って入って。
She pointed to an empty classroom. What was she planning on doing here?
でも
But
大丈夫です
it's
って。
okay.
取って食ったり
I'm
なん
not
かしません
planning
か
on
ら。
eating you or anything.
いや
No, but damn it. In the end, I gave in and went into the classroom.
さてと、
Now then,
先輩にここに来てもらった理
do you
由、
know
わ
why
かります
I
か？
brought you here? No? I have zero idea.
いえ
No. Of course not.
心当たりないです？
No idea. Yes, we have no idea. That was the only thing I could think of. But seeing the way she acted today, it was hard to believe that it was the same girl,
どっちの姿が
which is the
本当の
real
彼女
her.
なんだろう
Maybe. If what I was imagining was the real her, then the reason she brought me here must be... It had to be... That.
事件の
Is
こと
this about what
です
happened?
か
Arimura's expression turned serious. I gulped repeatedly, feeling a little overwhelmed.
その
I
僕も
wanted
聞
to
きたかったん
ask
ですけ
too
ど
about that case.
何のことですか？
What are you talking about? Arimura suddenly smiled. She was smiling, but her voice made it clear that she was refusing to answer my question. I'll have liked it more if she had been frowning. I opened my mouth, as if being pushed forward by some indescribable fear.
今さらとぼけたって無駄だと
I
思
don't
い
think
ま
you
す
can talk your way out of it
あ
now.
の現場に
I know
君が
that
い
you
た
were there.
君はどうして
What were you doing there? She was looking at me, but I couldn't read any kind of emotion in her eyes. I almost stepped back, but stopped myself.
あ
Ah,
なんか先
you
輩、
kind of
刑
sound,
事さんみたいっすね。
you kind of sound like a detective, you know that? And now she was back with her casual tone of voice.
くそ
Damn it. What is with this girl?
あの人は古い友
He was
人
an
で、
old friend,
時々
and
ああし
sometimes
てあって、
we will
いろ
meet
いろ
and
と
talk like
話を
that,
聞いて
is
ただ
all.
けっすよ。
That was what she had said before when she was meeting with the detective.
だから、
So we didn't have the
先
kind
輩
of
が思ってるよう
relationship
な
you were
関係じゃない
thinking.
ですから。
Sorry to disappoint you.
は
Ah, sorry?
お、とぼけます
Are you
か？
playing dumb?
あんなところで落ち合ってたんだからエッチな想像してたんでしょ。もう
I bet you
男子って
had a
みんな
lot
そうですよ
of
ね。
naughty ideas in your
いや
head
私
because of where we were meeting. You boys are such pigs. Nggak gitu dong.
いや
N-
違う
no,
そうじゃなくて
I didn't.
またまた。
Ah,
こんな
come
ところ
on.
に連れてき
You
たから
actually
本当は
got
ちょ
your
っと
hopes
期待
up
してた
a
んでし
little
ょ。
when I brought you here, didn't you?
だから
Gassy.
そういうのじゃなくて
No, that's not it. It made sense now that she mentioned it, but honestly, the idea hadn't occurred to me at all.
僕はただ
I just
純粋
want
に
to.
その
ふーん。
Hmm? Huh? Arimura looked at me with narrow eyes, as if she was judging me. What was that about?
私が先輩をここに
I
連れて
brought
き
you
たのは
here Because I wanted to learn more about you. Kenapa pengen learn tentang kita?
ことが。
というわけで
So he started to rustle through the contents of a cardboard box that had been beneath the desk. Huh? What was she getting out? What was she going to do with me?
だからそん
Come
なに
on.
警戒しちゃ嫌ですよ
Don't be scared.
これ
I just want
手伝
your
って
help
ほ
with
しいだ
this.
けですから
It was a huge stack of papers. Huh? What is this?
今からこれ
I'm going to
製
bind
本する
this
んで手伝
pamphlet. Help me. Huh?
いやー友達に
A
頼まれ
friend
ちゃっ
asked me to
て
do it. I
ほら、
know. I'm the
私って
type
頼
who
まれ
can
ると
never
断ら
turn
ない
down
タイプじゃない
someone when
で
they
すか
need help, right? No, I didn't know that.
で、待ってく
Wait,
ださい。
if they ask you,
どうして
why do I have to
君が頼
help?
まれ
交換条件で
They
学
say
食の食券2週
They
間
will
分
give
く
me
れ
2
るって
weeks
言うん
worth
で
of
す
meal
もん
tickets for the school cafeteria.
だからそれにどうして
But
僕
why
が
do I?
愚問なそんな
That's
の
a
2人
silly
でやった方
question
が早いか
because
らに
it's
決まっ
faster
て
to
るじゃ
do
な
it
い
with
です
2
か
people, of course.
いや全然理由になって
No, that's not a reason.
まあまあ細かい
Come
ことはい
on.
いんですよ
Don't worry about the
まずはこっちの
detail.
ページ
Start
から
by
折ってい
folding
きま
these
すよ
pages in half. He handed me a stack of prints without waiting for my response.
あの
Um,
ほらほ
come
ら
on.
口を動かす前
if
に
you've
手を動
got
かす
time to
人にな
talk,
りましょう
you've got time to work, right? Then she ignored me and started to work. I guess. Sorry. Jadi serak gini ngap. Bentar, minum dulu. Tes. Okay. I guess that meant she didn't intend to tell me anything else about the case. The detective had said that Kakita, the victim in revolving that case, had been murdered. And that she was cooperating and exchanging information with him. But if I asked her about that, she will find out that I had overheard conversation at Cafe Lax. Damn it. In the end, I was forced to help making pamphlet for one of the younger classes that I knew nothing about.
もうすぐ復興祭っすね
It's almost time for the restoration festival, isn't it?
Oh.
Oh,
うん
yeah, it is.
そうですね。
Yes.
あ
Man,
ーやりにくいな
this is so hard to deal with.
何がですか？
What is?
それっすよそれ後輩なんだから敬語はいらないって言ってるじゃないです
That I
か
told you, you don't have to be so self-conscious.
そうですよ。
Yes, you're right. Absolutely.
うん
Oh,
まあいっか
well, whatever.
そのうちおいおい後
We
々
can worry
後
about
々って
that
ことで
later, I guess. Huh?
と
What were we
で
talking
何の
about
話
again?
そう
Oh,
思い
I
出した
remember.
復興祭
That's right.
復興祭って言えば
The restoration
校庭にあ
festival.
るあの風鈴の
Speaking
飾
of
り
what, you know
先輩
those
何
wind
て書きました
shim in the art? What did you write on yours?
あ
Oh, I don't really like.
いや
No.
なんでも
I. Oh no, I will say what I was really thinking.
うん
え
I didn't write
僕
one.
そ
They
れ
asked me
書いて
to,
ない
and I
です。
forgot.
なん
What?
すかそれ
How
協
come?
調性ないですな
We need to try and fit in with the group more. I couldn't argue with that, but I had a feeling that no one got along with the group as well as Arimura.
でもそっ
Still,
か
Hadn't
そうい
thought
え
of
ばあ
that.
ったか
Maybe I should have
私も
done the
そうす
same
ればよ
thing.
かったかもな
I couldn't tell if she was faking or not, but at least, on that surface, it seemed sincere.
有村さんは
あ
なんて
Arimura, what did yours say?
知りたいっすか
Do you want to know? She brought her face up close to mine.
いや
Oh, no, well,
私はね
mine said, haha. It's a
秘密です
secret.
乙女の
The
秘
girl
密は高
secrets
いので
are
すよ
very expensive, you know? Emang iya, girls. What? Agak kusogaki gitu ya? I really didn't understand. It was the Arimura I was talking to now. There was the Arimura I was talking to now, the Arimura I had seen with Shinjo, and the one that told me I was going to be killed. Which one was the real Arimura?
よし、できた。
Okay, hold on.
ちょっと先輩。
Wait, are you
まだ
not
終わっ
done
てないん
yet?
すか？
You're so slow.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
しょうがない。
Oh,
私が手
fine.
伝ってあげるん
I'll
で、
help.
半
Give
分
me
貸して
half.
ありがとう。
Thanks. No, wait. Why was I saying thanks? There was no reason for me to be doing any of this anyway. Was there? What was I doing?
よっし
Yoshi. Hold on. I reached up to stretch my arm, and every joint in my shoulder, back, and hips crack, gitu ya, kretek. I had been helping people all day, and my body felt like it was reaching its limit.
あざっす。先輩のおか
Thanks.
げで思ったより
With your
早く
help,
終
I
わりま
was
した。
able to get done faster than I expected. Grachi.
それで
So, what do I do with this now?
ああ、いいっすいいっ
Don't worry,
す。
I'll have
そ
them
れは
come
取り
pick them up.
そう。
I see. I thought about asking her about the case again, but decided against it. To be honest, the look on her face I had seen last time still scared me.
そ
I'll
れ
be
じゃあ
going then.
あ、先輩、
Oh, hold on a second.
明日、
You're meeting
Watabe-san
Watabe
to-
tomorrow, right?
うん。
Oh yeah, I
あり
am.
ますけど。
Even Arimura knew about it.
友達もみんな噂してますよ。
All my
今や
friends are
先
talking
輩は
about
注
it.
目
They're
の的。
famous now. Kazuki classmates have been talking about it too. I guess it really was a big deal. That just show how famous Watabe was, I guess.
で、
So I
お願
wanted
い
you
が
to
ある
do
ん
me
で
a
すけど。
favor. Her subtly sweet voice made my heart skip a bit. But I tried my best to hide it.
何ですか？
What?
その対談の時に、あのスクープの元になった画像、どうやって撮ったか聞いてくれませんか？
During the interview, can you ask him how he took that photo for his big scoop? Huh? The photo for his big scoop?
渡部さんの記事に貼ってあったあの画像のことです。
The one in his article. Oh, was that what she was talking about?
どうしてそんなこ
Wh-
と？
Why?
まあま
Come
あいいじゃ
on,
ないですか。
it doesn't
細かい
really
ことは気
matter.
にしない。
Don't sweat
明
the
るく
small
楽しくい
stuff.
きましょう
Just
よ。
have fun with life.
だけど、
わかった。わ
Fine,
かりま
fine.
した。じゃあ、これあげますから、ひなえちゃんとの約束。
Okay. Fine, I'll give you this. So promise your darling Hinai, you'll help her out, okay? Nggak mau. Arimura slid something into my chest pocket and pushed me out into the hallway.
あ、ちょっと。
Wait.
助かりました。
Anyway, thanks.
アディオスグラッシャ
Adios, gracias. I took out the thing she had put into my
食
pocket.
券？
Cafeteria meal tickets. Only 3 days' worth, the nerve. Now that I was alone, everything about Arimura seemed somehow off. Everything that had happened, everything that she had said, seemed like it was covered in lies. Everything, including the reward I had been given, made it seem like I was being tricked. October 9th, 2015, Friday. Masih di hari yang sama berarti. Kenapa ini masih di hari yang... Oh, ngasih tahu kalau ini masih di hari yang sama ya kejadiannya. Tapi kenapa nggak few hours later gitu. Shinjo took out a picture of the face of the man who had stabbed Kurusu, then showed it to Kunosato.
そちらの読み通り、
Just like you
こい
guessed,
つと
the
病院に
attacker
入院してい
was
た例
connected
のイラ
to
ストレー
the
ター
illustrator
と
in
つ
the
ながり
hospital.
があった
Ini 3 orang siapa aja, Cok? Pasti ada ANS. Pasti ada ANS. Just like you guessed, the attacker was connected to that illustrator in the hospital. Kunosato didn't really react. She listened to him speak as if she knew something he was going to say already.
同じ高校の同級生だ
They were classmates in high school. At one point, they were even making manga together,
共同のペンネームで
with one
漫画を
doing
描いて
the
いたこと
art
もあるらしい
and the other doing the story.
そいつらが
Is there
一連の猟奇
any
殺人の
chance
犯人
these
だとい
two
う
were
可能性は
behind the murders? Do they
アリバイが
have
ある
an
の
alibi?
二人とも1年
The
ほ
two
ど前
of
か
them
ら
haven't left their
病
room,
室もしくは
and in the
部屋に引きこ
illustration
もりだ
case, the
イラストレーター
hospital
の方は
for about a year
病院
now,
の監
we've
視
got
カ
the
メラの
hospital
その
security
記録が残っている
recorded to back that up.
壁標の生徒を刺
As
した
for the
男
man
の
who
方は
stabbed the
家族
Hekiho
の証言に
student,
頼るし
we
か
have
ない
to
が
rely on his family
警察に
testimony.
駆けつけてきた
But
と
when they arrive at the station, and then the phone rang, Kunosato picked it up without saying a word to Shinjo.
私です
It's me. Even from here, he could tell exactly how annoyed Hinai Arimura was. But Kunosato got her off before she could say a word.
ごねるつもりか
Are you calling to complain or to give me your report?
そういうところ
That's what I... Konosato had no intention of listening to her complaints. Did she do as she was told? Did she get any result? That's all Konosato wanted to hear. Well,
伝えましたこれでいいん
I
ですよ
told
ね
him that's what you wanted, right?
よし
Alright,
明日は当然お前も立ち会え
you make sure you are there tomorrow in person. Otherwise, there's no point.
こういうの
Can you
やめてもら
stop
え
this?
ません
It's
か
really a pain in the neck, and I'm not interested in cooperating with you.
私はあなた方に協力する気は
Kunosato hung up before she could finish her sentence. Dia dimatiin anjir. Shinjo was glaring at her.
どうした
What's wrong?
続けろ
Keep going.
今のは有村さんだろう
That was Arimura, right?
こっちに無断で
Can you
進
stop
めるのは
doing
やめてくれないか
things without telling me first?
代替案のない批判は誹謗に過ぎないし誹謗は暇人か無能であることの証明だぞ
Criticism that comes without an alternate plan is nothing but slander, and slander is how you prove you're incompetent and have too much free time. Continue.
お前な
You know. Shinjo frowned, dissatisfied, but gave up and flipped through the papers he was holding.
どこまで話したんだった
How far have we gotten? Kita udah sampai mana gitu katanya.
壁標の生
The
徒を刺した
testimony from the family of
the
man who stabbed the Hekiho student.
ああ
Yeah, when they got to the
男の家
station,
族が警
the
察
first
に
thing
駆
they
けつけ
said
てきた時の第一声は
they said,
息子が人を
And
刺
they
すなんて
said
ありえないではなく息子が
I
外
can't
出
believe
するな
my
んてありえ
son
ない
stabbed someone. It was, I can't believe my son left his room. Oke, hikikomori ya bocahnya ya.
猟奇殺人が起こ
They
った日も
insist that
絶
he
対に家
didn't
か
leave
ら
his
出てい
room
な
on
い
the
と
day
言って
of the murders. Kunosato looked upward for a second as if lost in the thought.
その証言
I think we
信
can
用し
trust
てもいい
him.
とは思うな
That crazy page he made was updated at the same time as one of the murders.
まあ
It's possible that the timestamp was fake somehow, but
精神鑑定は
what did his psychological evaluation say?
相変わらず救世主がどうの
It
こうの
was still
と
going on
繰り返している
about being the Messiah. Messiah ya? Jadi Messiah dia anjir. Supposedly.
メガロマニアか
Megalomania? Kunosato frowned as if she was annoyed.
イラストレーターは
What was the illustrator doing around 2007?
2007年
2007? They were still in
まだ地方
Kyushu.
確かか
Is that certain?
あ
Yeah. They moved to
2008
Tokyo in late 2008 and ended up
その時
being
高校で
ended
障害
up
の犯
going
人
to
と
high
一緒に
school with the attacker.
なるほど
I see.
当てが
So
外れ
this
た
one
な
is a blind alley. Then
連れた
all
の
we
は
ended
結
up
局
catching was a
結
pair
界説なん
clinging
かの妄想に逃げ
to
込
the
むやつ
barrier
だけか
theory delusion. Suddenly, she leaned back in her chair, seemingly bored.
結局
So the two of them
そいつら
are
は猟奇
involved
殺
in
人
the
に関して
in
は
the
シロだった
murders,
か
huh? It's likely they are just
単なる歴史
copycatting
シールの模倣犯の可
the
能性
sumo
が高いな
stickers.
模倣犯
Copycatted
アリバイが確立してい
since
る
they
以上
have alibi.
まあある
Even
程度だ
if
が
they
事
aren't
件と直
perfect,
接のつながりは薄
they
い
are unlikely to be
間
connected
接的
to
に
the
つな
case
がるとしたら
directly. The only
歴史シールに
indirect
関する
connection
こと
will
だ
be
ね
the sumo stickers.
原作と絵に分か
If
れていた
one
とい
did
う
the
こと
right
は
thing
絵を
and
描く
one
のはイラ
did
スト
the
レーター
art,
の方だったんだろう
it was probably the professional illustrator who did the art for the manga they produce. Okay.
力士シール
The
が最
sumo
初に発
sticker
見され
first
たの
appeared
は
in Tokyo in
2007年頃の
2007.
東京だ
At the time, they were
そ
in
の子
Kyushu.
漫画で芽が出ず
Their manga didn't
承
work
認
out,
欲
so
から
they started
悪
claiming
ふざ
to
け
be
で
the
歴史シ
creator
ールの
of
作者を名乗りお
The
互いに
two
精神を病ん
often
で
went crazy.
片方は持ち前の画力を
One
生か
is
して歴史
artistic
シールに取り
ability.
つかれ
One
もう
has
片方は物語でも書いているつも
oh,
りで
one's artistic
Sorry,
ability
also
caused them
namatani
to let the sumo sticker take complete control, and the other used that as fuel for his delusion, as if he was writing a story. I see.
無論
Of course, I have no
確証のない推測だ。
evidence to prove this hypothesis,
どの道
but we'll
すぐに
know
わかる
soon enough. Anyway,
それよりも
what was more concerning was the fact that the man hadn't left his room for four years. Would he really leave it just because he had learned about a bunch of stickers appearing? And
AH 東京総合
AH Tokyo General Hospital. That was where the illustrator was kept. During the New Generation Madness, there were rumors that the hospital was involved with a certain religious organization that had been involved in that particular case, and was also supposedly related to Koshin, the company involved in the restoration work that had resulted in security cameras all over town.
俺は正直
I'm not sure. I honestly believe
こん
that
な
these
いたずら
stupid
書きみたい
stickers
なシ
are
ーンが
really
事件に
involved in the
関係してい
case.
るなんて
なら安心しろ
Then don't worry, you'll be working on
Ashita
something
は
else
別口だ。
tomorrow. Kunosato opened up a file she had saved her PC.
これは
What is
明
this?
日
It's an
敵
article
方の新
by
聞部と
Watabe
対談を行う
who is
渡部の記
having
事
an interview with Hekiho Newspaper Club tomorrow.
お前が陰で
The
接
net
触して
reporter you secretly
炎
made
上を煽った
contact with
あのネッ
to
ト記者
start that flame war.
あ
Yeah. He nodded and then opened up a picture of the photo of the sumo sticker that was taken at the scene. And she lined it up against the one in the article. Shinju stared at it for a moment, then he realized
表情が違ってる
the expression are different.
渡部は今回のこと以外でもさまざまな現場に潜入しては大量のスクープ画像をものにしている、
Watabe's made a name for himself by sneaking into a lot of different crime scenes, and not just this one, and getting pictures.
その数があまりにも多いた
There
め
were so many of these
一
pictures
部の人間
that some
が
people
捏
started
造だと言っ
saying
て
he was
専
faking
門
them.
家たちに調査を求めた
Watabe happily agreed to hand them over to a
渡部は
specialist,
心
and
画像には一切改ざんの跡は見られなかった
there was no sign of the photos being altered.
あ
Shinjo figured out what she was trying to say. No way, he whispered to himself. I find
楽しい文化
that
祭にな
culture
るかもしれ
festival
ない
might be a lot of fun. Exhausted from all the work I had been doing, I decided to use one of the meal tickets I had been given. I headed for the cafeteria, but then I realized I had never used the cafeteria before and had no idea how it worked. There were a lot of loud groups that ate there, and I didn't like it. In the end, I gave up. Instead, I decided to go out into the courtyard to check on a thought I had. The wind shim that had been set up for the restoration festival, and the wishes that were tied to them. Arimura had said it was a secret, but I was interested in seeing what she had written down. Maybe I would get a clue as to who she really was. El Saikongro, halo Bang Pisto, welcome to the stream.
と
I tried to find her name among the huge number of wind shim. Ini mulai seru sih, Bang Pisto. There were no clapper inside the shim. With so many wind shim, if there had been, it would have made an incredible noise. I saw several other messages as I searched. Please let everyone be happy. Please don't let anyone be sad. There were a lot of platitudes like that. And then, oh, kenapa deh? Terdiam deh. I found it. Inai Arimura. It was just a single line.
本当のことが見つかりますように。
Please let the truth be found.
Huh?
What did that mean? The truth about the earthquake? No, there was no truth to be found. An earthquake was an earthquake. There was an urban legend that the quake had been caused artificially, but there was no way that could be true. What had she meant when she had written this? Taku.
Ah.
Oh. I turned around and saw a familiar face.
もう
Where
ど
have
こ
you
行って
been?
たの？
I've been
ずっ
looking
と
for
探
you.
してたんだよ。
You're not
電
picking
話し
up
て
your
も繋が
phone.
らないし。
My heart raced a little when I heard that.
だからスマホは落
I
としたん
told
だって。
you, I dropped it.
お
You
前も
know
知って
that,
るだ
right?
ろ。
あ、そ
Oh,
っか。
iya katanya. I had dropped my phone at AH Tokyo General Hospital and still didn't have it back. No, I was probably never going to get it back. I had it now. No, our phone. The two of them that I had seen in the picture on the board in the club room. Of course, I had filled out the paperwork to have it shut off already. The phone itself was locked, so if they tried to use it anyway, it should wipe itself. So they probably wouldn't be able to see what was inside. But still, the idea of someone else, particularly someone else connected to the case, having my phone wasn't a pleasant one. Yes, he.
新しいの買っ
Could
た
you
方が
buy a
よく
new
ない？
one?
まあ、
Well,
そうなん
yeah,
だけど
but
さ。
I would spend the whole day reaching into my pocket and being surprised to find that it wasn't there. Only now that it was gone, did I realize how much I had depended on my phone. It was probably a good idea to do what she said and go buy a new one, but that phone was... banyak kenangan.
タク？
Taku?
なんでもない。
Nothing. Did you
それ
need
より何か
something?
用か。
そうだった。
Oh, that's right.
と
I
に
need
かく
your
大
help.
変なんだよ。
Actually, he had looked like he was in a big hurry a moment ago.
だから何が。
With what?
だからね、
With, well...
とにかく来て。
Just come with me. Oh. Kenapa? Oh no, kenapa? I was dragged off again. Had lost count of how many times that had happened today.
おかえりなさいませ。
Okaeri nasai. Welcome back, Master. Keron, what the fuck? Those voices were from my class project, the Gero Froggy Cafe. After they said their lines, my classmates all started to do some kind of strange dance. They were making a video that would be displayed in this. What the fuck?
だからオリジナルの
Don't
ゲロ
you
カイ
guys
は
know
喋らないんだって。
the original Gero Froggy doesn't talk? Normally, I would have been forced to spend the day recording them, but since I had to help the student council, had been temporarily released.
で、これがどうし
What
たん
am I
だ。
supposed to do with this?
なんか
The
壊れちゃった
camera's
みたい
broken or something.
Huh?
Huh? She pointed to the camera that I had set up.
音が出ないんだよ。
There's
そ
no
れで
sign.
みんな困ってて。
There's no sound, sorry. So nobody knows what to do. Serika tiny finger reached out and hit the play button. She was right, there was no sound from the camera.
変だな。
It's strange.
今朝確
It
認した
worked
時
when I
には
checked it
ちゃんと
with this morning. I decided to start by checking the camera setting.
Huh?
Hmm? Oh, so that was it?
これ、誰
Someone
かが
fiddled with
設
the
定いじっ
setting, right? I don't know.
音声出力が
The
ス
audio
ピーカーじゃ
output
なくなっ
is
てる。
not set to the speaker anymore. I called up the right setting and changed the output method. When I switched it over, I suddenly heard louder and yells coming from the speaker. Whoa, you're right today. Serika smiled. I felt a little relief today. If they hadn't been able to take the video, who knows what the rest of the class would have said about me. Everybody, the camera's fixed. We're going to start shooting, okay? It was never broken though.
じゃあ始めんぞ。
Okay,
カメラっ子。
we're getting started. Camera kit.
はい
Yung pangalan camera
大丈夫
kit
です
ini.
どうぞ
Oh, right. Everything's ready. Go ahead. Since I was the camera expert, I was put in charge of the filming. What a pain in the butt. But I didn't want to have anything to do with this crap.
じゃあ行くぞ。
Okay,
せーの
let's go. Ready. Action. The loud music started to play again, and they all began to dance. But they weren't happy with the result. First, someone messed up the choreography, then they wanted to change their position. It went on and on. Katanya. I only felt like doing a good job in the first few times. They said it was a promotional video, but it was really just a rip-off of something they had seen on the Nikonia. No matter what I did, it wasn't going to turn out right. But they were still smiling as they danced.
何がそんなに楽しいんだろう
Wonder
な。
what's so much fun about this for them.
ごめん。
I'm sorry, I screwed up with it.
もうだからそこ
Come
は
on,
右だって
it's
右
to
お
your
箸持
right.
つ方
You
よ
know
じゃ
you're
なく
right,
て
right?
わかる
The hand you hold your chopstick in. Got it? I really didn't care. I hope this will end soon.
タクダメだよ
Taku?
顔に出てる
No, you're letting it show.
じゃあお前が代わ
And
りに
you
やっ
want
て
to
くれよ。
do it?
タクみたいに
I can't make it
かっこよ
look
く撮れ
cool
ない
like you do.
おだてても無駄だぞ。
Flattery won't get you anywhere.
もうだててなんていないよ
I'm not flattering you. Sarika gave an easygoing laugh like she always did. Oh, fine, she seemed to say. And then,
ねえ宮代
hey,
くん
Miyashiro,
Imamade
can we
no
see what
mireru?
we've got so far? Suddenly, a girl in a costume told to me. What was her name? I felt like I had told to her before.
見れますよ。
You can.
あれ
Hmm?
ちょっと
Isn't the sound
音が
on this
悪くない？
kind of bad?
このカメラのマイク
The
って
microphone on this
音楽
camera
録音用じゃ
isn't
ないん
meant to
だ
record
そうです
music,
田中
Tanaka.
先輩
Tanaka, so that was her name. Sarika was amazing. I was in the same class and I didn't even know her name.
ふーん
Hmm.
ありがとう
Thanks.
あ、そういえば
Alright.
さ
Are you guys in the
新聞部
newspaper
パタ
club
ヤンと対談するって本当
really going to be having an interview with Watayan? Watayan? Watayan?
ニコニアの渡部さんのこ
Do
と
you
ですか
mean Watabe with Nikonia?
本当ですけど。
Yes, that's right.
やっぱマジなの
Watabe itu
Contoh,
nama
masih
mad
ada.
scientist yang di ini gak sih, Bang Pisto? Kamu masih di sini ya? Nama mad scientistnya gak sih? Apa itu Watanabe ya? Kayaknya Watanabe apa Watabe? Ini kan Watabe.
Hah?
He says he is. Why was he bringing everyone over here? Suddenly I was surrounded.
マジかよす
It's true.
対
Wow.
談って何すんの
What are you going to do at the interview?
さ
I
あ、
don't know actually.
よくわかんないんですけど。
Tanaka seemed surprised.
え
Eh?
あの動画のこ
It's
とじ
not
ゃ
about
ない
that video? I was surprised. Even Tanaka knew about this.
てかさ新聞部っていまい
You,
ち目立
you
ってないけ
know,
ど
the
実
newspaper
はす
club
ごかったりする
doesn't really stand out. But are you guys actually something special?
そ
Oh,
そ
no
ん
win.
なことは。
Ada nama Watanabe gak sih di Wakabe? Siapa ya lupa? Wakabe lupa pokoknya ini Watabe. That's not true. If they're having an interview with Watayan, that means. And Tanaka started to talk, and everyone started to listen. What the heck was going on? I knew that Kazuki's classmate and Arimura had talked about it, but I didn't expect my own class to get this excited. Was talking to Watabe that special?
つかよなことよりもう一つ
So
の
is
噂
that other rumor true?
Hah?
Watanabe yang gendut itu gak sih? Lupa. Aku lupa banget. Gak inget aku. Udah lama nonton ya pas aku masih bocah sekolah tuh dulu.
川原と殴り合ったっ
That
て
you guys got in a fight with Kawahara. Oh, I almost reached for my cheek, but I managed to stop myself.
はあマジで
Wait, seriously?
そういえば
少し腫れてる。
Come to think of it, it's a little bruise. A course of what? Wait, how? And why began? Guys, calm down, guys. What was going on here?
すげえな、宮代。
Wow.
お前喧嘩なんかすんの？
Miyashiro, you get in fights? Huh? Kita gelut apa?
いや、
No,
喧嘩ってわけじゃ。
it wasn't really a fight.
で、あれだろ、
Wait
宮代。
wait a
川原っ
second.
てことは、
宮代。
女性と関係あんだろ？
Oh,
い
the
や
Empress was
そ
involved.
のま
No,
あ、そ
no.
うですけど。
Well, yes.
何
Wait.
それ何それ。
Really?
もしかして
Were you
ノノの取り
fighting
合い？
over Nono?
マジ？
Seriously? That's so cool. I couldn't take any more. Huh? Taku? Kejar dia Onoe. I went out to the hallway as the girls started to talk about romance. Okabe Rintaro. Oh iya, Okabe Rintaro ya. Halo Pu Fedelish, kenapa? Pu Fedelish, halo Bro Leonard, welcome to the stream. Kenapa dipanggil sepuh? I leaned up against a wall and sighed. I could hear people in the classroom asking where I had gone. Tuk, tuk, tuk. My head hurt.
タク、大丈夫？
Aku, are you okay? Lu sepuh soalnya sepuh apa? Serika poked her head out of the classroom. I waved a hand and told her I was fine. And then...
人気者になったね。
You're popular now, Taku. Serika was smiling. I had no idea what she was happy about.
お前な。
You know, they were just talking about my interview with Watabe and my argument with Kawahara because it was a good excuse to get excited and have fun.
気づいた？
Did you notice?
何が？
Notice what?
呼び方。
The
カ
way
メ
they
ラ
say
っ子から
your
宮代
name.
になってたよ。
You went from Kamera Kid to Miyashiro. Iya sih, bener sih. Onoe sadar loh. Kita nggak sadar. Aku aja yang baca nggak sadar. Orang-orang tadinya manggil kita Kamera Kid jadi Miyashiro. Was I? Tuh, MC-nya juga nggak sadar kan?
宮代くん？
Miyashiro-kun, Misaki Tanaka. Tanaka yang mana? Tanaka poked her head out from behind Serika.
どうしたの？いきなり出てっちゃって。
Why did you leave? Oh, yang girl in a costume ya? Sepuh game story.
Ah,
Emang iya.
そのトイレに。
Oh, had to go to the bathroom.
そっ
Oh,
か。
right.
ごめん。
Sorry. Tanaka scratched her cheek a little. She looked apologetic.
ごめんね。
Sorry to waste your
大事な
time
対
when
談と
you've
かあるのに
got
ダラダラ
that
しちゃって。
interview coming up.
ダンス
We'll do
次
the
でちゃんと決めるから
dance。right next take.
ああ、
Baik dia ke kita he.
私た
Okay.
ちも可愛く撮りますか
We'll
ら。
make sure you look
頑張っ
cute.
てください。
So good luck. Serika answer for me.
ありがとう。
Thanks. Tunjukin dong si Tanaka ini dong. Aku pengen melihat wangi-wangi lagi ya kan. As she turned to go back into the classroom, I found myself speaking to her.
あ、田中さん。
Tanaka-san,
何？
what is it?
あ、
Well, why was I saying this?
踊りに使ってる
Can
曲
you
の
give me the
音
original
源後で
music
もらえますか？
you are using for the dance later?
それはいいけど。
Sure,
なんで？
but why?
さあ、最初のセリフ以外は踊ってるだけで
Outside
すから。
of the lines at the
セリフと音
beginning,
楽を別にして映像に
all
重
you're
ねます。
doing is dancing.
それで綺麗な音にで
I
きる
can
と思いま
overlay
す
the。music on top of it separately. That should make it sound a lot nicer, betul.
そんなことこれからできるの？
You can do
あ
that?
りがとう。じゃあそれで
Alright, let's
ご
do
め
it.
ん。
Ah,
トイレ
sorry.
早く行って
We
きて。
can go to the bathroom. He ran back into the classroom, excited. Ooh, that made me nervous. I felt so tired. Kau nggak turu kah, Bro Leonard? Hehehehe, kata si Ono. Serika waved her cell phone strapped at me happily. We happy dia. It made the same strange sound it always did. yang udah rusak gitu ya, yang udah
だ
udah
か
lama.
ら何が嬉しいんだよお前。
Why do you look happy?
タクがね、やる気になってるから。
Because you're finally getting into it.
別にそういうわけじゃない。ただ
I'm not really. It's just
どうぞ。
even if it was cliche for a moment, I thought this whole school festival things might not be so bad. Katanya. I opened the lid on my Mountain View and took a big gulp. Oh ya, pasti kalian ada lah minuman yang di luar air putih yang kalian favoritin pas selama sekolah. Kalau aku pas sekolah dulu either susu ultra milk yang original, yang warna biru. Kalau enggak ini sih yogurt. Yogurtnya bukan yang Cimori sih, suka sih tetap yogurt Cimori, tapi aku lebih milih yang satunya lagi. Namanya tuh apa ya, kok aku lupa. Wait. Oh, ini kin Bulgarian yogurt. Dia lebih thick daripada si Cimori. Cimori enak, cuman dia terlalu cair. Jadi kayak nggak begitu berasa yogurtnya. Tapi masih enak. I opened the lid on my Mountain View and took a big gulp. Oh, I had finally felt clear. Mountain View really was the water of life. By the time I had finished helping with the setup for the cafe and the other things the student council had needed me for, it was night. The air on the roof was a little cool on my skin. But still, all the preparation weren't finished, and the student council, including me and the other helper, had been running around the whole time. Itu yang tadi yang aku sebutin di luar kopi ya, kan aku dari dulu air sama kopi terus. Tapi di luar kopi aku suka susu sama ini sih, Kin Bulgarian yogurt tuh, wah best. I might end up having to stay the night.
勘弁してほしい。
I wish they would give me a break.
何が？
Wait, what?
そりゃいくら文化祭だから
Even if it's the culture
何か困ってんの
festival,
だよ
there's no need to stay overnight. Hah? Suara si ininya? Lah,
お疲れ様。
makanya suaranya kok familiar tadi. Good work today.
クルス
Kurusu. Lu kan sakit anjir, ngapain di sini, cok? For a moment, I doubt what I was seeing, but it was definitely Kurusu.
何やってんだ
What are
よ
you doing?
怪我は
What about your
大丈夫？
stomach? Is it okay for you to be up?
いやだ。
Come
あん
on.
まり重
Don't
病人
treat me
扱い
like a
しないで
hospital
ほしいわ
patient.
ね。
Tapi kan lo emang sakit, kocak. But I could see her face twist just a little in pain. Of course, she had only been stabbed 2 days ago. Iya makanya cok, masih fresh anjir woundnya. Masih seger luka tusuknya anjir. Even I knew that she ought to stay in bed.
重病人扱いも
You're a
今
hospital
重病人だ
patient.
ろ
You need to be
寝てな
lying
きゃダ
down.
メじゃないか
Whenever me or the other kid got sick or got hurt, Kurusu was always the one to say, "Don't push yourself too hard. It's okay to rely on the people around you." When I told her that, she chuckled. You remember that, huh? You seem
覚えてるの
a
ね。
little happy.
気になって少
I
し
just
様
came
子
to
を
check
見
on
に来た
how you were
だけ。
doing,
しっかりや
and
って
it
くれ
looks
てるみ
like
たい
you're
で、
doing your job.
ちょっと安心した。
So I feel a little better.
大丈夫だよ
Don't worry, I wouldn't
サボ
skip
るわ
out
け
on
ないだ
you.
ろ
勘弁してくれって言
Even
って
though
い
you
た
were
の
just
に。
asking for a break. Santai, santai. Itu refleks aja.
それは
That's refleks. Kurusu smiled as if she enjoyed watching me choke on my words.
はい、これ。
Here you go. Apa nih? Dikasih apa kita? Kurusu handed me a small bag. It was handmade from felt. Back when I still lived with her, Kurusu had made one for me, Yui, Yuto, and herself each in a different color. Where had I put mine? Come to think of it.
Mhm.
お弁当
Dinner?
あなたのことだから
Knowing
どう
you.
せご飯も
You
ちゃん
didn't
と
eat
食べてない
anything,
んでし
right?
ょ
作ってきたのか。
What? You made this for me?
おにぎりくらいだけどね
It's not much more than rice bowls, though. But still, you made it for me. I didn't have time to make anything more, she said. What was she thinking? Yes. Why would she do that when she was injured? That's right. I sat down and opened the bag. There was a little lunchbox inside. There were 2 big rice bowls, a lightly pan-fried hot dog, and some tamagoyaki. Oh, lengkap. Udah kenyang ini mah harusnya. She was right. None of that was particularly hard to make.
バランスとか全然ではある
It's
け
not
ど
exactly what I would call healthy though. Yeah, emang.
うん
What's
ど
wrong?
うしたの
いや、
Nothing. Thanks.
いただきます。
I suddenly felt really embarrassed. I decided to try and hide it by taking a big bite out of the rice bowl. It was a taste I hadn't experienced in a while, and it was one I used to enjoy all the time. Hey,
ね
can you tell me what
え今
happened
日のこと
today?
聞いてもいい
Kurusu waited for me to finish, then gently asked me. I looked up and saw that at some point she had started staring up at the stars.
Huh?
Hmm?
今日一日何があったのか知りたいの朝から何があってあなたがどういうことをしていたのか
I wanted to know what happened today. Starting from this morning, I want to know what you were doing.
生徒会の手伝いだよ。知ってるだろ。
I was helping the student council. You know that, right?
具体的に聞きたいのよ
I want the detail from
あ
you
なたの口から直
personally.
接
Waduh. Ini kalau orangnya udah deket banget ya. She turned towards me. She seemed very serious about this. Senyum deh. I didn't really know what she was thinking, but I felt like I had to give her a real answer.
和樹の手伝いをした。
I helped Kazuki.
和樹の
Kazuki, no?
うん。
Yeah,
クラスの展示に使う
wanted
パーツを
me
運んでほしい
to
って。
help carry a part of her class display.
そう和樹喜んでた
I see. Was she happy?
多分。
I think.
あ
Oh,
あ、そういえば
come to
それ
think
も
of
くれ
it,
た。
she gave me some dried squid.
そう
I see.
他には
What else?
有村さんに
Harimura
知らない
made
ク
me
ラスの
help
パンフレッ
her
ト作りを手
with
伝
some
わされた。
pamphlet. I don't know what class they were for.
有
Harimura.
村さん
Her eyes narrowed just a little. Harimura was involved in the case, so she probably didn't want me talking to her.
大丈夫だ
It's
よ。
fine.
本当にパンフ
Really,
を
all I
作ら
did
された
was
だけだから。
make those pamphlets.
そう
I see.
それだけなのね
That's all, right? To be honest, I will try to talk to her a little about the case, but if I told Kurusu, I had tried, sorry, he would get worried. So I didn't.
それで
So,
Huh?
what else? Hmm?
あなたのクラスはどうなのゲロカエルン
What
喫茶
about
だ
your
ったかしら
The Ghetto Froggy Cafe, wasn't it?
あ
Yeah.
あ、それはなんとか
It's
形になったみたいだけ
shaping
ど。
up, okay? It's shaping up okay, I guess. Nadanya
あ
harusnya.
なたが映像の担当なんでしょ
You were in charge of the video, right? Oh, yeah. I nodded.
もうほとんど終わってて。
Almost done.
残り
I'm
は明日
doing the
の朝。
rest tomorrow
映
morning.
像はもうできてるから、それに音楽を載せるだけなんだ。
The video's done, so all I have to do is add the music track.
朝で間に合うの
Will it be done in time if you do it tomorrow morning?
十分だろ。
That's plenty of time. Cukup banget ya. And honestly, I hadn't expected to be working until morning of the festival.
でも今日は泊まり込みになるんでしょ
But you have to stay here tonight, don't you? Kurusu told as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I almost couldn't believe it.
毎年、こんなに忙しかったのか。
Was the culture festival always this busy? I had never participated, so I had no idea that everyone was doing all this work. Ini ceritanya kayak lagi pentas seni dan sebagainya, lagi open house gitu sekolahnya.
まあねでも
Yeah,
今
I
年は
guess.
特別
But this year is
復
special.
興祭も近いし 初めての3学年揃って
The
の文化祭だから
Restoration Festival is close, and it's the first culture festival that includes all 3 grades here.
そっか。
That's right. We, third-year student, have been the first class at Hekiho Academy. This will be the first year that all 3 grades had a full class at the school.
もう一日中バタバタしすぎて
I
わ
was
けが
so
わかんなかった
busy
よ
all day, I didn't even have time to think. I had been forced to carry so much stuff that I was getting muscle cramp. Sampai kram ya tangannya ya. And that it was one problem from after another. And talking to new people always made me nervous. Nah ini ribet sih kalau yang kayak gini sih. Emang sih nervous sih. Tapi kalau sampai dia kabur gitu udah kacau sih. And I had to do that a bunch of times. I was really tired. Tawa deh.
何
What? Kurusu saw me thinking back on the day's event and smile.
それで
And?
それであな
And?
たはどう感じたの？
How did it feel to you? How did it feel? It
大変
was
だった
hard.
よ。
それだけ？
Is that all?
うん
Okay. It was like she could read my mind. Damn it. I felt just a little awkward as I spoke.
あのさ、
Listen.
ええ、
Uh-huh.
うちのクラスとか結構いいやつもいた。
There were some decent people in my class.
そうなんだ。
I see.
明日の渡部との対談
Yeah.
楽しみにしてるって。
They said they're looking forward to my interview with Watabe tomorrow.
そう。
I see.
あとカメラっ子って言っていたやつが宮代って。
And the guys calling me camera kid started calling me Miyashiro.
うん。
Yeah.
どう？タクル
Well, Akuru.
何が
Well, what? You look like a mother giving a present to a young child.
事件なんか追わなくても結構楽しいものでしょ？
You can have fun without trying to solve the case, can't you?
それは
That's... I tried to deny it, but I couldn't. That's right. That's right. Kurusu had come all this way, even though she was hurt, just to say this.
タクル、
Takuru,
帰ってくる気にはなれない？
do you feel like coming home?
父さんもユイもユウトもそれを望んでる。特にユイがね、あ
That
なたがお風呂掃除をしていなかったって
and ユウ
うるさいの。
all want you back. Kasih lu aja sih. You especially, enggak lu sih especially. All she ever talked about is how you are not there to clean the bathtub. I could imagine it. Yui was like mini Kurusu. The woman definitely had the upper hand in that household.
タクル、もう事件なんか追わないって約束して
Promise me you are done with the
帰って
case.
きなさい。
Come home.
手伝
There's
っ
a
てほ
lot
し
of
いこと
things I want your
た
help
く
with.
さんあるの。
What the fuck, Lord? Welcome to the stream, ya, Lord.
タクル、
Takuru,
ごちそうさま。
thanks for the dinner. I put the lunchbox back in the bag, stood up, and handed it to Kurusu. Then I headed toward the door.
わかった。
Fine,
考えてみるよ。
I'll think about it.
そう
I see.
よかった。
I'm glad. I could hear Kurusu's footstep as she tries to catch up to me. But the next moment,
クルス、
Kurusu, I heard a small moan, and I turned around. Kurusu had crumpled to the ground, holding her stomach.
おい、
Oi,
Kurusu.
Kurusu. I'm fine, I'm just fine.
大丈夫。
She was trying to force herself to smile, but there were thick drops of sweat on her forehead.
大丈夫じゃないだ
You're
ろ。
not fine. I'm sorry.
とにかく帰
Just
る
go
ん
home.
だ。
I'll call you
タクシー呼
taxi.
ぶから。
I let her lean on my shoulder and we hurried to the front gate as quietly but quickly as possible.
青葉いいまでお願いし
Take
ま
her
す
to Aoba Clinic, please. I got her loaded inside a taxi and told the driver where to go.
タクル
Takuru. Think about what I said.
さっきのこと
Fine, I get it. I moved away so I could shut the door.
タクル
Takuru.
ありがとう
Thank you.
何が
For what? For
何
what?
がだろうね
I wonder. Jadi kapan lanjut kenik om? Hah? Kenik apaan tuh? Apaan tuh? The door, sorry. The door closed and the taxi disappeared down the road. Usually, everyone called her the Empress, and she act like my big sister. Now she looked weak, as if I was the big brother and she was the little sister.
あ、そうだ、ユイ、
Oh, right. Yui. Yahoo. Hello, Maldo. Welcome back. I remember Yui when I thought of little sister. I needed to send her a message about Kurusu.
あ、
Oh, ya HP-nya ya. From right to left. Oh. Oh, Jump King, astaga. Lembur bang hari ini anjing. Waduh. Berarti baru balik dong kamu. Astaga. Makan kocak. Jangan lupa minum mau Maldo. Kau sampai malam, cok. Om Aldo, tadi ada yang bilang ini, ada yang ngomong gini loh katanya loh. Yang merasa ter-PHP, maaf ya, maklum orang sibuk. Apakah orang sibuk bakal mengajak dengan pasti besok kita main? Kayaknya enggak. Iya gak, Om Aldo? Barmu, sumpah, kocak. Tapi udah sepi sih jalanan jam segini. Cuman sisanya ya ini jam segini tuh antara orang mabok, bocah lagi rajin ngebut-ngebutan, sama truk isi daerah Jakarta ya, begituan semua kalau jam segini. I put my hand into pocket and once again I realized that my phone wasn't there. Lihat nih Om, jam segini banyak yang ngebut cok. Soalnya kawan-kawanku gitu. How many times had this happened today? I would have to ask Serika.
宮代
Miyashiro. Huh?
川原くん
Kawahara-kun. Oh no. He's seen Kurusu here.
何かあったの
Did
か
something happen?
いや、
Oh, no.
そうじゃありませんけど
Nothing.
そうか
I see. From the way he was acting, he probably hadn't seen her, right? If he had seen her, he wouldn't be acting this way. He'll probably blame me for putting too much strain on Kurusu and hit me again.
ほら
Ora. Kawahara tossed something at me.
あ
Ugh. I almost dropped it, but managed to grab it at the last second. HP kita kah? Oh, it was a kind of coffee, kirain HP kita ada yang pungut. Oh,
飲めよ
drink it.
いやでも
Thanks, but
泊まり込みになるか
we're
ら
going to be staying here all night, after all.
はあ
Haha. Thanks
どうも
then. Look. He opened another can for himself and took a drink, then looked around the courtyard. There were stalls lined up, each covered in flashy decoration. All the preparation were finished around here.
クルスが来れないって分かった時は
I was
どうなるかと
worried
思っ
when
た
I found out Kurusu couldn't be here,
なんとか形になりそうだな
but it's shaping up well, isn't it?
うん
Yeah. What was going on? Kawahara kept glancing over at me, as if he was waiting for the right moment to say something. Eventually, He took a big sip of his coffee and said,
悪かったな。
I'm sorry.
Huh?
He pointed to my cheek. I knew he was talking about hitting me.
いえ、
No,
悪
no,
かったの
that
は
was my
僕です
fault.
から。
He began to speak hesitantly. Actually, you see,
あの日の次の朝、
the morning after
ク
that,
ルスから電話があった
Kurusu
んだ。
called me. She said she wanted me to
できれば
apologize
お前
to
に
you
謝ってほ
if
しい
I
っつって
could.
な。そんなの気にすることないですよ。
You didn't have to worry about it.
まあな。
Well, yeah,
そ
I
りゃ
guess.
そうなんだけどよ。
Kawahara sighed and stretched. And Kawahara sighed, stretched, and leaned up against the school gate.
癖かもな。
Maybe it's
小学
habit.
生の時から
He's always
あ
been
い
the
つは
class
委員
rep
長っつうか、
since elementary
いつも
school,
リーダー
and
み
she
たいなこと
always
やって
act
たから。
like a leader.
小学生の時からあん
He
なだ
has
ったん
been
で
like
すか。
that since elementary school. Both Kurusu and Kawahara went to the same public elementary school. I had gone to a different private one.
とにかく面倒
She
見が
was
良くてな。
great at taking care of people.
みんなあいつのこと
Everybody
好きだ
liked her,
特に。
especially me
俺とあともう
and
一
one
人。
other girl. Her name was
自信で死ん
Minami
じまったけど
Sawa.
南沢ってやつは
Minami
いつも
Sawa.
クルスと一緒にいた。
He
三
died
人
in
で
the
よくつるんでた
earthquake.
んだよ。
But before that, the three of us were always together.
へえ
Hmm.
知ってるか？
Did you know
あいつ小
that
学
she
校の頃
ran
は
the relay
毎
race
年リ
every
レーの
year
選
in
手だったんだ
elementary
ね。
school?
え
I was really surprised. She didn't seem to be that bad at sport, but she certainly didn't seem to like them. He couldn't do a spin on the horizontal bar. He must have found my reaction funny because Kawahara continued in a more upbeat tone.
あの地震で大怪我してな。
She got really badly hurt
今はそうでもない
in
け
the
ど、
earthquake.
しばら
She's
く
better
歩く
now,
のさえ
but
大変
for a
そうにしてた
while,
んだ。
it was hard for her even to walk. I had no idea. When I had woken up a year after the earthquake, I hadn't seen any sign of that. You probably gone through a lot of hard rehab while I had been in coma.
その影響で運動
And
は
that's
ほとんど
why
しなく
she
なった
stopped doing almost any kind of sport. They
一度だけ運
invited
動部に
her to
誘っ
join
た
a
んだ
team
が
once,
断られたよ。
and she refused.
そうだったん
I
ですか。
see. There was a moment of awkwardness. I didn't know what to do. Come to think of it, I had never talked with Kawahara like this before.
文化祭。
Let's make the culture festival as much fun as we can.
あいつか
She
ら任
left
され
us,
たんだから。
as she left us in charge after all. Kawahara turned away from me and walked back into the school building.
そうか。
So that's why. I realized that he had been acting weird all day because he was waiting for a chance to apologize. The sumo sticker memes will have you dying? What the fuck? A mysterious sticker that started appearing in Shibuya around 2007. No one knows who put them up or why. They're about 20 centimeters times 15 centimeters with a design like two overlapping faces. They have 3 eyes, 2 noses, and 2 mouths. They are called sumo sticker because the face looks like that of a fat man, but no one knows what they really are. Don't call me sumo sticker. Call me Mr. Sumo Sticker. Totally sumo. Nom nom. What the fuck? Now I'm getting excited. I slid here. I dance with bad luck. Those who put their feet in the rain have danced with hard luck. Make peace with the sumo wrestler, it says. Lol.
それじゃあ消すよ。
Okay, I'm turning them off.
うわ
Oh,
思った以上に
It's darker
暗くなるね。
than I thought.
大丈夫か？
You okay?
うん、多分。
Yeah, I think.
みんなおやすみ。
Good night, everyone. Kalian kalau turu nyalain lampu apa matiin lampu, guys?
はいいいよ。おやすみ。
Good night.
おお
Yeah.
うん。
Hmm.
何も見え
I can't see a
ない。
thing.
椅子どこ？
Where is the chair? Whoa. Kejeduk anjir. Kenceng banget kenceng geduk. Oh, Hana. I step on you. I'm sorry.
そこが花ちゃんってことは
If
こっちも
Hana is here, that means that over here is. What was that? An elbow?
ごめんしん
Oh,
ちゃん
I'm sorry, Shin-chan.
何が
For what?
僕だ僕。
That was me.
も
What?
うどこ
I
が
don't know
どこ
where
だ
I
か
am.
なんか落ちた
Something fell.
もういい。
No,
電気
turn on the
い
light.
や、カ
No,
ーテン開け
open
ろ
the
か。
curtain. Okay. Yeah, my pinky toe. I banged my pinky toe. Sakit deh. A dim light pour in from outside. Tapi ini ya, meskipun OSIS harusnya dipisah gak sih kamarnya laki. Tapi Japan, I don't know. Kalau di sini dipisah sih di sekolahku. I could see the outlines of the room. I had no idea what the hell Serika had done, but she was rubbing her head and her pinky toes simultaneously. Oh, hey. We can still sleep like
これで
this,
も
right?
寝られるよね
こんなことなら
え
もう少し片付けておけばよかった。
If I had known, I would have cleaned up a little first. It was almost a new day. Since everybody had to be at a meeting early, I ended up staying at school after all. But since there were no beds, we had to sleep under our desks.
なあ
Hey, do you
好
two
き
have
な
a
や
guy
つ
you
とか
like?
いるの
Oh? Oh, tapi ini mereka cuma berempat sih, satu grup sih
Nani?
yang kenal. Tapi tetap aja ini lebih dikit lagi, Jir.
お前に聞いてね
Bahaya, Jir.
女子2人
Kalau emang orangnya asu aja. I'm not asking you. I'm asking. Ya, kita nggak mungkin punya yang kita suka dong, guy, anjir. Where did this come from?
いいか
Just
らよ
answer me. Do you annoy
私
me? I like everybody.
そういうんじゃ
I
なく
don't
て
mean like that. No,
いやいい
never mind. What about you,
Kazuki
Kazuki?
は
うーん
Oh, don't try to sleep and eat dried squid at the same time. Anjir. Dia masih makan itu, Cok. Bangke. And what about your
じゃ
first
あ
kiss?
ファーストキスは
When was
い
it?
つだ
まだだよ
I haven't had it yet.
うーん
Ooh.
しんちゃんはいつ
What
な
about you,
の
Shin? When was yours?
まあいい
Never mind. I was a fool
夜の
for
学校
expecting
にお泊ま
anything
りと
out
いうイ
of
ベン
you
ト
two.
お前
It's
ら
because
相
you
手
were
に期
staying
待
at
した
school
俺が
overnight.
愚かだった
そうだ
forgot.
忘れて
So I
た
set the alarm
目覚まし
for 5
5時でいい
a.m.,
よ
right?
ね
She fiddled with her smartphone as she told.
あれはな
Are?
ちゃんどうしたの
What's wrong?
Huh?
Huh? Was that voice Hannah? I had never heard her laugh before. What was so? Wait a second.
尾上の顔か。
Oh no, his face.
なんで変なの
Why? Is there
私の
something wrong with
顔
my voice? The light from the phone screen lit up Serika's face in the darkness like a horror movie. Oh. She must have been waving her hand because it will appear then disappear and then reappear again. Hmm. What?
どういうツボだよ
How is that funny? I couldn't help but agree with him. Did she love horror? Or did she look like an anime character in an MMO?
私の顔っておかしいの
Is there something wrong with my face? Ih, ketawanya. Kazuki burst out laugh. Serika moved closer to her. What's so funny? What's so funny? Serika said as she moved closer. And for some reason, they started to tickle each other.
仲がよろしい。
I'm glad they're such good friends. A lot had happened today. Ya, tapi besok harusnya lebih a lot lagi aja. They were all new experiences to me.
事件なんか
You
は
can
な
have
くても
fun without trying to
結構
solve the case,
楽しいも
can't
ので
you?
しょ
Maybe I could.
タクル
Takeru?
もう 事件なんか終わらないっ
Promise
て
me
約
you're
束
done with
して
case. Come home.
帰ってきなさい。
There's a lot of things I want your
手伝
help
ってほ
with.
しいことたくさんあるの。
If I wanted to, I could go back to the orphanage and live the same life as everyone else. Or could I? Oh, ini harusnya milih ya. Cuman kita nggak milih, kita stay normal ya. Tickle, klidik.
こら、逃
Hey,
げちゃダメ。
no running. Hey, stop screwing around and sleep, girls. Semangat lemburnya kayak player. Udah beres dong. Udah beres. Ini baru mau balik deh. Lagi balik deh lebih tepatnya. Lagi di jalanan. Why did girls like to touch each other so much? It's not like you guys are lovers. Stop it. Me and Ito are right next to you. Don't forget that. Oh. Ito took out his phone. The LCD screen lit up.
どうした
What's up?
忘れてた。
Forgot.
そろそろ0
It's
時だぞ。
almost midnight.
あ。
Oh.
た
Hey. Ito stood up and started to fiddle with the clubs. PC.
はい
Hello.
2015
It's
年
midnight.
10月
October.
10日
Welcome
0
everyone.
時になりました
I'm your host, Kay.
皆様
Hati-hati di jalan dong
Yo,
kabar
saya-
yoi. I
ケイさ
defend
ん
their
今
voice.
日の夜は
It's a little
少
cool
し冷え込ん
tonight,
でいます
isn't
ね
it? It seems like
着実に秋が
autumn is
到来してい
upon
るよう
us.
です
How are you all
いかが
doing?
お過ごしでしょうかさて
Now,
本日
Then-
放送の機会を設
Now
けさせ
then-
ていただいたのは
the reason for today's
聞いて
broadcast
くださっ
is,
ている皆
I'm
様なら
sure all of you know already, don't you?
本日10
Today
月10日は
is October 10.
6年前に
6 years
ヴァンパイア
ago,
と呼ばれた事
the
件が起きた日付で
vampire
す
accident occurred today. She was right. I had totally forgotten. Today was October 10th. Somewhere in Shibuya, probably in next 24 hours, someone would... No. I had just thought about this, right? I could live the same life as everyone else. I could just forget about the case.
電
A
話
phone call.
んだ
Who could
よ
it be
こ
at
んな
this
と
hour? Ito froze as he looked at the phone. Dari HP kita.
しんちゃん
Shin-chan.
これまでの経緯
I'll explain what
を
happened
もう
once
一度簡
more.
単に
Kei's voice suddenly vanished. Ito had muted it. His hand was shaking a little.
おい。
Oh shit.
やべえ
What the hell is going on?
何かだよ。
With what?
電話
The call
お
was
前から
from
だ
you. Oh, bener kan? Dari
Hah?
dia. Huh? It took me a minute to understand what he was saying. Then he showed me the screen.
だから
Look at
これ見ろ
this. The screen read Takeru Miyashiro. You're kidding me?
なんだよ。これ。
What's going on? My phone was locked. No, wait, I called the company and had them shut off the account.
どうするんだよこ
What do
れ
we do with this? Huh? I didn't know what to do. Will I ignore it? I had promised Kurisu that I would give up the case. No, wait. It was not really the time for that. My mind raced, but I couldn't come up with an answer. Good. The next thing I knew, I had grabbed the phone from Ito and answered it. There was silence as everyone held their breath and watched me. I put my ear up to the phone and heard nothing. All I could hear was the sound of my own heartbeat. At the same point, my breathing had become shallow and pain. I leaned against a nearby desk just to give myself some means of support. The person on the other end of the phone said nothing. She like, what do I do? What do I do? Damn it, what the hell was going on? Say something. Say something, you idiot. Who are you? My voice was shaking so much, it was pathetic. Everyone was perfectly still as they watched. It was no good. I couldn't hear any. Ketukan maut, bro. Taku? Hey, what's wrong? I dropped the phone, fell to my knees. Sarika had come over towards me. I grabbed her and held her tight. I was so scared. I was so scared. It's that sound. The knocking sound I had heard when I was at the hotel. I frantically rubbed the ear that I had been holding up to the phone. But it wouldn't stop. It wouldn't go away. That sound. My chest was filled with foreboding. I had snuck into the hospital and they had stolen my phone. Didn't that count as something really bad? Oh, udah siang ya? It's 9:30, everyone. Are you ready? It's time for the third annual Hakiho Academy Culture Festival to begin. Hooray! 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 What the hell? Wow! Wow! All the students in the gym roar as soon as Kawahara finished. Cheerful music began to fill the room. The student in costume, who probably belonged to some club or another, began to dance. Half of the students watched them and laughed as they left the gym. They were probably the student in charge of the classroom display and stall in the courtyard. Kazuki looked over at me to see if I was okay. Yeah. Well, I'm okay. Even if it was a lie, it was all I could bring myself to say. I couldn't smile. Because of her talents, Kazuki was asked to handle the audio system along with me for the student council opening ceremony. The rest of the student council, except for Kawahara, as well as Sarika and Ito, should have left during the ceremony to patrol the school. It was only going to get busier when the school opened to the public at 10 a.m., about 30 minutes from now. When that happened, people from the outside school will be allowed in, and many different events will be held. Open house here. I had to do my job. I had to do my job too, but I couldn't bring myself to get out of the chair. Hah? Dikasih lollipop. No. Kenapa? Mendekat dia. Dikasih squid. He thought for a moment and took out a piece of dried squid from who knows where. No, that's not fine. I'll take it. No, that's not fine. I'll take it. Sorry, gitu maksudnya. Salah penggalan tadi bacaku. I grabbed the lollipop and stood up. Kazuki stayed to handle the audio. She might have problems communicating, but there were other members of the student council, and she would probably be fine. Thanks. We're showing a student film in the AV room on the second floor of the special use building. Tickets are 100 yen. Pamphlets are free. Starting at 9:30, we are playing comedy tennis at the tennis court on the roof. Get fired up. I ignored the advertisement and headed to my destination. Apa tuh? Oh, ruangan kelas mereka. After that, Ito had picked up the smartphone and called the number back, but no one had picked up. There's only the message that played when you shut off the service. The customer has requested that this number was temporarily disabled. We talked for a while, but none of us had any good ideas. Pada zero idea semua ya. By 3 a.m., we had settled on participating in the culture festival like normal and then laid down on our desk to get some sleep. But I couldn't sleep. I was too nervous. Mentalnya kena soalnya. I call it. Psikisnya udah kena ini. In the end, I didn't get a wink of sleep and was only half awake for the opening ceremony and final check of the class video. Okay. In the morning, I had passed Arimura in the hallway. She had the smile on her face that she wore when she was with her friend. He only made me more nervous, and I was still nervous right now. I didn't yawn even once. Oh. I could see Serika patrolling the stalls near the gate through the open door of the school. Come to think of it, she had said she hadn't slept well either. If someone with her appetite was ignoring all the tasty treats for sale at the food stall, she must have been telling the truth.
だよな。
Yeah, Serika had made contact with them at the hospital too. How were they able to call when I had shut off my phone? Iya udah di magis banget anjir. No, I should stop thinking about it. I had asked myself all these questions already. Why had they called Ito? How were they able to? Was there a reason they called right at the start of the day of the new generation madness? Shall I go to the police? But will they believe me? Iya sih, pasti nggak bakal dipercaya sih. And I hadn't come up with an answer to any of those questions. I could hear a loud murmur in the distance.
おい、裏門の方、渡部来てる
Near
ら
the
しいぜ。
back gate, they say Watabe's here.
マジかよ。行ってみようぜ。
Seriously, let's go see.
Huh?
It was early. The meeting was supposed to be at 1 p.m. Oh wait, he was going to do an article on the culture festival itself, right?
タク行かないの？
Aku, you're not going?
Oh.
Oh. At some point, Serika had woke up behind me. Was she on patrol?
どうせ後で会うん
I'll
だ
see
し。
him later
別にい
anyway.
いよ。
It doesn't matter. And suddenly, he got very close to me. Whoa,
元気が足りないな。
you need to be more
もしかして
energetic.
まだ昨日のあれ
Are you
気
still
にしてる？
thinking about what happened yesterday?
そりゃそうだろ。
Of course I am. I'll be crazy not to be thinking about it.
というか、
You
お
were
前だっ
looking
てさっき
gloomy
まで
until a
暗い
moment
顔し
ago
てたじゃない
too.
か。
When I had seen her just a second ago, she looked really glum. But for some reason, she looked better now. She looked surprised that I had seen her. And then,
それはそうだけど。
that's true.
で
But
もさ、
if that's how it
だっ
is,
たら何かが起きる前
then
に私たちが
then
解
we
決
just
す
have
れ
to
ばい
solve
い
the
じゃんっ
case
て。
before something happens. Oh, dia pengen ngecegah ya? Huh?
5人で仲良く真
Finding the
実を
truth
追求し
together.
解
All
決す
five
るの
of
が
us
新聞部のモ
is the
ットー。
newspaper club's motto, right? Curiganya sih, entah kenapa ya, karena aku baca stand gitu. Karena kan ini Ono ya, aku sama nama si Tuturu gitu. Siapa ya? Lupa namanya. Pokoknya yang Tuturu. Curiganya nanti si MC-nya langsung fucked up brain-nya. Kena mental banget pasti Ono ya modar aja. I had never heard that motto before.
タクならできるって。
You can do it, Taku. After giving me a completely baseless motivational speech, she went back to her patrol.
タクならできるってか。
You can do it, Taku.
タクル、
Takura,
もう事件なんか終わらないっ
promise
て
me
約束して
you're done with the case.
帰ってきなさい。
Come home. There's a lot of
手
things
伝
I
って
want
ほ
your
しい
help
こと
with.
たくさんあるの。
For now, I needed to get through this interview. First, there was the video to talk about, and then... Wait, ayo ke... bentar ya, sekali mau isi air. Okay, I'm back. The sumo sticker with a different face. It would be great if I could ask Watabe what that meant too. I took a deep breath and started to go over the interview in my head. Ahem.
来ないね。
No sign of him, huh?
渡部さん、どうしちゃったのかな。
What? I wonder what happened to Watabe. It was already 1:11 p.m. The interview was supposed to start at 1. Yang bilang Watabe modar. Everyone had heard that Watabe, the famous journalist, was going to be here. The audience seat in the gym were packed. There were even people standing. Everyone in the newspaper club except Kurusu had arrived, and we were waiting below the stage. All the preparation were complete, but there was no sign of Watabe himself.
控え室にはいた
He
んだ
was in the waiting room, right?
あ
Oh, of course. He
あ、
came
1
to
時
say
間くらい前かな。挨拶して
he
きた。
came to say hello about an hour ago.
何やってんだ緊張してトイレか
What was he doing? Did he get nervous and have to go to the bathroom? I did.
Huh?
Huh?
ここだけの
Between
話
you and me, I've lost count of how many trips I've made to the bathroom today. I don't think I can do this. I can't talk in front of all these people.
今さらなんだよ。
Yes, it's too late for that now, man. Kalau kata Galen dan kawan-kawan mah ini anjir. Potato already became French fries, bro. Katanya. Sure, but I couldn't help but be nervous. Wasn't any good at dealing with crowd or people I didn't know. But now I was going to have a deal with both. Take the hint.
よし伊藤部長の座を譲る
Okay,
お前が仕
Ito,
切ってくれ
you're the club president now. You do it.
アホか。
Don't be stupid. Ito laughed away and over that I had made in all seriousness. He stood up from his chair.
それにしても遅えな。
Still,
みんな
he's
待ちくたび
really
れてる
late.
じゃん。
Everybody getting
生
tired
徒
of
会は何
waiting.
してんだ？
What's the student council doing? Watabe was supposed to be getting the VIP treatment, and it was the student council job to take care of him. But with Kurusu gone, they were probably having a hard time keeping up with all their work. From what I had heard, without Kurusu there to keep the peace, fights and arguments were breaking out everywhere. That only went to show how much everyone relied on her.
仕方ねえ
Oh,
な。
fine. I'll go get him.
ちょっと呼んできてやるか。
Oh, Shin. Wait, I'll go too.
あ
Oh, hey. Don't leave me and Kazuki here alone. Neither of us are capable to talking to anyone. Yeah, anjir. What if Watabe came while they were gone? What would we do then? But Serika and Ito went off to the waiting room without us. This was a problem.
あれれ
Oh,
まだ始まってない
it
っすね
hasn't started yet, huh?
先輩行っちゃおっす
Yo, hey there. Oh, it was just Arimura. Come to think of it, she had asked me to ask Watabe about that picture.
ずいぶん遅いですね
It's really late, huh?
あ
Oh yeah,
はい
they're going to get him.
今
No.
ほー
Hmm.
そうだ
Alright, I'm Arimura.
有村さ
I
ん
want to ask you something.
なんすか
What?
画像のことについて
You wanted me to ask
渡部さんを
Watabe
追
about
求して
that
ほしいん
image,
で
right?
すよその画像って
You
Love
mean
Hotel
the
の
one
歴
of
史
the
シールの
sumo
ことでしょ
sticker at the Love Hotel, right?
それには僕たちも興味を
We're
持ってるんです
interested
け
in
ど
that too. How much do you know about it? Arimura looked serious for just a moment, but then she grinned.
情報量は高
That
く
information gonna cost you, mister?
お金取るんですか
You're making me pay?
当たり前よ
Of course.
キャッシュで
What
5000
the
万
fuck?
スイス銀行に振り込んでくんな
Of course. 50 million in cash deposit directly into my Swiss bank account.
小学生みたいなこ
Stop
と言って
acting
ない
like
で
a little
本
kid
気で教
and
えて
tell
くださ
me.
い
Girl,
渡部さんにはう
I'll
まく
do
質
my
問
best
し
to
ます
get
から
something out of
だから
Watabe.
僕ら
So
に
help
情
us
報を
out. So help us out too.
ねえ先輩
Hey, boss. Kok dia bos artinya? Senpai anjir.
何度も言ってま
I
すけど
told you, you don't need to
私
be
に敬語はい
self-conscious
りま
around
せん
me.
よ
I'm going to
改
keep
めて
saying
くれ
that
るまで
until you
ずっ
fix
と
it.
あ
Yes,
はい
ma'am. She changed the subject. Arimura was incredibly interested in Watabe's picture of the sumo sticker. Did she think if I questioned him about it, she might gain some valuable information? I considered this as I watched her twin tail bounce in the air. And then suddenly, the curtain on the stage began to rise. I could start to see the bottom of the lectern and the chair. Huh? Huh?
ねえ始まっちゃい
Hey,
ますよ
starting, where are the
伊
others?
藤先輩たちは
There was no message from student council. We had no idea what to do as we watched the curtain rise.
とかよ
Finally, you're late, Watabe. Watabe! As the curtain rose, the gym was filled with the cheers and boos of the student.
人
Itoone, what are you doing? Get back.
あ
Huh?
れ
Suddenly, Arimura spoke.
どうしたの
What's wrong?
あの
Look,
見
something's
てくだ
wrong.
さいなんか変です
He pointed to the stage. I looked up towards it.
Huh?
Huh? Watabe had come up the stair backstage and was walking toward the podium, but he was staggering and struggling. to stay up, and he looked like he was in pain. There was thick sweat on his forehead, and something that looked like drool was dripping down from his lips. Ugh. What was even stranger was his stomach. How to describe it? The spot between his ribs and his hips, right where his stomach and intestines would be, was all swollen up. He heard the word beer belly a lot, but it was worse than that. It was as if someone had stuck a giant rubber ball under his shirt. The students saw this and started to whisper. Their voices grew louder and louder. His moans grew louder as he reached the center of the stage. Just listening to them was enough to make you go crazy.
何ですか
What is that? What the heck is that?
わからない
I don't know. The whole gym, including the three of us, started to get louder. Oh. Oh. Yeah. 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 The student screams echoed in my ears. Some people were trampled in the mad dash for the exits. But as everyone else was panicking, Harimura and I stood there in silent shock. That's...
そんな
No. Something was pouring out of Watabe's mouth, mixed with his blood and stomach fluid. It had a face. Of course, it wasn't Watabe's face. It was something we had seen many times before. What was it? I knew it well, but it took me a few seconds to understand. And then...
力士
Sumo speakers? Yeah! Arimura began to scream, her voice joining the cacophony created by the other screaming students. October 10, 2015, Saturday. Oh, ini sejam sebelum, 12:28 p.m. In an unused classroom in Hekiho Academy.
何もないところですいません
Can you
が
wait here?
ここでお待ちいただけますか
Sorry, it's so empty here.
いえ早く来てしまったのはこちらですから
No, it's my fault for coming early. Watabe bowed, and the man who had led him here from the teacher's office bowed back. Then the man left the room. He had forgotten the man's name as soon as he heard it. All he remembered was that he was a typical high school teacher with somewhat delicate features. That was all Watabe thought he needed to know.
しかし
Still, this place really is
なんでもねえ
empty.
ところだな
He had heard that Hekiho was famous, but once he had gotten inside, he had found that it was just a normal high school, maybe a little cleaner than most. Bentar guys, bentar. Okay, I'm back. He had seen a TV. He had seen a TV crew from some station interviewing a student on his way here, but he couldn't imagine there was anything worth asking one.
まあ
Well, I guess there are some people here who are worth something. Worth something? What do you mean? Since his ostensible reason for being here was to do an article on the culture festival, he had to take a few pictures, okay? Since it didn't matter what pictures he took, he decided to just walk through the school. As he went by a class that was doing some kind of ghetto froggy cafe, there was a bit of a fuss. Student after student had asked him for handshakes and autograph. Almost entire class had known his name. He had even taken a selfie with a girl who said she was a huge fan of his. When he had told her to keep it a secret, he had given him an innocent smile. That was the way it should be. That was the way normal people were supposed to act.
もっと上に行ってやれ。
I'm going to get even bigger. It was the only a short while ago that an online friend of his had suggested he come here. When he had been putting together what he had found out about the sumo stickers, those fucking brats at the newspaper club here had published just before he did. He had given up on publishing his own article, but at least decided to show it to someone. When he had let his friend to see, he will let his friend to see it, they had suggested he publish it anyway. True, he was confident in the article itself. He had gotten a very good picture of the sumo sticker at the Love Hotel, which the newspaper club had only been able to get from a distance. There was a chance he would be called out for plagiarism, but then his friend had continued. You're capable of turning what to your advantage, right? His friend knew him well.
所詮は
At the end
高
of the
校
day,
生の一
there's
部
still
活
just a high school club. Everything will depend on how he handled the interview, but Watabe was confident he could use this to bolster his fame. The ideal result will be to show that the newspaper club were the one who had copied him. They uploaded their newspaper to Nikonia all the time, so they were sure to know who he was. If he offered them the chance to help with his article, they will jump on it no matter what demand he made. He had started off at the very bottom, and he had worked his way up this far. He was capable of getting any scoop he wanted. His power was a blessing from heaven for a man who wanted to be a first-rate journalist. In the whole history of journalism, there had never been a case where a net reporter had identified a suspect ahead of the cops, the news, or the magazine. When a writer at a weekly magazine had found a suspect before the police, the whole Japan went into an uproar. Watabe wanted to surpass that.
あとは警察
The
への
only
関
other
与
thing I need
完
for
璧
it
だな
to be perfect is connection with the police. His one worry was the Love Hotel incident. When he had charged into the crime scene and gotten into a fight with the cops there, his camera had gone out of focus, and he had failed to get part of the sumo stickers. He had used that to get his scoop. But if someone on the police force was paying attention to those stickers, and if they were enough of a weirdo to be paying careful attention at the Watabe articles, they might find something strange.
まあ大して違っては
It's
いな
probably
いだろ
not that different. People didn't really want to hear the truth. They wanted lies that sounded true, embellished so that they were all the more pleasing. Oh, dia ngemalsuin ininya, stikernya.
Hmm?
Makanya dia dihukum gitu ya? Oke. When he heard when he heard the sound, he quickly flipped himself back into hardworking, good-natured reporter mode. Tapi ini rasanya jadi kayak Nader. Aku suka Nader. Makanya aku cukup suka ini story.
はいどうぞ
Yes, come in.
どうぞ
Come in. They didn't open the door, nor did they say anything. What a big grunt, soft enough that they couldn't hear, and then put on a smile as he went to answer the door. Okay.
何ですか
What
あれ
what is that?
何ですか
What is that? Kata Rimura. I don't know. Kazuki bilang. Wow. Sayangnya hobi membaca saya datangnya mut-mutan loh. Wah. 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 Iya. Iya. Yeah. The students all started to panic at once, and the gym was filled with screams. Walaway. Then Watabe's body fell to the floor as if in slow motion. Muntabuku haya. His legs were splayed. His eyes were open wide, still full of the terror of the death. He was weeping tears of blood, and that's
そんな
no way.
力士
Sumo stickers. Yeah! Yeah, it was a huge pile of sumo stickers. Watabe was probably already dead, but there were still crumpled sumo sticker pouring out his mouth. Apakah ini yang disebut tidak dikasih makan dengan baik loh? Kenapa? Wah. My heart was racing. Beads of cold sweat had formed on my back. I felt a scream welling up in my throat. But something held it back. Itu muntahnya stiker bukan hasil lo. The police. My phone. Watabe's eyes were motionless, pointing toward nothing in particular. I wanted to look away from this madness, but I couldn't.
警察ってナンバー
What's the number of the police? That's right, 117. No, wait, the
117
police were... Wait, what was it? Maybe it was 119. Boy. Huh? When we heard a voice, we were finally able to tear our eyes away from Watabe's body. There was a female student making her way toward us, past the crowd fleeing toward the exit. Female student? No, she felt too grown up for that. And she was wearing a wide lab coat. Between that and the sharp look in her eyes, part of me thought she might be a corner. Oh,
一体何
sini
があった
What happened here? She slowly looked around the gym. Her gaze stopped at Watabe's body.
あれは
What is that? And then without moving an eyebrow, she said,
やったのは
Did you do that?
お前たちか
Kenapa salah kita, anjir? Chapter 4. Her words.
なるほどな。
I see. So the
じゃあ
victim
被害者
渡部
渡部さんは
didn't
時間にな
arrive
っても
at
体育館に
the
現れ
gym
なかった。
on time.
はい
That's right.
そこで
So you three,
宮代くんと和樹さん、それから
Miyashiro,
有村さんが待
Kazuki,
っていたところ、
Arimura were
彼
waiting
がいき
when
なり
he
舞台に上が
suddenly
ってき
appeared on the
て、
stage.
そ
And
こ
then
で
it
事件は
happened.
起きた。
That's correct?
はい。
Hi.
うん
Hmm. After that, things happened fast. The black-haired woman called Detective Shinjo, who contacted the police station since our club was supposed to have an interview with him. We were questioned in our club room. During the questioning, we could hear students yelling outside, the sound of dozens of patrol car sirens, but soon it all faded back into silence. The police had probably sealed off the whole school. There had been no announcement about that was going to happen with the culture festival. But after what had happened, there was no way it wouldn't be shut down.
で、伊
So,
藤くんと
what
お姉
then?
さんは
Ito and
事件の
Onoe
前
went to
に
the room where
渡部さんの
Watabe was
控室へ
waiting
行った
before
ん
it
だよね。
happened, right? You two
渡部
didn't
さんと
see
は
him.
会わなかったのかい？
Am I a suspect? That's what Ito must have thought, because he suddenly started acting strange.
でも
But
控室には誰もいなかったんす。
there was no one in the waiting room, right, Onoe? Yeah, it was empty.
生徒会の役員は
What about the student
渡
council?
部さんの世話をしてた
Someone
はずだろ？
was supposed to be taking care of him.
それも
They
いなか
weren't
った
there
です
either. Erika must have been surprised by the sudden question, because she started to fiddle with her Gero Froggy cell phone strap.
おいお前
Hey you. Siapa? Oh kita sini. Onoe. Huh?
不愉快な音を立て
That
る
sound is annoying.
うるさい
Stop it. I'm sorry. She must have only then realized she was doing it because she quickly took her hand away from the strap.
尾上、落ち着け。誰もお前を疑ったりしないって。
Onoe, calm down. No one thinks you did it. Yeah. Thank you,
ありがと
Taku.
う。
有村さん、
Arimura-san.
二人の言ってる
Is
ことは
what
本
those
当かな？
twos are saying true?
ええ、
Yes,
嘘じゃないです
they're
ね。
telling the truth.
本当に
It
誰
looks
も
like
いな
there
かったみ
was
たいです
really no one else there. There was no doubt in her voice. From the look on her face, you will think she knew the whole story. For some reason, Shinjo seemed to believe her.
そうか。了解だ。
See, got it. Huh? Yeah. He had believed every word Arimura had said during the entire questioning. It was kind of strange. Did the two of them trust each other that much?
一応
I
聞いて
guess
お
I'll
くが
ask you as well.
有村さん。
Arimura, what were
君
you
は体
doing
育
before
館
you
に
went
行
to
く
the
前
gym?
は
何言ってるんですか？
What are you
直
talking
前
about?
まであなたたちと一緒にいたはずで
I
す
was
け
with
ど。
you too until just before that.
もしかして忘れて
Did
ま
you
す？
forget? If
も
so,
し
I'll
そうなら脳
recommend
の
a
精
total
密検査を
scan
受けることをお
of
すすめ
your
しますけ
brain.
ど。
いや、
Oh no,
もちろん
of
分かっ
course,
ている
I
さ。
know that. I
た
just have to
だ
ask.
念のためというやつで。
Shinjo scratched his head as if he didn't know how to respond. Take that back. There clearly wasn't any trust between two of them. In fact, he didn't seem to know how to handle her. Then why would he trust what she said? Something felt strange. And there was one more thing. Arimura had said that she was with Shinjo until right before she came to the gym. But there had been barely any time between Watabe's appearance on the stage and Shinjo's arrival. What had Shinjo been doing at the culture festival?
まさか最初から何かが起こると予想してた。
Did he know something was going to happen? And then he had gotten in touch with Arimura ahead of time?
うん。
From what I'm
状
seeing,
況から
the
考
odd
え
of
る
you
と
people being involved
君
in
たち
his
が彼の
staff
死
are
に関
law.
与していることは
But
な
then
さそうだ。
who killed
し
Watabe?
かし、そうなると誰が
And how? Ya anjir, masalahnya itu juga kalau mau pakai logika juga anjir dia sampai muntah stiker segede gaban anjir. Itu mau dilogikain juga nggak masuk anjir.
渡部さんが舞台に上がってきた
Did you
時
see anyone suspicious
怪しい人を
when he
見
was
たりしてい
going
ない
up
か
on stage? No,
はい。
no one.
君はどうだ
What about you? The black-haired girl had been leaning against the wall with her arm crossed. She looked up.
残念ながら
Unfortunately, no.
私
By the
が駆
time
け
I
つけた
got
時
there, the place was
現場は
already in
パ
a
ニック状
panic.
態だったからな。
Her voice was as mature and calm as her appearance. He was probably a third-year student, but I had never seen her around the school before. Maybe the white lab coat was because she was part of the biology club or science club. But what will a student be doing here with a detective?
まったく
What a nuisance.
面倒なことだ。
If you people had been the
お前たち
killers,
が犯
this
人
would
だっ
have
た
been
ら
nice and easy.
簡
Iya
単
dong,
に済ん
lebih
でよか
gampang
った
dong.
んだが。
Kenapa
それ
Omar tiba-tiba
どういう
jempol?
意味です？
Oh, udah nyampe kamu? Baru benar-benar nyampe atau udah beres-beres? Harusnya udah beres-beres mandi makan sih. What does that mean?
どうもこうも
It means what I said.
私からすれば、
From
あ
where
な
I
たの
sit,
方が
he
怪しい
looked
です
a
け
lot
ど
more。suspicious than me.
私は犯人じ
I'm
ゃな
not a
い。
killer. Well, you should know better
どう
than
だ
than anyone if I'm lying.
私が
Arimura was clearly annoyed, but the black-haired girl didn't seem to care in the slightest.
まあまあ、久野里さん。それくらいにしといてくれ。
Now, Kunosato, that's enough. Her name was Kunosato. Then evidently she knew Arimura, but it was clear from their conversation that the two of them didn't get along, and for some reason,
おい、
oh,
お前、
you.
え？
Huh?
はい
Yes.
僕ですか。
Me?
他に誰がいる
Who else is there?
それは
Well,
さっきから。
what have you been
何も
staring
じろ
at?
いえ
な
別に。
Nothing.
だったら下でも向いていろ。
Then look down or
うっとうしい。
something. You're bothering me.
あ
Oh, okay. I didn't know why, but Konosato seemed to have it out for me too. Not this Arimura.
一体何なんだ。
What was going on here? What did I do? I had never even met this girl before. Why would she act like this?
って、
No,
いや待てよ。
wait a minute. Or was I wrong? We had actually met somewhere before. Did I do something to tick her off then? It was no good. I tried to remember and couldn't. But strangely,
彼女の声
her voice, it felt like I had heard that voice somewhere before. But where?
ダメだ
It's no good. I can't even remember things when it really matters. It was really bugging me. There is nothing so useless as information that was inside you, but that you couldn't retrieve when you needed it. Bener aja, bener banget. Apalagi kayak pas ulangan anjir. Padahal kita udah hafal. Cuman pas ulangannya lupa anjir, ngeblank. Information was only available if you could use it.
とにかくもう一度確認
Let
さ
me
せて
just
くれ
check this one more time.
君たちは
You're below
舞
the
台の
stage,
下で対談
waiting
を
for the
待ってい
interview to begin.
ただが
Watabe
いくら
didn't
待って
show
も
up on
渡部さん
time.
は現れず
Ito and
伊
Onoe
藤君と尾上さん
went
が
to
様
check
子を
on
見に行っ
him.
たその後しばらくして
A while
突然
later,
渡部さんが舞台
Watabe
に上
came
が
up
っ
on
てき
stage
て
and collapsed.
そこで倒れた
Is that correct?
はい
Yes. I suddenly remembered the way Watabe had looked. His eyes were out of focus, but full of terror. He was weeping tears of blood. His hand was stretched out, as if seeking help. And the sumo sticker poured out his mouth, covered in blood and vomit. It was a bizarre scene. I looked over at Arimura, and she must have remembered it too, because she was wincing.
両目から出
Blood
血
was coming out of both eyes.
口からは
He
異
was
物を吐いた
vomiting
が
something up from his mouth. That
吐き出したのは
something was those
力
strange
士シールと呼ば
sticker
れ
they
る
call sumo
妙なシール
stickers,
だ
right?
った検視は進んでいるのか
Is
新
forensic
庄さん
doing their job right?
解剖はいつ行われる
Is forensic doing their job right now, Shinjo? When is the autopsy?
子供たちの前で
Hey, not in
そ
front
こ
of
ま
the
では
children.
子供たちの
In front of the
前
children.
か
Kunosato snort, annoyed.
まあとにかく
Well,
君
anyway,
たち新
all
聞部
of
に
you in
は
the newspaper
全
club
員ちゃん
have an
とアリバイがあ
alibi.
る
You don't
心
need to
配しなくてい
worry.
いからな
I breathed a sigh of relief. Even if I knew I was innocent, I would still be terrified of being arrested anyway.
ただ君と有村君それと和
But
樹
you,
君は
Arimura,
事件を間近で見た目
we're all
撃者だ
witness to the death. I'm sorry, but the
申し訳
officer
ない
in
が
charge at the
所轄の
station
担当者
wants
が
your help
資
with
料を作るの
paperwork.
に協力
はいはい
Right,
嫌だっ
right.
て言ってもどうせ連れてくんですよね
You're taking me down there whether I want to go or not, right?
いや
No,
別に君たち
you're
は
a
被疑者じゃ
suspect.
ない
We
か
just
ら
want your
あくま
cooperation.
でも協力をだ
You
ね
see?
この前もそん
That's
なこと
what
言
you
ってま
said
した
last
けど
time, wasn't it?
うん
Uh-huh.
しかし
What is it
なん
with
だ
you
ろう
people?
な君たちは
Shinjo pressed his hand through his bang, and he hadn't cut his hair for a while.
何がです
With what?
前回の柿田さんの
First
事
there
件と
was
いい
Kakita's
先
death,
日の彼女
then the other
ク
girl,
ルスのの
no
さ
no
んの死
Kurusu
傷
got
事件と
stabbed.
いい
Whenever
ここのところ
something will happen
怪しい
lately,
事件
you are
と
involved.
これは偶然
Is
なんだ
this
ろう
just a
か
coincidence?
それは
Well, he was right. Even ignoring what happened to Kurusu, this was another potential homicide, like revolving death. But we were just innocent bystanders. 1.3 berapa guys ya? 1 lah Maldo. I knew that better than anyone.
僕たちは本
It's
当
really
に
just a
たま
coincidence.
たま
たまたま
A coincidence? Kunosato interrupted me.
本当にたまたまなのか
Is it really a coincidence? Is
お
there
前
a
たちが
chance
気づいていないだけで
there's something
何
that
かある
making
可能
all
性
this
は
happen around you?
事件を呼
We
び寄
just
せるよう
don't
な何
know
か
what it is. I tried to say something back to her, but I couldn't. Her eyes were that cold when she looked at me. Damn it. What was with this girl?
あの
I was starting to get angry, and that was enough to get me to open my mouth.
僕あなたに何か
なんだ
What? I regretted immediately. She was scary.
えっと
Well,
言いたいことが
if
あ
you
るな
want to
ら
say
はっきり
something,
言
say
え
it. You're wasting time.
じゃあ
Alas,
聞
did,
かせ
did I
て
do
もらいま
something
す
to upset you?
けど
あ
そのなんだか
You
すごく
see
嫌
to
わ
really
れてるよう
dislike
な
me?
いや僕の気のせいだったら
No, if it's my imagination, I'm
気
sorry.
にしない方が
You
いいです
shouldn't worry
よ
about it.
先輩
She's like that to
この人
everyone.
は誰に対してもこん
To
な感じ
everyone?
ですから
Was that true? It was okay then.
誰に対しても
Not to everyone.
という
Only
の
to
は
you
違う。
お
people.
前たち
To us people.
ああ、そうだ。
Yeah, that's right.
お前たち
That's right. You people. Did she mean me and Arimura? Or
あの
have we
も
met
しかして
before
い
somewhere?
や、
No.
お前のその新規臭い顔を見
This
る
is the
のは
first time I've
Hajimete
ever
da.
seen your irritating, gloomy face. Damn it. Then why did she have to be such a bitch? Tapi cukup bitch sih. Om Aldo, masalahnya suara Nesan emang cakep iya, tapi dia cukup bitch. Anyway,
とにかく
given the nature
手
of the
口から
death,
見て今
it's
回の事件
possible
も
that this is
これまで
related
の
to the
猟奇事
other
件との関
incident.
ニュージェネの狂気の再来っすか？
So it's the return of the new generation madness. The strange way that Watabe had died. Jangan gitu sama wanita ya, Fed. Tuh. Kenapa? Kalau emang dia kasar ya dia kasar. Tapi saya nggak pernah kasarin perempuan ya, Om Aldo ya, santai. And then the fact that today was October 10. Just like Shinjo said, it was possible that there was a connection.
ああ
Yeah.
司法解剖の結果
We'll
を
have
待
to
たな
wait
ければ
for the
断定
autopsy
は
to
できな
know
い
for
が
sure, but the
日付
date
と
and
犯行
nature
の
of
異
the
常性
crime
は一致する
match.
ところで宮代
By the
君
way, Miyashiro,
聞いてもいいか
can I ask you a question?
はい。
Uh-huh,
何でしょうか？
yes. What is it?
あのボードは君たちが
Did you put together that board? Oh, dia ngeliat ya. Shinjo was looking at the map that we had put together to follow the case.
はい。
Yes.
そうで
ちょっと見せてもらってもいい
May
か
I
な
take a look? Shinjo stood up without waiting for my answer and walked over to the board. Kunosata moved away from the wall and followed him.
これ
What do you think
No.
of this?
そうだな。
Good question. The two of them started to whisper to each other. I tried to listen in, but I couldn't make it out. With nothing else to do, I whispered to
あの
Arimura.
さ、
Does Kunosata go to her school?
あ
For some reason, Arimura was staring at me in surprise.
僕
Did I say something weird?
いえ
No.
先輩が
If
タ
you
メ
stop
口だっ
being
たか
so
ら
self-conscious. Ah, I must have been distracted. I so distracted by everything else that was going on that I didn't think.
ごめんなさい、つい。
I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
いえ
No,
その
it's
ままで
fine.
いい
I've
で
been
す
telling you to stop for a
私は
while
前
now.
わかりまし。
Fine.
じゃなくて、
I guess
わかった
I
よ。
mean
有
fine.
村さん。
有村
Arimura.
さんもつけなくていい
Just
で
call
す
me Arimura.
わかった。
Okay, Arimura. First, the two of us had been together at the scene of Watabe's death, and now we had that strange, arrogant woman angry at us. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Maybe that's why I was finally able to talk to her normally.
それで
So,
何の話でしたっけ
what were we talking about?
だから、あの人。
The two of them were still talking about something in front of the map I had made.
知らないんですか
You don't know?
先輩と同じ3年
She's a
生だそう
third year
ですよ
student like you. Though I guess
と言っても
she almost never
ほとんど
come to
学校に
school. Ah,
学校に来ないっ
he
て、
doesn't come to
不
school.
登校ってこ
He's a
と？
truant.
さあ
I don't know that
私
much.
もそこまでは
So she was in my grade. But I was sure I had never seen her at school. Ito and Kurusu had a lot of connection. Would they know her?
っていうか、
Anyway,
そもそも
Who
何
is
者なん
she?
だ？
She doesn't seem to
僕
like
たちのこ
us.
と。
さあ
I don't know.
さあって。
Wait, you know her, right?
私も
I just met her a
この
while
前会った
ago
ばかり
and don't know the
で詳しい
detail.
こと
Just
ただ、
yes. Our conversation was cut off by the sudden sound of a phone.
失礼
Excuse me. Shinjo took his phone out of his pocket. It was an old Japanese flip phone. Who still used one of those in 2015? I started to worry about whether a wrong-sider like that. Kagak ngerti. Nggak usah alasan kamu bohong kamu Maldo. That was capable of solving this case at all.
Ah.
Oh, I see.
そうか
Got it. I'll be
Wakata.
on my way.
それじゃ
Oke, paham gitu katanya. Ngerti. Oke, aku OTW gitu katanya. Someone must have told him to go somewhere. Ada seseorang yang suruh dia ke suatu tempat nih katanya. Dia lipat HP-nya terus taruh lagi ke kantongnya katanya. Terus dia ngadep ke kita.
俺たちは先に失礼する
We're leaving now.
君たちの
Kita
迎え
cabut
は
dulu
少し後に
katanya.
なると
Someone
思う
will be
が
here to pick you up later. Katanya
Kayaknya
nanti ada yang
kamu
datang jemput. Aku yakin. I do hope that you'll help us, okay? Aku harap kalian bisa bantu kita. Bakal bantu kita. Oh.
わかりました。
Alright.
だから
Come on, don't
そう
look so
めんどく
annoyed.
さそうな
I'll
顔
make
する
sure
なっ
it doesn't
て
take
時
much
間が
time
かから
anyway.
ない
I'm
ように
counting
手は
on
打っ
you.
ておく
Ayolah katanya jangan
それじ
terlalu
ゃ
kayak
頼んだぞ
annoyed gitu. Karena itu terjengkel gitu. I'll make sure it doesn't take nggak bakal lama kok gitu. Lagi pula aku berharap pada kalian ya. Gitu. I'm counting on you. Ngarepin lah, ngandelin. Itu Amalda, udah saya nggak mau translate lagi, malas. Shinjo motioned to Kunosato and the two of them left the room. As she left, Kunosato gave us one last cold glance. And the room fell silent. No one felt like talking, so we started to take out our phone or read magazine. He had said it would be a while before the police would arrive to pick us up. The only thing we could do was kill time. Ngapain tuh kill time ya?
なあ
Doi. I tried to talk to Arimura, but she either didn't hear me or was ignoring me. She was playing with her phone, too. She seemed to be trying to get in touch with someone. It looked like she had a lot of friends, so she may have been asking what happened with the culture festival.
もう一度
Maybe I'll go over the
事
case
件
again.
の整理をしてみるか
ねえタク。
Taku. Serika stopped me as I started to head for the board.
どうした尾上
What is it, Onoe?
能力者って
What is a
なんだ
psychic?
ろうね。
は
Huh? Psychic. Wait, psychic. Like those con artists you see running the little shops, couldn't be.
なんだそれ
You mean
ラノベかなんかの
like in a
話
comic book or something, right? Tuh Omaldo, orangnya datang Omaldo, si tukang PHP.
新藤さん
Just now, Shindo.
新庄さんか
Shinjo, you mean?
うん。
Yeah,
さっき
Shinjo
新
was
庄さんが
talking
制
about
服
them
の
with
上
the
に
girl
白衣着た人と
in the white lab
お
coat.
前二人の
You could
話
hear
聞こえ
them.
たのか
It was true that the two of them had been mumbling in front of the board. I could barely hear it, but Serika was evidently able to make out some words from where she was
歴
sitting.
史シールの不可思議な現象とか
Something about the
能
strange
力者がなんと
phenomenon
かとか
of the sumo sticker and psychic. I wonder if it had something to do with the case. But kenapa cok? Kenapa tiba-tiba ngomong hamil anjing? If they were talking about it now, then of course it had something to do with the case. But still, psychic. Like a mind reader or something? Or someone who could move stuff with his brain. Kenapa tiba-tiba hamil aja? What the fuck? They didn't think this was all being caused by psychic with superpower or something, did they?
いくらなんでも
Melissa
警
Borsi, what
察
the
がそんなこと
fuck?
真面目に
There is no way the police will seriously think that, right?
聞き間違いじ
You
ゃない
sure
の
you
か
didn't mishear it? Tuh Amaldo, si tukang PHP Amaldo. Both Ito and Kazuki were looking at her questioningly.
そうかな
I don't know. I
確か
heard
に
it pretty
そんな
clearly,
風
I
に聞
think.
こえた。
なあ有村
Hey, Arimura,
何か
do you have
心当た
any
りはない
idea
か
what he's talking about? She had spent time with Shinjo. Maybe she knew, but
有村
Rimura?
ああ、なんで
What's
すか
that?
そ
I
れ
don't watch anime. What the
私
fuck?
アニメと
Kenapa
か
jadi
見ないん
anime?
で
He didn't seem really interested. Well, that's what most people our age would think when they heard the words psychic.
尾上他に何か聞こえなかったか新
Oh
庄
no,
さん
did
た
you
ちの
hear
話
anything else they said?
他
Anything
に
else?
他にはね
She was about to open her mouth. But then the sound of the door opening cut her off.
おーい
Oi,
宮代くん和樹く
Miyashiro
んいる
Kazuki, are
そ
you
れに
here?
有村君も
Harimura too.
先生
Sir?
よーしよし
Good,
おとなしくしてる
We're
ね
here. We are on
そ
our
ろそ
way
ろ
to the
警察に
station
警
I
察
thought
の
the
人が
police were
迎えに来るん
coming
じゃ
to get us.
引率係だ
Bang
よ
ini nggak ada taktik apa
Kimi
gitu,
kaca
pencet
biasanya
apa gitu,
hanzai
nggak
saja
ada. Namanya gak visual
Akuma demo
novel,
uchi no
Maldo.
seito
Kenapa
dakara
kamu
ne.
bosan? Maaf ya,
警察に
gameku.
呼ばれたなら僕が連れて行くのが筋だと思って
Maaf ya, kamu suka yang cerita-cerita gini. Maaf ya. Pencet-pencet doang, mana nih combat nih? Ya, setidaknya aku nggak PHP lah ya, Maldo ya. Skip aja langsung lawan bos, nggak ada bos di sini. I'm going with you. You're not criminal, and you're student at the school. If the police want to talk with you, I think it makes sense for me to take you there.
どうだい
Well, aren't I
僕っ
a
て
good
いい
teacher?
教師だろ
As if he had ever actually done anything for us as our advisor. Maaf ya game aku nggak cocok sama kamu gimmick Enggak, gimmick apaan? Nggak jelas kamu bubuk. I felt just a little relief.
それじゃ行こうか
Alright, let's go.
ああ
Oh,
伊藤
Ito
君
and
とお前
Ono.
君はす
You
ぐに
two
帰
are
宅
to
する
go
こ
home
と
immediately, got
Ini.
it? Fedelish hamil
Wis.
apa sih? Kenapa jadi hamil? Right.
は
Okay. The two of them started to get ready.
先生、
Sir,
なんだい
what is it?
その、
What's
文化祭
going
は
to
どうなる
happen
んで
with the
しょう
culture
か。
festival?
さあ
I don't
今
know.
ちょうど
They're having a meeting
会議
about
中
it
で
right
ど
now.
うなるかはまだ
Amir
わか
capek
らない
bersama.
ね
Oke, Maldo sama Damimire. Wajar sih kau. Turunlah. Dadah guys. Oke, Maldo. Thank you udah mampir ya. They're having a meeting about it right now. That's all he said before he left the room. The decent puppy. It was strange. Why had I asked that?
文化祭なんて。
I don't care about the culture
別に
festival
どうでも
anyway.
よい。
嘘ね。
You're lying, aren't you?
Eh?
Lying? Oh. I wanted to ask what she meant, but it was clear that she wasn't going to tell me. Yeah. She followed Walkway out into hallway. Besok libur kocek ngapain diri? Emang iya, bubub. Yang bener kamu.
どうかした
What's wrong,
Miyashiro
Miyashiro? I could hear him from outside the room.
ん
Oh? Kazuki made a let's go gesture and looked at my face.
と、
There was something that I wanted to know no matter what. What Serika had to say. So I kick it. But Shinjo and Kunosato seriously discussing the word psychic. Wakui and Trins had interrupted our conversation, but I wasn't sure if it was okay to really write the idea of a silly nonsense. At least bukan iya bubub.
すみません。
Excuse
その、
me. If
これから
we are
警
going
察
to
行
the
くなら、
police station,
結構
it's going
時間
to take
かか
a
り
lot
ま
of
すよね。
time, right?
そうなる
Probably.
だった
Yeah.
ら、貴重品とかまとめて、持って行ってもいいですか。置きっぱ
Then
なしって
can
い
I
うの
gather
もな
up
ん
my
で。
things and take them with me? I don't want to leave them here.
ああ確かに
Oh, you're right,
有
Arimura.
村君
You go to your
君も
classroom
自
and
分
get
の
your
教室へ
things.
行って持ってきなさい
Your things
僕は
too.
昇降
I'll
口
wait
で
at
待
the
ってるから
entrance.
はい。
Okay. I listen to the two of them walk away. Okay, that should buy me a little time.
おい、
Oi,
Onoi.
Onoi.
おどうしたの
Huh? What is it, Taku?
し、
But what we were
さっき
talking
の
about
話の
before,
続きだ
can
け
you
ど、
tell me more?
聞かせてくれないか。
Okay, what is the target being questioned for their involvement in the case? The suspect. It appears unlikely, but they may finally have noticed. Understood. Understood. Continue. Of course. Max KD. Amy. Oh. Jadi kita target kan October 10, 2015, Saturday. Shinjo grimaced. The smell of death was enough to make him nauseous. Tomoaki Watabe's body had been taken to the university hospital and put on an autopsy table list. Then 2 hours after his death. Normally, an autopsy would never be held this quickly. There was paperwork that needed to be filled out, and the family needed to agree. But Watabe's death was so bizarre that the cause of death needed to be found as soon as possible. Betul kita target, betul-betul bubuk. Shinjo had taken a hard line with his superior and used rather forceful methods to get the family's permission to perform a lightning-fast autopsy. The police force as a whole seemed determined to avoid a repeat of the failure 6 years ago, but what was truly unexpected was Kunosato's statement that she would attend the autopsy as well. Kunosato, si cewek. Bukan si yang cowok itu ya. Since he couldn't let a civilian, especially a high school girl, attend an autopsy Oh iya, yang si cewek kan Kunosato tuh unsupervised, he had been forced to go with her. The hospital autopsy room was kept clean and very different from the musty atmosphere you often saw in foreign movies, but to Shinjo, the invisible smell of death was still thick in the air. It was nothing like seeing a body at a crime scene, but it was almost physically uncomfortable. But Mio Kunosato, as near as he could tell, didn't seem bothered at all. Shinjo and Kunosato were watching the autopsy from the waiting room next door. The wall had glass to allow them to see into the room. Fedelish kematian bentar mau masak mie dulu, semoga mie-nya tumpah ya. The external and internal examination had been completed, and now they were opening up the stomach and examining it.
君は
Did you
こうなる
expect this
こ
to
とを
happen?
要件
Expect?
今日
Why did you say you were going to see Watabe's interview today?
それどころか
Not only that, you ordered Hinai Arimura to make contact with Watabe yesterday.
まさか実は
Don't tell me
君
you're
が黒
actually
幕
the
だとかい
one
うオチはやめてく
behind
れ
all
よ
this, okay?
そうできるなら
If I could do it, maybe I
そうしてもいいかな。
would. Shinjo couldn't tell if she was serious or not. He had spent the last several days with her, but he still had no idea what she was thinking.
渡部が殺され
Punya
るかも
jelek
しれ
selalu
ないと
berbalik
い
ke
う
Fedelish.
予感
Emang
は
iya. Emang jelek.
予感を確信に変えるため
Emang
に
jelek.
有村に接触するように指示したんだ
Dia berdoa semoga mie kamu 300 kali lebih gurih. Wah, itu lebih jelek lagi. Kamu langsung mati dong. Gak mau. Jadi kamu langsung mati dong kalau 300 kali lebih gurih. I had thought that Watabe might be killed. I told Arimura to make contact with him so that I could be sure.
だが
But I certainly
まさか
didn't
今日
expect
殺
that
され
he
ると
would
い
be
う予
killed
想を
today.
有村ひなえが渡部に接触する
What
と
would you learn
何が
when
わかるの
Hinai Arimura made contact with the Watabe? He didn't answer him, even though he was sharing police information with her. Kalau aku nggak ada, kamu datang nggak ke pemakamanku, Fed? Ya, kasih aja dulu alamatnya, nanti kamu kirimin ya alamatnya. Will it really kill her to be a little more cooperative?
渡部はあの若さで
Don't you think Watabe's gotten a few too many scoop for a reporter his age?
ああそれが何か
Yeah, why? He says he spoke. He could hear a muffled moan from the coroner. Cek DM gak mau. Gak mau. Apa DM gak mau? Gak mau. What the? There were a microphone in the autopsy room that would let them hear anything said there.
どうしたんだろ
What's wrong? I can't believe
うどう
this.
したんだ
What's going on? Shinjo pounded on the glass and motioned for the coroner to explain. The coroner nodded and moved the body so that they could see it better. And then he held up a pair of tweezers. He plunged the tweezer into Watabe's open abdomen. From where Shinjo and Kunosato were standing, they couldn't see inside. Tweezer seemed to grab something. Look at this. Gemesin banget sih kamu, pengen ku makan rasanya. Oh my god. Nyam 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 gitu. That was all he said as he lifted up the tweezer. Between them was a sumo sticker in excellent condition. This was found in the stomach. It shouldn't look like
綺麗
that.
すぎるな
It wasn't twisted or broken. The sticker was almost entirely intact. That's not at all. This is insane. Suddenly, Kunosato opened the door leading into the autopsy room.
おい勝手に
Nggak kuat nahan ketawa akibat geli dan cringe. Dih, emang aku kelitikin. You can't just... Ih, tapi ini karakternya wangi, cok, dia, cok. You couldn't go in there without changing your clothes or disinfecting yourself. He tried to tell her that but gave up. It was more important to find out what the coroner had seen. So he followed her in, even though he knew he wasn't supposed to. The coroner said nothing. He just stood silently, holding his tweezer. Even Kunosato was shocked by what she saw in the body. So was Shinjo.
これは
This is He covered his mouth with a handkerchief. It was just too bizarre. Apa sih Bubub dia mulu anjir, what the fuck? Kenapa dia mulu anjir? Watabe's stomach was so swollen it seemed about to burst. And inside the stomach, he could see not just dozen but hundred of sumo stickers.
まだちゃんと確認
We
はしてい
haven't
ないが
confirmed yet, but the
食道にも異常なほどの
esophagus
膨張が見られる
shows similar sign of swelling.
シールが途
It's
中で
likely
詰まっ
that
てい
it's
る
filled
可
with
能
the
性が
sticker
高
as
い
well.
考えられる死因は
What's the most likely cause of death?
窒息死だろうな
Probably suffocation.
つまりこういう
So
こと
this is what you're telling me, right?
渡部は
Watabe swallow sticker
窒息するほど。
after sticker
何枚も
after sticker
何枚力士シールを飲み
until he
込ん
choked
で
to
いた
death. No one, not Shinju or coroner, said a word. Ah, masa Bubub, what the hell? By the time Kazuki and I got back from the police, the school looked completely different. Oh gitu Bubub. The bustling school, goblok Bubub, was now almost completely empty. All the police tape was gone except from the gym where the death had occurred. They must have finished their examination of the area. From the look of things, if I went back to the club room, I probably wouldn't find anyone, but for now.
Huh?
What the hell, Bubub?
あ
Oh,
あ、タク、
Taku,
はなちゃん、
Hana,
おかえり。
welcome back.
なんだ
Hey,
思ったより早かっ
you are
た
back
な
faster than I expected. Surika and Ito were there.
有村は
Where is Arimura?
警察からまっすぐ
He
帰っ
went
た
straight home after we left the
もしかして
station.
僕た
Were
ち
you
を待
guys
ってて
waiting
くれた
for
のか
us?
誰が好き好んで
Why
野郎
would
を
I
待たなきゃ
want
いか
to
んの
wait
だ
for a guy?
和
I've
樹
been
の
waiting
ことを
for
待ってたん
Kazuki.
だよ
Apalagi pakai hoodie French crop. French crop tuh gimana sih? Aku nggak tahu French crop, Jo. Potongan-potongan rambut tuh aku nggak hafal anjir. French crop kayak gimana? Atau ini gimana? Bla 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 gimana? Why would I want to wait for a guy? I've been waiting for Kazuki. Hmm? Kazuki gave Ito a little bow.
はなちゃん、騙されちゃダメだよ。
Hana,
しん
don't
ちゃ
let
んは
him
片
trick
付け
you.
に時間がかかってるだけだから。
Shin is just being slow about cleaning up.
ん
Kamu kok mahir? Emang iya? Kamu tuh dari mana aku kok mahir?
こらこら
Hey,
言
don't
う
tell
な
her
お
that.
前は
What's that I have figured, but I felt a lot better. I could still see that awful corpse when I closed my eyes. Since I hadn't eaten anything since the morning, there was nothing to go up my throat but stomach acid, sorry. Because of that, my esophagus was starting to hurt. Kamu mohak, emang iya, Bubuk? Just being able to talk to everyone like this made me feel a lot better.
あ
Oh,
でも片付けってことは
if you're cleaning
やっ
up,
ぱ中止なのか学祭
does that mean they canceled the festival?
うん。タクが出てった後、
There was an
アナウンス
announcement
があって
after you left.
そっか
I see.
も
Aku
しか
udah
した
chat
ら延期
cewekku
って
suruh
可能
potong
性もあ
rambut
るか
kayak
と
gitu.
思った
Oh
んだ
my
けど
god. I see. I was thinking they might just postpone it.
ましゃあねえ
But
わ
it
な
made sense.
な
There
ん
was
た
a
って
murder
殺
after
人だから
all.
な
And since it might have to do with all the other strange staff, the school probably didn't have much of a choice.
でお前らの方はどうだったんだよ犯人扱いとかされなかったか大丈夫か
Goblok bubuk. Nggak usah ketawa-tawa lo sambil ngetik lo. So how does how will things go for you? They didn't treat you like the killers, did they? Did it go okay? How did
な
things
んで
go for
僕が
you?
疑われるんだよ むし
Why
ろ
would
重
they
要な
suspect
目
me?
撃者だぞ。
I'm an important
だ
witness.
からじゃねえ
That's
か
the reason, though.
ミステリ
In
ー
a
で目
mystery,
撃
the
者っつったら
witnesses are always
容疑者か
suspect.
刑事ドラマの見過ぎだって。
You watch the many detective shows. But still, just like Shinjo had said earlier, it will make sense if they suspected me, I think. This was the second time after revolving that incident that someone had died near me.
それにしてもさ
Anyway,
本当に今日事件が起こるなんてな
anyway, something really did
これ
happen
で俺
today.
たちの
That
推
means
測
our
は
guess
当
was
たって
right,
た
doesn't it?
そうだな。
Yeah. I lean my tired body back into a chair and look at the map on the wall. Now there was even more evidence. We could be certain, at this point, that what happened this morning was in some way related to the new generation madness. But we didn't know who had done it or why. The sumo sticker that made me sick every time I saw them were the only clue we had. Tolong ya, masa dikatain sama siapa bubuk?
しかも今回の渡部
And
の
this
殺人
time,
には
they were used
それが
as a
直
murder
接凶器と
weapon
して
in
使われ
Watabe's
ていた。
staff.
なんだって
Huh, what did you say? To be honest, I didn't really want to remember that. Kamu Fedelish, yang mana dia? Tunjukin bubuk. Berani-beraninya dia ngomongin bubukku itu. There was no way to know this unless there's no way to know this unless you had experienced it for yourself. But seeing something in a video and seeing it in person were two radically different things. The fuck? Whoop. The biggest difference was the smell. Even if there was no blood, like this morning, there was still a unique stench in the air. Gajir, ngefans dari mana, cok? Part of it was the smell of vomit and the excrement that slid out of the body after the muscle had relaxed, but it was more than that. It was a unique stench the bodies of the dead possessed. Jangan ketawa parah loh. Ketawa apaan, cok? The smell of death, you might call it. Whenever I saw the body in my mind, I also remembered that scent.
警察の話だと
The police said
渡部の
he
死因
suffocated,
は
right?
窒息
His
死
mouth was
だ
full
な
of sumo stickers.
シールを口に入
Did
れら
they
れて
jam the sticker in his
喉
mouth
に
until
詰ま
he
っちゃったの
choked?
かな。
犯人はなんでそんな
Why
こ
did
と
the
したんだ
killer do that? And wait, do you
つうか
think it's
さ
the same guy who
そもそも
committed the other
今
murder
までの
too?
じ
Hmm?
どういうこと？
What do you mean?
だって
Because,
なあ
you know, Ito stopped and struck. I knew what he was trying to say. If we assume that all these incidents were related, compared to Don't Look at Me, Leaky Noise, and Revolving That, this murder seemed very different. Kamu udah kepengen gunting rambut model mulet gak? Aku nggak tahu mau potong apa. Aku kalau nyampe di barber, aku bilang, cocoknya gimana bang? Udah percayakan dengan pemotong. The killer jammed sumo sticker in the victim's mouth until he choked. Coba lihat mulet, tahu orang dewa mulet. Abang dewa kan mulet, abang Egulicious. It was cruel, sure. It also felt sloppy, brutal, and cruel. Aku tahu bro mulet. But
僕だって最
I
初は
thought
そう
so
考えたよ。
too until I heard
警
what
察
the
から
police
話を
were
聞く
saying.
まで
That
はね。でも、
when I was leaving the station, I heard the cops talking about the result of the autopsy. They said Watabe's stomach was filled to bursting with sumo stickers. So this case was every bit as weird as the other three. I tried to get out of the chair, but I was still a little tired, so I staggered a bit. Atau mulut gara-gara
すべ
sering
ての事件
dibahas
の
sama
特徴を
temenku.
順を追って見てみると、
Bukannya abang itu middle part
明
part
らかに
apaan
同
tuh?
一の事件に属するものじゃないかと思えるんだ。
It seems to me, what if you look itu kalau kamu mungkin ingatnya pas zaman ini gak sih? Zaman media share itu kan video-video mereka pas masih setengah. Itu kan pas dia masih sekolah. Sekarang kan sudah tidak sekolah. Kalau sekolah mah pas lu sekolah mulet di ini cok kena razia gak sih? It seems to me that if you look at all the incidents in order, it's clearly part of the same set. No.
これまでの事件と
You mean
共通点
there's
があるって
something
こ
this
と？
has in common with the incident before?
それを聞いてほしい。
Bila part itu
Jiwa
rambut orang
terasa.
ganteng. Oh gitu. Gitu bubuk. That's what I want to talk about. I'll go over everything in order. That's right. What I was about to explain included a critical factor, what we had, we will never even consider before. Goblok bubuk. It was what I had talked to Serika about before I had left for the police station. Kenapa Nepu?
さっきの話
Can
の
you
続
tell
きだ
me
けど
more about what you were saying before?
さっきの話？
Before?
言ってたろ。
You said that Shinjo and Kunosato were talking about psychic and some kind of mystery.
不可思議な
Nepu pasti kamu komaher. Kenapa ini? Kenapa nebak-nebak orang aja rambut? What was that again? Tapi kamu lebih demen cewek rambut pendek apa panjang bu?
そうそう。
I remember
変なんだって。
they said all the incidents so far are really weird. Komaher tuh yang kayak gimana sih? Komaher Komaher kayak belah tengah gitu ya, tapi nggak rata gitu belah tengahnya. Sebahu bubuk. Ah. Komaher itu kayak middle part, cuma kayak 1:2 bagi rambutnya. Oh. Kayak ada bentuk lekuk di ujung rambut. Oh. Aku nggak pernah request sih. Aku nggak pernah request sih. Ya lekuk itu kayak koma. Aku nggak pernah request soalnya. Gila sih kamu gunting itu. The fuck? Goblok. Bentar. Apa sih bubuk? Kenapa dia mulu? Udah stop bro. Kamu nggak ngefans itu. I remember they said all the incidents so far are really weird.
そりゃ変だろ。
Of course they're weird.
だからこ
That's
そ
why we are
僕たち
doing
だって
this.
追っかけて
Oh, that's not what they meant. The people who died.
ん
Lagian peduli apa di fallback bro?
最初の
Actually
犠牲
nggak
者
peduli di
こっち
fallback.
みんなの人のニア生の
Do you know who
知って
the
るよね
do you know the name of the first victim stream? The one in the Don't Look at Me case.
俺し
Till I can see the future, right?
本当にね、その未来を予知できたのかもって。
Enak ngecengin. Soalnya kamu bilang dia wangi-wangi anime. What the fuck? Kapan aku bilang anjir? They were saying maybe he really could see the future.
は
Ah, that's crazy. Was it some kind of joke?
で、
And
次
then
のお供
the
ネタ
next
な
one
んだ
was
けど
Licky Noise.
ライブに
They
来て
said
た
the
人
people who
が
came
変だ
to
ったんだ
her
って。
concert were kind of weird.
変
Pura-pura
って
lupa dia nih.
どういう意味
Nggak ada ya? Nggak ada cowok.
ね、なんか熱に浮かされてたみたいな感じ
Mending yang Ono
私自体
bubuk.
は大したことないんだけど、歌声に取り
Yang
憑かれた
yang
みたい
itu,
な。
yang kau bilang mirip mantanmu, itu mending gak sih? Karena udah tahu face-nya juga kan. Udah Control F di general Discord. Hah? Gak ada. Tapi mending yang itu gak sih? They were acting like they say they had some kind of fever or something. The songs themselves were nothing special, but it was like they were obsessed with her voice.
なんだよそれ。 よくわかんないな。
What? I don't really get what you're saying.
そんなこと言われても
I don't know.
そう言ってたの
That's just yes or Loh. Kenapa anjir? That's just what they were talking about. Gak juga, bubub.
で、次の回転デッドは
What about revolving that?
バイトなのに業績がすごく良かったって。
Supposedly he was just a part-timer, but he was really successful.
それは単に有能だっただけじゃないのか。
Kita tuh harus mencari, menjelajah, dan menerawang apa iya, bubub? Jangan cari maskeran mulu kamu, bubub loh. Mana ada, bre? Gak ada, bubub. Gak ada, aku nggak lihat. Mana ada? That's not just because he was good at his job.
そうなんだけど
Yeah,
ね
but it was more like he knew exactly what people wanted. Some people started GTT aja nepo kita hari ini, emang iya.
会長でもしてるんじゃないかって陰
Mending yang itu gak sih, bubub, yang barusan aku kirim di DM. Dia suka trim wolf cut. Apa sih, bubub? That's everything I heard.
いや、上出来だ。
No, great job.
そこまで
Thanks for catching all that.
もしかして役に
Was
立つ
that useful?
ああ
Shinjo and Kunosato were talking very softly, so I hadn't been able to hear it at all. It was definitely thanks to Serika that we had this information. But still,
能力
psychic power?
そんなまさ
No
か
way. Hey, Miyashiro, are you ready yet?
あ、すみま
Mode
せん。
rambut wolf cut
すぐ行きます。
plus Hime juga bagus sepet. Hime bagus sih, kayak si ini kan? Kayak si Adeline. Adeline kan Hime masuknya. Oh sorry, I'll be there. Tuh kan Nepu aja bilang bagus. Loh, apa sih bubub? After what I had heard from talking to Serika, it was unbelievable, but if I look at all the cases so far in light of that,
すべてを確かめ
I'm
るため
going
に
to go
も
over
う
the
一度
case
事件を
once
整
more
理してみるから
to make sure
見てて
all
くれ。
this. To make sure of all this. Kelihatan selera. Apa anjir? Apa cok? Gak ada deh. Apa sih bubub? Apa sih bubub? Sembarangan deh. Gak ada ya. Pedo. Sorry. Waduh, pala kau. When I did so, I could feel strange coming back to my tired body and mind. Good, I was fine. What happened this morning hadn't made me afraid. Everyone looked at the map of Shibuya, even Kazuki. Si bubub
なんだ
beda
変数2をプ
aja
レイするんじ
ya.
ゃないのか。
Yalah, males. Enggak, ini dimana mirip itunya bocah 7 tahun, gila lu ya. Predatornya bukan dia tapi apa? Hah? Tapi What you're not going to play SO2. What you're going to play SO2. Dia enggak katanya. For some reason, Kazuki always participated when we use this. Well, whatever. Ternyata Fed, apa yang kuduga di pikiran alam bawah sadarku itu benar apa anjing? Apa cok? Nggak ada ya. I cannot believe this. Believe apa anjir? Nggak ada ya. Nggak ada ya. Apa nih free stuff? Kenapa kamu bubuk? Kamu lagi minum. Kamu minum apa bubuk? Ini kenapa gue pencet Q? Q itu artinya apa? Oh. Ada Q. Bangke, kepencet apa gue tadi berarti? Oh, mungkin kepencet klik biasa. The keys were what I had heard. Minum air seliter, kayaknya aku lagi mimpi sekarang. Oh my god. From Serika before going to the police station, what I knew about the victims. Together, they implied that. I see. But that's it. No. Wait, that can't be right. But that will explain everything. Kenapa? Explain everything. Actually, there were a lot of things that could only be explained that way. My mind raced. Soon, I felt a curiosity welling up within me that overrode the terror and disgust I had felt when I was at the scene of the murder. Yeah, that has to be it. It's unbelievable, but it's possible. Jadi kamu udah masak mie belum bubuk? It was a stupid idea, maybe. But if it were true, it will be incredible. Makin malam ini stream mau makin bernostalgia zaman-zaman. Emang iya bubuk? Jadi kamu nge-stream? Kembang cowok gara-gara ketawa, tuh kan? Mabok kamu bubuk, kamu habis berapa sloki? Kamu habis berapa sloki bubuk? Nggak sempet makan loh. Masa nggak sempet makan? It will change everything we thought we knew about the world. Mana sih bubuk? Tuh, diketawain ya mau noe. Mana sih kamu bubuk? What is it? It's creepy when you just laugh like that out of nowhere. Bodo amat, pokoknya konklusi hari ini kita... Apa cowok? Nggak ada. Apa sih predator? Predator hanya kalian. I'm just glad to see you back to normal. Oh, now that I thought about it, I had gotten so excited that I had forgotten the nightmare that were going on around me. Bye. I should get back on topic. I realized something. This may not have any direct connection to the killer, but I discovered something the cases have in common that's important, maybe worth changing. I could see Kazuki gasp in surprise. Seriously? Wow. Aku mau nonton Hello Kitty dulu. Oke, selamat uwuan. Everyone was looking at me as I explained everything in turn.
まず今回の渡部氏殺害事件がニュージェネの狂気の再来と呼ばれる一連の事件の延長線上にあるという話。
First, First, Watabe murder was part of what people are calling the return of the new generation madness. I said this before, but didn't he just suffocate to death?
いや違う。
No, that's not correct.
渡部の死因は確かに窒息死だけど、単に口の中いっぱいに力士シールを詰め
Watabe
込まれて死ん
suffocated,
だわけじゃ
yes,
ない。
but not just from having the sumo sticker stuff in his mouth. The fuck, boop, boop?
どういうことだ？
What do you mean? I stopped for a moment and took a deep breath. I knew that when I imagined it, I was going to shiver.
彼は力士シールを
His entire stomach
胃
was
の
full
中
of
までい
sumo
っぱいに
sticker when
詰
he
め込ま
died.
れて死んだらしい。
Everyone's eyes went wide. I could tell what they were trying to figure out the meaning of what I just said.
胃の中まで
Inside his stomach, too, is that.
そう。
That's right.
力士シー
He
ルを無理や
swallowed
り
or was
それも
forced to
噛み砕く
swallow
ことな
a
く
huge
原
amount
型を
of
残
sumo
したまま
sticker since
大
they
量
were
に飲み込んで
they were
あ
undamaged
るいは
in
飲
his
まされ
stomach.
て
We know he didn't chew them either.
それが原因で窒
That's
息し
how
て
he
死んだ。
suffocated and died.
そういうことになる。
That's what happened.
そいつは
That's Tadi Kitsune anjing nih bocah demen banget ya fitnah ya anjing.
雑どころじゃないん
That's
だ。
not sloppy, that's insane.
むしろ
Terus predator
あまりに
anjing.
も変質的なんだよ。
That's insane.
だったら
Betul
確
ya,
かに今回の事件
film
も
ini game aja
一
bilang
連の
that's
事件
insane,
と同じ
bro.
流れの中にある
Which
ってことに
mean
なるわけか。
that this incident is just like the other then. Huh. I nodded, then wrote down a brief outline of Watabe's death and pinned it to the map.
だがな、宮代。
But wait, Miyashiro, is that important enough to overturn everything we know about the world?
いや、今のは
Wish
た
you all
だ
the best, boo
渡
boo.
部氏殺害事件
Oh.
が連続殺人事件の一環であるということを確認しただけで、もちろん
No,
本
that
題は
was
この
just
先にある。
confirming that his death was the same as the other murders. I'm just about to get the main point. I stopped talking for a second and looked around at everyone's faces. Emang ada apa bubuk kok
こっ
tiba-tiba
ち
wish
みん
you
な
all
と
the
呼ばれ
best?
ている第一の事件の被害者。
First, the
大谷優
victim in the don't look at my case,
未来がわかると
Yuma
言っていた。
Otani. He said he could see the future. Iya sih, he could see the
ん
future.
なの、
That's
ただ
just
の煽り文句だ
silly,
ろ。
silly gimmick.
いいから最後まで
Just
聞
let
け
me
って。
finish. Ito struck and stopped talking.
第二の事件
As、for a
音漏
moment,
れた
iya
被害
sih.
者、
Her fans all claim her voice had a strange power to it.
妙な魅力があっ
Si
たっ
Mami ini
て
nepu.
ファンは口を揃えて
Net
証言
Fedelish
して
Wolf.
る。
Nggak ada. Nggak ada. Nggak ada ya? Semuanya kau fitnah, cowok. Apa lagi abis ini? Apa lagi? Tadi udah doyan mabuk-mabukan. Terus Kitsune. Kita sebutin aja satu-satu. Oh, bukan. Terus Kitsune. Terus anak umur 7 tahunan. Predator. Terus yang tadi satu lagi. Aduh. Pup. Dalam satu stream kau nyerang 5 fitnah, bro. Cukup tahu aja gue, bro. As for Momone, Takayanagi, the girl in the leaky noise case, her fans all claim her voice had a strange power to it.
聞いているだけでト
They
ラ
say
ンス状態になれる。
Just listening to it could put you in a trance.
うんうん。
Mau kamu bilang itu fitnah terserah, tapi nyatanya kamu dan
言ってた
gak ada anjing 7 tahun, gak anjing. Cok, 7 tahun pala kau aku tendang, cok. Gak ada anjing 7 tahun. Ih, anjing. Dia seolah-olah bikin gue beneran nge-DM 7 tahun anjing. Enggak, bangsat. Gak ada anjing. Gue masih tahu diri. Gue masih doyan cewek matang, oke? Yep, that's what the detective was saying.
クラブとかで踊
Gak
ってる
ada
連中と
anjing,
同じ
gak
だろ。
ada 7 tahun,
音
gak
楽や
ada
歌が
anjing.
聴いてる
Ini
人
semua
間を
udah
トランス
fitnah
状態
semua
にす
yang
るのは
dari
よくあ
awal
る
dia
ことだ
stream udah panggil tante anakmu pemabuk. Nggak ada ya. That's no different than people dancing at a club though, right? There's nothing unusual about songs and music putting people in a trance.
人をそういう状態にするには
But you need pretty
それなりの
specific
条件が
conditions
必要だろ
to
う。
create that effect
クラブなん
though,
かは
right?
そういう効
Like
果を
that's
もたらす
basically
た
the
めに
whole
作られ
point
た
of a
閉鎖
club.
空間。でも、高
But
柳
Momone
萌音がストーリードライ
Takayanagi
ブをして
did
いた
all
場所
her
は違
concert
う。
on the street
何の
with no
説明も
equipment
ない
at all.
まあいいや。
Well,
続けて
whatever.
くれ。
Keep talking.
そして第3の事
And
件、回転
then
デッドの
there's
被
a
害者
victim of the revolving death case. Hinori
彼はまるで
Kakita,
顧客の
supposedly,
心が読めて
he
いる
was
みたいだった
capable of
そうだ
reading his client minds.
おい
Wait, you're not saying?
まさか
Ito seemed to realize what I was trying to say. As my partner for you is good intuition.
渡部のあの写真、力士シールの表情が違うってことは言ったよね。
Si Bubub senang banget anjir. Tapi kayaknya kalau kamu kemarin ikut aku, kamu bakal seneng banget deh Bubub deh. Soalnya gue cukup diisengin juga kemarin sama temenku. I would say the expression was different on the sumo sticker in Watabe's photo, right? I already told everyone that the expression on the sumo sticker. Terima kasih hiburan malam ini. Sama-sama Bubub. Kemarin makanya aku telat live kan. Aku habis ini ngumpul sama temen udah lama. Dan mereka pengen ketemuan sebenarnya, pengen ngumpul. Cuman mereka tidak pengen memulai gitu kan. Karena emang terlalu rame sih kelompokku. Karena terlalu rame jadi mengerucut. Tapi karena mengerucut itu mereka pengen ngumpul sama yang rame tapi tidak berani gitu kan. Jadi karena aku yang loncat-loncat semua kerucutannya, aku yang disuruh memulai. I had already told everyone that the expression on the sumo sticker I had photographed at the Love Hotel and the one in Watabe's article were different.
最初あれはコラー
At
ジュか何
first,
かだと思
I
った
thought it was photo editing or
実際渡部
something.
には
There were
そういう
rumors
噂が
that
あった
Watabe was doing that. In fact,
でもどうやら
but
違うら
evidently
しいんだ
that's not it.
刑事に確
Saya
認してみた
ketawa
んだ
ngakak apa
よ
iya bubub.
そしたら
Yang bener
渡部
kamu.
の撮った写真には改ざんされた形跡はな
Oh
かったら
sekarang
しい
job desknya IO ya? Enggak sih, dari dulu sih. Dari dulu sih. Cukup influence emang bocahnya. I asked the detective and he told me that there were no signs that Watabe's photo was digitally altered,
となると
which
考
means
えられる可能性は
there was a chance that many of Watabe's too good to be true photographs weren't taken with a camera. He probably used some form of physics photography. I wrote everything that occurred to me down on a memo and pinned it to the map. Sticker in Watabe's article was different than the one I photographed. Masuk lah ya aku ngejokes model rambut di live chat, nyambung juga jokes songkronganku. Dibilangin semua jokes masuk bre di sini bre, santai santai. Tiba-tiba modelan Galen dan kawan-kawan yang tiba-tiba pertama kali nyamper di channel ini, jokes mereka masuk-masuk aja kan dia. Jokes media share. Semua diterima di sini. Ada salah baca. Fedelish semua masuk. Ito laughed as I put it up. Sticker in Watabe's article was different than the one I photographed. Watabe's image wasn't real, taken with psychic photography. Dan buat mereka lo kenapa? Fedelish enggak. Itu gara-gara Galen anjir. Gara-gara Galen anjir manggil gua gitu bangke. Galen nama dewa anjing. No wait, come on. You can't be serious. Shin, did you figure it out from that? Mereka itu dark system. Dark system. Oh gitu. Dark system apa sih anjing? Kazuki seemed irritated that Ito had figured out the answer before her. He started to bang on the wall like she always did.
でおいこらやめとけ
Come on, stop that.
要するに
So
宮代は
basically,
こう言
this
い
is
たいん
what
だ
you're trying to say, right?
今回の事件の被害者に共通するのは全員不可解とも思える現象を引き起こしていたという点だ。それが意味するのは
Sorry guys, sabar. Oke. Udah, jangan kasih tahu nanti nggak lucu. Nepu. Telat sih ngasih taunya. Semacam midline yang mau tinggalin midnya sampai game selesai itu salah satu contohnya. Tapi kan itu ML bro. Itu kan ML atau Dota. Itu kan in game. Telat sih ngasih taunya. Sabar. Juga ngerepik. Nah masih nggak tahu dia Vigo. Nah bagus kan in game ya. Biar nggak tahu goblok. What all these victims have in common is that they all did things that would seem impossible, and that means they use tricks, control other minds.
そう
That's right. They all
彼らは特殊
they
な
all
能
had
力
some
を
kind of special powers, right?
そうだな。
Ito took the words right out of my mouth.
特殊
Special?
つまり
Wait, do you mean
尾上が新庄さんから
Onoi
聞いた
heard
言葉で
Shinjo
言う
use
な
the
ら
word psychics?
能力者
They
Sorry.
had psychic powers.
超能力
Psychic powers? Psychic powers? If this was a mystery novel, the reader will be so pissed off right now.
残念ながらこれは小説
Unfortunately,
じゃ
this
ない
isn't a book. It's
Jijitsu.
real. Enggak, ini visual novel. Lu bego, Miyashiro.
だったら
But
な
it's
おさら
all the
だよ
more
なあみん
reason.
な
Right, everyone? Ito looked around at the other, expecting their agreement. But while Kazuki had looked surprised for a moment, she had actually returned to her usual, inscrutable expression, and Serika was excited about something completely different.
超能力ってあれでしょ、こう透明になって女子更衣室に忍び込んだりするやつ。
Nggak gitu dong. Nggak gitu dong, Onoe. Anjir, otak lu ngeres juga ya, Onoe. Psychic power, so like what? So like what? You can turn invisible and sneak inside the girls' locker room? Nggak gitu. Nggak gitu, Onoe. No. Where did that come from? Makanya, anjir.
まあ
Well,
そう
that
いう
might
の
be
もあるか
one,
もしれ
but
ないけど
normally it means more like
実はテレ
telepathy
パ
or
シーと
something.
か
Oh,
テレパシー
telepathy.
携帯電話とか
That's
いら
great.
ないから
You
料
wouldn't
金
need
か
a
から
cell
ない
phone.
し。
You could make calls for free. Forget it. I should just give up on trying to talk to her about anything complicated.
でもさ超能力なんて言い始めたら何でもありだろ
But once you
それ
start
こそ
talking about
誰かが遠くから
psychic
超能力を
power,
使って殺人を
where do
犯
you
したとか
like you could say that someone used psychic power to kill them from a distance.
いや超能力って言
No,
って
I
も
don't think they're that
多分そ
powerful.
こまでせいぜい
Like
一つの
maybe
能力
you
しか
only
使え
get
な
one
いと
power
か
or something.
それに忘れてもら
And
っちゃ
don't
困る
forget,
けど
it's not the killer
超能力者な
who
のは
has
犯
the
人ではなく
the power.
被害者だってこ
It's
と
the
だ
victim.
でも被害者が超能力者ってことは犯人もそうだって
But
こ
if
と
the
も考えら
victim
れる
have them, we can assume the killer might have them as well, right?
まあな
Well, yeah. That was certainly possible. Or no, it might actually be likely.
ああ、そういえばさ、
Come to think of it. Sarika cut the two of us off. Her voice was easygoing and unconcerned.
前にアットチャンネルか何かでそういう都市伝説があるってタク言ってなかった？
Didn't you say something
確か
about an
渋
urban
谷で生
legend,
活
like
して
on
ると
at
不
channel
思議
or
な力が
something?
身につくとか。
Something about how if you live in Shibuya, you could get strange power. Oh, that's right. How could I have forgotten something so important?
ああ
Yeah,
それなら俺も知
I
ってるけどさ
heard that.
でもあれって地震で
Too,
死んだ
but
人の
that's
霊が取
supposedly
り付く
because
とか
of
な
the
んとか
spirit
言わ
of
れ
the
てる話だ
people
ろ
who died in the earthquake make a home inside your body.
いくらなんでもそれは
It seems like a
な
bridge too far to me.
例の話は後付けで現象だけは実際のものだとしたら
What if the things about the spirit came later and only the powers themselves were real?
んなこと言ってもさ。
Still, I don't know.
火のないところに煙は立たないっ
Okay,
て
so
言う
where
よ。
there is smoke, there is fire, right?
火の気のないところに火をつけて回るのがアットチャンネルだろうが。
Setting fire where there weren't any before is exactly what Atchan does, right?
それはそうだけど。
That's true, but
でも尾上は聞いたんだよな。能力者が
but
どうとか
Onoe heard them saying something about psychic, didn't she?
そうだ
That's
よ。
right.
警
Yes.
察の人が言ってたもん。
The policeman was talking about it,
だからってよ。
but that doesn't mean Ito still didn't seem willing to accept it. Well, I could understand that. Even I thought this was a little crazy. But for some reason, it felt to me like this was the explanation closest to the truth.
伊藤の言いたいこともわかる。
I understand what you're
仮
trying
説
to
の一
say,
つとして考えておいても
but can we at
いいとは
least
思わないか。
consider it as a hypothesis?
それは。
Well, maybe. He fell silent. Normally, Kazuki will have gotten bored with all this talking and gone back to her computer, but today, she wasn't moving. Okay. She wasn't participating in our conversation, but once she seemed interested.
まあ、100歩譲っ
Oh,
て
kirain na
宮代の
lanjutan.
仮説が
Kirain na
正しいと
Daniel
しようじゃないか。
Well, even if your
も
theory
う
is
一つ
right,
の共通点と
what
の
does
関係は？
that have to do with the other thing they have in common?
もう一つの共通点って？
The other thing they have in common?
力士シールだろ。
Sumo stickers.
あ、そっ
Oh,
か。
right. The sumo sticker were involved in this case too. No, this time they were actually the murder weapon, you could say.
そもそもなんで全ての現場に力士シールがあるんだろうな。
Why does every crime scene have a sticker there anyway?
普通に考えたら殺された人が残すんだよね。ダイビングメッセージだっけ？
Normally, you will leave it on the body of the person you killed. I think they call it a diving message.
ダイイングな。
Dying, yeah. Tadi emang dia ngomong apa? Oh iya, diving message. Bener kan aku nggak salah baca, Cok. Udah deh, kita sekalian save juga. Kita end sampai sini aja. Besok kita lanjut lagi kok. Santai. Save 2 deh. Kayak kemarin bubuk lupa save anjir. Udah, kita bakal sebut nama. No, kenapa? Ada bubuk, ada nepu, ada kan. Besok kita lanjut lagi. Ada Om Aldo, ada Om Kepler, tadi ada Bang Telor. Terus juga tadi ada Bro Wipiu, ada Bang Pisto, dan yang lain-lain lah ya. Dan mungkin ada yang nonton tapi nggak live chat. So ya, kita bakal end sampai sini aja. Thank you buat yang udah mampir dan juga menemani live stream kali ini. So ya, harusnya exit game yang kanan bawah ya, kocak. Kenapa exit the menu anjir? Okay, so yeah, thanks for watching and see you guys in the next stream. Bye bye.